today's threat.
Salem, Alabama was hit hard by a tornado in the very early morning hours as people slept in their beds. Could it be a threat again tonight? I'm going to bring you the details coming up.
Just north of Birmingham, Alabama, the church behind me has had the roof taken off. What other types of damage are in this area? I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. I'll let you know coming up.
And the National Weather Service has just confirmed an EF3 tornado right here in Limestone, Alabama. Look at the big trees that have been knocked over and look at the result. Homes lying in shambles. I'm Mike Bettis. A live report from Limestone, Alabama is straight ahead.
Hello, and thanks for joining us as we continue our coverage of this multi-day tornado outbreak. I'm Vivian Brown.
And I'm Nick Walker. The situation remains dire across the plains and the South. Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, the hardest hit. And while recovery efforts are underway there, we're tracking the threat for more strong storms.
Yeah, definitely tracking the threat because nothing can stop these severe storms, dangerous tornadoes, as they move through the Deep South. Semi-trucks were flipped over or totally blown from the highway. Homes were turned into splinters in just a matter of seconds. And take a look at this. Storm chasers are looking up as they drive to see debris flying through the air overhead. Out their windows, more cars and trucks flipped and turned upside down and sideways, stretched all along the highway.
Well, as you know, our experts have been on the air nonstop since this outbreak began on Sunday. And we want to bring in storm specialist Carl Parker now. Carl, you've been watching these Torcon values. You've been watching the atmosphere. Almost a repeat of what we saw yesterday in many cases.
Yeah, it really is, because we're going to see a lot of the same parameters in many of the same areas, and we'll get into the threat areas here in just a moment. I want to show you some video of the tornado that occurred in Louisville, Mississippi, and we are now hearing that preliminarily this is being rated an EF4 tornado, so that would be the first EF4 on the season. A whole series of violent and very large tornadoes raking Mississippi yesterday and moving up into Alabama, and again, many of the same areas are going to be threatened today. And let's take a look at the Torcon values for parts of Mississippi and Alabama. So Jackson, Meridian, Tuscaloosa looking at a 7 out of 10. That is a 70% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius, and that primarily in the late afternoon and into the evening hours. There could be some storms that last even beyond that point. Warning to tell you about here in southern Mississippi. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, and that includes the cities of Big Point and Van Cleve and Wade. Concerned about 1-inch hail here and 60-mile-per-hour wind. But perhaps of greater concern is this area of storms that is now developing right around the Mississippi River, and this may be the beginnings of those supercell storms that come across Mississippi and Alabama through the course of the afternoon. Notice there is a lot of sunshine here into Mississippi and Alabama. The atmosphere has recovered very, very well from that big complex of thunderstorms that came through really what was left of yesterday's severe weather, now down in northwest Florida. And behind that, plenty of sunshine, temperatures coming right up. There's no lack of low-level moisture, and there's also now very strong mid-level wind. The low-level winds not as strong as they were yesterday, but we do think they will begin to recover. And for that reason, there is that tornado threat in central and southern Mississippi that extends up into central parts of Alabama, including Birmingham, and also a tornado threat even up through North Georgia and into the Carolinas, and then more general severe storms as you move farther north towards the Ohio Valley and the southern part of the lakes. In addition to that, you've got this great big upper level low that's moving only very slowly, and it's grabbing up a lot of moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. So very heavy rain is going to be a distinct concern here across much of parts of Alabama and North Georgia into the western Carolinas. 3 to 5 inches of rain, and in some cases falling on saturated ground. So flash flood watches have now been put out by many of the Weather Service offices across the region, and certainly by tomorrow morning we could be talking about many creeks and streams at bankfull or even above. So please, please be careful overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning. All right, we want to go out now to Mike Bettis. He is in Limestone, Alabama. They're going to be covering the severe weather again today. And Mike, you know, what's troubling about today is the fact that in a lot of cases you get severe weather, front comes through, clears everything out, and then you're done with it. But today we're looking at a lot of the very same areas being threatened.
Yeah, and it's a shame, too, Carl, when you see what's happened in places here like Limestone County in Athens, where they've got a lot of cleanup to do. A tree came down and right onto this house, where the National Weather Service has now confirmed that an EF3 tornado did touch down in this county. And look at the size of these trees. I mean, take this up. They've now begun to cut this one down, but look at the size of this tree. This is a big tree that has been here a long time. I want to introduce you to Bill Turner. He's the landlord that rents this home. And Bill, the folks that you're renting this to actually took shelter in the right spot, right?
Yes, sir, they sure did. This was one of the 2 bedrooms in the house here. They was in the west side of the bedroom there, adjacent to the other side of the house. And it's a man, his wife, and young child, and they rode the storm out last night, and thank God they come out unhurt.
The neighborhood, I mean, there are trees down, big trees down everywhere. You literally grew up in the house across the street. Have you ever seen anything like this in Athens before?
No, sir. Back in 1974, there was tornadoes come through Athens, and it was this bad, but nothing like this that I can remember, and I've been here all my life.
I did want to ask, everyone got out of this home in fine shape, correct?
Fine shape. The lady of the house told me the young child slept through the storm.
Wow.
Yeah, slept through it last night.
You said it got pretty loud last night.
It got real loud. I got over here this morning about 5 o'clock, and the roads was real impassable. And but I managed my way back here and just check on everybody and see how everything was going on, and everything looked real good. So.
Bill, is everyone aware that there's another threat again today? Do you think everyone knows it's coming again?
Yes, sir, they do. They're taking it maybe later on this evening, and a lot of people are real aware of what the weather here in the area, and when you see this, it makes you mindful of it, and you really pay attention to it when they sound the sirens and everything. So.
All right, Bill. Well, thank you so much for being with us. I know you got some cleanup to do today, unfortunately, as does the whole community. But so hopefully, Nick and Vivian, we get the cleanup in, spend a couple hours doing that, and then everyone gets home and gets to safety before these storms strike again. But now confirmed the EF3 tornado touchdown right here in Athens, Alabama. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Good to know that they're aware that the weather is going to be bad again tonight.
Because we're keeping our eyes closely on it as well. And today, several states still under the gun of severe storms.
We are tracking it all. Heavy rain, hailstones, high winds, flooding, and more tornadoes.
Keep it tuned right here. Welcome back. We're busy again today following severe weather.
And severe weather has cropped up now in North Carolina. Let's bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker, now with the latest on that, Carl.
Yeah, we are looking at a severe thunderstorm warning right now, Nick, in parts of eastern North Carolina, but there is some rotation in this cell. And I want to take a look at the visible satellite picture first of all. Notice here that the low-level flow, you can see some of the cloud elements coming up from the south there, but the upper-level flow, mid-level flow, really taking a right turn there. Notice how the tops of the clouds are being blown off and to the right. So that's a real dramatic turning of the wind with height, and that gets these storms rotating. So the storm we're concerned about is right there coming towards the sounds. Here is a look at it on the Gibson Ridge radar. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for Pitt, Lenoir, Jones, Craven counties. Movement is northeast at 15 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail is the threat. But as we look at this cell and then look inside, you notice here this area of red and green, not perhaps quite rising to the level of a tornado warning yet, but it is a rotating cell nonetheless, and heads up there around Cove City and other areas near this storm, Cove City, Dover, and Fort Barnwell, for possibly some rotation developing, a tornado developing with that particular cell. And we'll have more on that coming up in just a few minutes. Nick, over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Carl. And one other threat that we need to talk about is that heavy rain and flooding threat. You've heard us talk about the heavy rain we've already seen in this area, as much as 4.5 inches in some places. Mobile, Alabama got almost that much since midnight. Biloxi over 4 inches. Gulfport about 3 1/3, and Montgomery, Alabama with almost 2 inches. And look at the Doppler radar estimates, and all of these yellows and oranges indicate very heavy rainfall in 24 hours. Some as much as 5.5 inches here around portions of Mississippi, and as much as 3.5 inches there around northern Alabama and northern Georgia. So you get the idea. The ground's already saturated. It can't take any more rain. It's going to get more rain today and into the night from these thunderstorms, and some areas probably going to see very heavy rainfall and even prolonged as we head on into tomorrow. So the flood threat, the writing is on the wall. We're going to see rivers and streams coming up, perhaps out of the banks, as well as water over roadways. That's what you're going to have with 3 to 5 inches more of rain on that saturated ground. Pensacola, Montgomery, up toward Atlanta, even into Charlotte, where we could see that threat, and even back into portions of northern Alabama and Mississippi. We're going to find 2 to 3 inches of rain could exacerbate the flooding threat there. So flash flood watches extend all the way from Nashville to Mobile, up toward Atlanta and Charlotte. Vivian?
Well, in the state of Arkansas, cleanup efforts are in full swing. It's the state that was hardest hit when the outbreak began on Sunday. Our Julie Martin is reporting for us today in the hard-hit town of Mayflower. Julie.
Well, the focus here north of Little Rock is now on cleanup and recovery, and there's a lot of work to be done. Take a look at these 18-wheelers that are just tossed over like they're made out of tinfoil. In fact, you see here a big piece of metal sticking up out of the wheels of this big rig, and the damage just goes on and on. Still not quite clear how extensive the damage is, but we do know that 15 people lost their lives in this area on Sunday evening as one, perhaps 2 tornadoes came through the area. Now, the National Weather Service is still assessing the damage. So far, they have said that they believe the path of this tornado was at least 40 miles long, and it has a strength of EF3. That means winds over 136 miles per hour. The governor was here yesterday along with FEMA Director Craig Fugate. They have toured the area, obviously asking for federal assistance for the people here. But this community, these communities really coming together as well. A number of drop-off sites for donations are set up at local banks, schools, and churches. The Red Cross and the Salvation Army also on scene to help the many people here who have lost everything. In Mayflower, I'm meteorologist Julie Martin, the Weather Channel.
We want to tell you more about the severe storm in North Carolina. Now it has a tornado warning on it.
Let's get the latest now from storm specialist Carl Parker. Carl?
Yeah, that's right. New tornado warning now coming out of the National Weather Service in Morehead City, and this is for Craven, Jones, and Pitt counties in eastern North Carolina. So we are just now west of the Sounds there, not very far away from New Bern, and the rotation in this cell is just about on top of Cove City. Also need to watch out there in Dover and Vanceboro. This is moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So in these areas, you definitely need to take cover immediately. There's a look at the velocity, and notice the couplet there, the signature of rotation in the mid-levels of the storm there. And so as that moves up right across Cove City, certainly could be producing a tornado and eventually may make its way towards Vanceboro. We'll keep a really close eye on that. And this is an area that is really ripe for possible tornado development today because of the amount of directional shear in the atmosphere. Got low-level winds coming out of the south just like this, then mid-level winds taking a hard right. Notice how the tops of these storms are blowing off towards the east-southeast there. And when you have that much change in the direction of the wind flow with height, you certainly do have the potential for rotation in storms. And this is an area we'll need to watch very closely through the rest of the day today. Vivian, over to you.
All right, thanks very much, Carl.
Yeah. Well, as this tornado outbreak continues to move eastward, those who were hit by the first round of storms are left picking through what's left of their homes.
And they're trying to come to terms, actually, with the fact that in just a few seconds, everything they had was reduced to a pile of rubble.
If we would have been here, we probably wouldn't be here. I mean, because the only inside closet we had is over there somewhere.
Storm came when it went off the last time. We knew it was close. When the safe room, you could hear the roar, and just in seems like a few seconds, it was gone, and all the devastation was done.
It was absolutely terrifying. I mean, you hear it sounds like a train. It really does. I mean, it was so loud, and your ears were popping from the pressure.
You could hear it, and all of a sudden there was just stuff pounding you, you know, just hitting you. All you could do is kind of just try to block yourself. I was over my son, and stuff was just hitting us, and then we were kind of just all of a sudden thrown about. And when it was over, that's all I could do is start hollering for them and try to find them. They were underneath debris. When you look around and see people's lives scattered on the ground, and you think about the people that were hurt and killed in this, and you know, your heart's got to go out to those folks.
Oh, we need help. There's a lot of people that need a lot of help around here.
We lost it all, so we got to build back up, but we'll be fine. We'll get it all.
We are all a family, and we will get through this.
Well, it seems where disaster abounds, hope abounds as well.
Heartbreaking moments for sure.
Yeah. Well, in the town of Kimberly, Alabama, several people were trapped for a time inside a church. They managed to get out without injury.
Now, Stephanie Abrams is there with more details.
The church behind me has a roof taken off from it, and you can actually see the chairs are still all lined up in a row there. And there's actually some hats hanging on the wall. It looks like there was a little kid area. There's some drums. It seems like everything's still in place. One of those really odd things that you get when there's a tornado. You can have a roof taken off, but still, you know, everything in its place underneath the roof. We've had bricks that are just strewn about, and also stained glass from this church as well. And these are the reasons that we tell you you need to have your shoes by your bed if there are tornado watches posted in your area, and also a helmet, a bike helmet if it's possible. So we have had some significant damage here, but at least it's not widespread. From north of Birmingham, Alabama, and Kimberly, Alabama, I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. Back to you.
Seems like so many are sorting through what's left of their homes.
So many are sorting through, and even after several days of storms, it's not over just yet.
Stay with us. We'll have the latest information you need to know to stay on top of this severe weather threat.
Hello and welcome back to Weather Center Live, coming up now on 30 minutes past the hour.
And we continue to monitor the cleanup and recovery efforts from this deadly multi-day tornado outbreak.
And those leading the efforts in the states that were hardest hit want the public to know that they'll need help in the weeks ahead. But there is also a common sense of resiliency.
We're very fortunate in the human factor in that there's only one casualty in our region, and for a storm with this much destruction, it's pretty remarkable. The homes and businesses were just flattened in some occasions, so very fortunate there. Today we're going to begin the assessment, repair, and healing process.
And that healing process will take time, but this severe season is just beginning. A long way to go.
Yeah, our storm specialist Carl Parker is standing by at the expert desk. We're in day 3 now, already beginning to see some of that severe weather ramp up, Carl.
Yeah, and the area of concern is really expanding farther to the east. In fact, there is a warning to tell you about here, tornado warning in eastern North Carolina. This is not very far away from New Bern and the Sound, so that's Beaufort County, Craven, and Pitt as well. We've got a report of golf ball size hail and a funnel cloud in Cove City. The movement here is northeast at about 25 miles per hour. Want to take a look at the rotation within that cell, and notice there is a couplet right in here. The area of green and red bumped up right next to each other. That is the rotation of the storm itself, and that is the area from which the tornado is likely to emanate. Again, that's moving north and east and may eventually take aim on Vanceboro, so heads up on that. We're going to be tracking that very carefully here over the next several minutes as we watch the progress of this storm. Now, let's talk about the environment. And while we don't have terribly strong wind going into this situation, what we do have is a tremendous turning of the wind with height. So the low-level wind, you can just sort of pick up the pattern here. Low-level flow is coming out of the south like that. Then notice the cloud tops. See how the cloud tops are being blown off to the right there? So you've got mid-level winds that are just about perpendicular to that low-level flow, and that's a tremendous turning of the wind with height, and when you have that, that leads to rotation in storms. So there is now a tornado watch that is in effect, that issued by the Storm Prediction Center, that going until 9 o'clock tonight, covers much of eastern North Carolina, including Raleigh, along 95 there, and then also back down into 85. And we are now hearing that there was a tornado touchdown in Cove City. Thanks very much for that, John. So take cover immediately there in Cove City. Tornado touchdown has been reported, and that cell now moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Now, the other area of huge concern for us is pretty much the same spots where we saw tornadoes yesterday, and this is a look at the Torcon Index for several cities: Jackson, Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi, and Tuscaloosa, Alabama. 7 out of 10 on the Torcon Index, and this is primarily late this afternoon and into the evening hours. There's the tornado watch also from the Storm Prediction Center going until 9 p.m. Southern central Mississippi, parts of Alabama, and Louisiana as well. And here are some storms that are beginning to fire not very far away from the Mississippi River. So this is likely a couple of other cells that are looking to go here around 55. This is likely the beginnings of a new round of supercell thunderstorms. And we may not see as much coverage as we saw yesterday, but certainly the atmosphere is going to be very unstable. A lot of sunshine in the wake of that big area of storms that fired this morning. That's really what was left over from yesterday's severe weather. The atmosphere very unstable now in Louisiana and Mississippi, and we've got strong mid-level wind coming in too. That's a big part of the equation when you talk about these long-lasting supercell storms. Tornado-producing storms are going to see plenty of that mid-level wind tonight. Low-level winds are not as strong right now, but we do expect that they're going to pick up. So there are your Torcon values once again. 7 out of 10 there, southern Mississippi, central parts of Alabama, and a 5 out of 10 in southern parts of North Carolina as well. And in addition to all of that, you've got this big upper feature here that is grabbing up a lot of moisture off the Gulf of Mexico and will continue to do so for quite some time yet. So we're talking about a heavy rain threat, 3 to 5 inches of rain from southeastern Alabama up through north central Georgia and then into into the Carolinas, and flash flood watches are in effect in many areas in anticipation of what may be actually a lot more rain than that in some spots. Some of the models indicating that we could be talking about 6, 7, 8 inches of rain in some isolated areas. All right, we want to go now to Mike Bettis in Limestone, Alabama. He's looking at the damage there. And, you know, Mike, I'm sure it's not among the greatest of concerns initially for a lot of folks who go through this. But, you know, one of the things that I've heard from people is that it's very difficult to see all the trees gone because the landscape is then changed forever. It never looks the same way. It takes, of course, years and years for those trees to grow.
Yeah, it really does, Carl. And where we are here is in extreme northern Alabama. Athens is basically to the west of Huntsville. If you're familiar, it is about an hour and a half north of Birmingham. And to your point, I mean, take a look behind me. You've got really big trees here, and you can see they've already begun the cleanup here, the familiar sound of chainsaws, because these have been here for a very long time, literally decades. But those trees came down and were pushed off in this direction. You can see some damage to this home here as a tree came down there, and they'll do a lot of cleanup today. Unfortunately, you can see them removing some trees now. But also wanted to point you over to these trees here. Remember the ones behind you? They're faced off to that direction. These are actually pointed off in another direction, kind of showing you the swirling motion within a small period here of space. And look at this. Over here we've got a sweet gum tree, big giant root ball here. But this is a huge sweet gum tree, and look what happened. Came right down on top of their 1991 Mustang. They were home at the time. Nobody was in the vehicle, but you can see how the roof has collapsed all the way down to the door level here. So we're watching, you know, this area. Unfortunately, we'll get out of the way here so they can keep doing their work. But we're watching this area, unfortunately, for more opportunities for storms as we go through the afternoon. A lot of these people here are very aware that more storms could fire up this afternoon. That's why they're hustling right now to get as much work done as they can over the next couple of hours between now and the next time the storms begin to explode here. But you can see the neighborhood. A lot of tree damage here, and this is not the worst of the damage. Remember, this area was rated an EF3 tornado. That was the preliminary rating given by the National Weather Service office for the strongest winds within this tornado. And the strongest winds and the biggest damage actually happened a few miles outside of this area where we are, where we had a trailer park that was basically flattened. So a lot of cleanup happening for us today. It is hot, it is humid, it is a ripe atmosphere for severe storms again. Everyone in northern Alabama needs to be on alert as storms could explode and explode rapidly once again this afternoon, just like they did yesterday afternoon.
All right, Mike. So good to see that they're aware of the possibilities of more storms happening in that same area. One question before you go. You mentioned how widespread the damage was. Any length of tornado or width of the tornado? Any parameters on that?
Well, not yet. The National Weather Service is still on hand, currently ongoing with their assessment, but we believe if it didn't hop and skip and if it was continuous, it was at least 10 miles long. A lot of folks that live here are saying some of the worst damage is about 10 miles away from here, so they've got their work cut out for them for doing the damage survey over a longer area. So I think they'll have some more details on that later on this evening once they get them all together and get back to the office and put out that statement, so we'll watch for that later today.
All right, thanks so much, Mike Seidel there
That is Mike Bettis.
Mike Bettis, I'm sorry.
And you know what, he did answer the question that I had, and that was, I wonder if it was still very sticky out there, and he said, yes, it's very hot and humid still.
Well, stay with us. We have more coverage of the possible severe weather that could crop up in the same areas here later on.
All right, so keep it tuned right here as we keep you ahead and safe from these storms. We'll be right back.
We have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, and this is the one thing, or the animals they're looking for. So it was good to be able to tell them we found one at least so far.
Yeah. I heard his collar. He started meowing, and we went ahead and tried to get him out. He was up underneath the boards here, up underneath the boards.
Well, that is one bright spot at the end of this long, dark tunnel as the storms rolled through the southern plains yesterday. The family cat was found. That was in Valonia, Arkansas. Tornadoes came through there over the weekend before heading into the rest of the deep south. And Nick, there is colder air associated with this system across parts of the upper Midwest. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, a lot of folks are going to feel this colder air. We're already feeling it around the northern plains, the western Great Lakes. Temperatures started off at the freezing mark in the Dakotas this morning in some areas, and we even got some snow, even mixed with rain around the Minneapolis area where it's only 37 degrees, and that's just about as warm as it's going to get in the Twin Cities today. This jet stream has really made its presence known far toward the south and toward the east, and it's drawing in a lot of colder air from the north. 10 to 20 degrees below average over the next couple of days is what you're going to find those high temperatures. Today, probably anywhere between 20 and 25 degrees below average in some areas. Tomorrow, we'll look for Sioux Falls, Omaha, Kansas City, all these areas to be 16, 17 degrees below what would be considered average or normal for this time of year. On into Thursday, the cool air continues with 40s there around Minneapolis, a lot of 50-degree temperatures, including only 51 there in Chicago. Matter of fact, you'll be mild in comparison to Chicago, actually an average high temperature in Chicago before we get those temperatures down into the low 50s, then back up just a little bit, but still well below what would be considered average by the end of the week. Nashville, you too are going to feel this colder air. 77 degrees today, 70 tomorrow, then down into the mid-60s, well below that average high temperature of 74 degrees. Minneapolis, we've been talking about how cool it is for you. You'll actually get a little warmer in the days to come, but still, by the time we get into Friday, even in the mid-50s, you will be 8 degrees below average. Cool air for a lot of us here with this system, Vivian.
Well, we saw this outbreak start in places like Arkansas. Then those storms moved into Mississippi and Alabama. Our Kate Parker is in Salem, Alabama for us today. Kate.
We got to Salem, Alabama very early this morning, and we've been with this community throughout the day as they've tried to pick up the pieces of their utterly destroyed neighborhood. There's nothing left. You may notice that behind me here in the distance, there's a lack of trees. There's a gap where there aren't any, and that's right where the tornado went through. We have been moved a little farther away now for some safety concerns with some live power lines. Good news is we haven't heard of any fatalities yet, and we are starting to hear some really wonderful stories come out of Salem, Alabama. Like this little girl, her name is Nemaya, and she was looking for her dog.
I heard you found Nico. Were you happy to find him? When did you find Nico? Yeah? And so that was a happy moment for you? How's he doing? Does he seem okay? Is that a little bit of relief? Yeah.
So Nemaya and Nico were reunited. That is a wonderful end to a story, and that's the good stuff that we look for whenever we're out here in one of these ravished communities, and that's what they've been holding on to as well. These families have really banded together, and that's what's giving hope. It's the community bonding together and preparing for the next round of severe weather, because we could see some more here tonight. So it's time to be weather ready. It's time to be prepared. You need to be aware of where you are when you go to bed at night, and make sure you have something that will notify you through the overnight hours if there's severe weather or a tornado. In Salem, Alabama, I'm meteorologist Kate Parker.
All right, thanks very much, Kate. And again, we do still need to be vigilant, keeping an eye to the sky here and the threat of severe weather anywhere from Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, all the way northward now, because we've had some renegade thunderstorms even near Chicago, west of the Rockford area. Earlier, we had a tornado warning for a thunderstorm that pushed through. Now, tomorrow, all of this will be shifting to the east a little bit, but we still have a red zone, and that's right here from east to central Georgia through the Carolinas all the way into the central parts of Virginia. Still looking at the threat of tornadoes tomorrow for this area. And then on Thursday, things slowly start to clear out, but still some rain lingering right along the immediate coast. We'll be right back. It is now 52 minutes past the hour. Time for the severe weather update, and storm specialist Carl Parker is standing by in the Global Forecast Center with the very latest. Carl.
We have a lot of concerns about severe weather again today in many of the same areas. And let's begin now with the Torcon index values. And with me is Dr. Karen Kasiba, and we're going to talk to her in just a moment. Torcon index values of 7 now for Jackson, Mississippi, Meridian, and Tuscaloosa, Alabama as well. So those are way up there. And I also want to show you the tornado watch that has come out, and that for parts of Mississippi, much of Mississippi, southwestern Alabama, and parts of Louisiana, that going until 9 p.m. And again, I want to bring in Dr. Karen Kasiba, who has been active in tornado research for many years. Welcome to the Weather Channel.
Thank you.
Appreciate you joining us. And let's talk a little bit about Karen's credentials. She has been studying tornadoes for many years. She's been a key member of the Doppler on Wheels team, and I'm going to ask you about that, and has done extensive field work on tornadoes and radar data. So the Dow, as it's called, is basically a Doppler that gets right up next to tornadoes, and we have seen some spectacular images of tornadoes from that.
That's correct, yes. I mean, the Doppler on Wheels is really to study tornadoes and study them with the fine scale detail that you can only do by getting up very close to do that.
And there have actually been some instances where tornadoes had a hurricane-like appearance with an eye and everything.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, most tornadoes do have that sort of appearance where you get this clear eye because you're getting debris centrifuged out and you get rain bands or debris kind of spiraling in.
Yeah, it really has been remarkable work. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on today. And we are seeing development in pretty much the same area where we saw it yesterday. And we're also seeing that sort of elongated appearance indicating the presence of some very strong mid-level winds. So a lot of the same parameters are there today.
Right, yeah, so we've been watching the same area that we were watching yesterday. Obviously, storms are starting to fire in this area, and it's in the tornado watch area, but nothing's quite come together yet. The low-level shear, a little bit more moisture, a little bit more instability in this area might really be what's needed to get these storms going.
But we do expect that in the next few hours, they're probably really going to start to pop. And let's take a look at the visible satellite picture and talk about some of the elements here. So this is really what was left of all that severe weather yesterday. That big complex drove down to the Gulf Coast. And in the wake of that, a lot of sunshine.
There's been a lot of clearing, so that was what everybody was looking at this morning to see how the atmosphere would recover, and the clouds have gone away. So there's a lot of heating going on, a lot of destabilization of the atmosphere, and we're kind of waiting to see what happens.
And how about these cloud elements that are really zipping along there into the Mississippi Valley? So that's really an indication of all that mid-level wind that's still there today.
Right, yeah. So basically the mid-level winds have set up in the same place that they were yesterday. So we still have a lot of that mid-level support, mid-level and upper level support. But again, looking at kind of the lower levels of the atmosphere, waiting for that to come together.
Not quite as strong in the lower levels. Do you think that's in part because of this big complex that came through here? Think that may have interrupted that low-level flow a little bit?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, looking at what the convection happened last night and the convection that's sort of ongoing right now, we're seeing how that impacts the atmosphere.
So it could be another big day today. And, we want to take a look back at yesterday and show you some video of the Tupelo tornado, which was a remarkable storm. And Dr. Kasiba, if you could talk a little bit about what we're seeing in this video, obviously a large wedge tornado there.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, certainly the tornadoes yesterday, I mean, one of the problems in terms of getting video on that is that it was very moist and very low cloud basis.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to tell a lot of times what's going on. But in this case, I mean, it looks like back in the background you see power flashes there. That's certainly that there's rotation that's in contact with the surface, most likely.
And when you talk about chasing tornadoes, obviously people like to chase in the plains because you've got wide open space, you've got generally higher base storms, a lot of visibility, generally lower dew points. And in the southeast, all of that is not true for the most part. It's a lot more humid, a lot more hazy, a lot of trees, and very low bases.
Right, correct. And I mean, and certainly yesterday too, there was a lot of convection, a lot of storms going on. These storms are moving quite fast, so it's really not a good position or a hard position to be in to get in front of these storms and really see what's going on.
Yeah, they call that matador chasing. All right, let's talk a little bit about the flood threat too, because you've got this big parent feature here and the flow coming in off the Gulf, and it's not going to move that quickly, is it?
No, yeah. So, I mean, in the wake of these storms, certainly one of the things that people are concerned about, and rightly so, is the flooding impacts, because this is the area that was impacted yesterday. It's going to be the area that's impacted today. So besides just the severe weather, the hail, the tornado, and the winds, there's going to be a lot of rain that's going on over an already rained-on area.
Yeah, and some of the modeling actually showing that there might be as much as 6, 7, 8 inches in some isolated areas. So a lot of flood watches in effect here, and that's just going to be one of many things that we have to deal with in the next 24 hours.
Right. An active weather week.
Absolutely. All right, Dr. Dr. Karen Kosiba, thank you so much for your time.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate it. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Carla, and nice to meet our new tornado expert.
And keep it tuned right here because we have our team of experts, we have our live crews out in the field, and of course all of us here keeping you updated on the severe weather across the country.
We hope you'll stay with us well into the evening. We'll have round-the-clock coverage starting next with Alex Wilson and Dave Schwartz. They'll pick things up in just 60 seconds.
In the meantime, we leave you with images of the storms over the last couple of days.
Another day of potential dangerous weather. Thank you for joining us for Weather Center Live. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Dave Schwartz. The South, it's sunny and a warm place, but that'll be a curse today. Tornadoes love it when it's warm and humid. This coming on the heels of devastating storms yesterday and the day before, too.
That's right. And here's the latest. 34 people have been killed across 6 states as a result of this severe outbreak. And the National Weather Service estimates 58 tornadoes have touched down in the past 24 hours.
Shelters are open all across northern Mississippi and Alabama. Both those states, along with many others, need to be weather aware tonight as more severe storms are in the forecast.
You need to take a look at watch areas because they are posted right now for parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. All those areas shaded in red under a tornado watch. And then we've got another tornado watch over sections of central and eastern North Carolina. This one goes until 9 o'clock. That one further to the south that I mentioned also going until 9 o'clock local time for them. Central for the North Carolina watch, it is 9 o'clock Eastern time. All right, we want to head out to storm specialist Carl Parker. He's out at the expert desk with some in-depth analysis of what we're watching for today, Carl.
Well, we've been looking at a very strong cell there in eastern North Carolina that did actually produce a tornado in golf ball size hail. It's no longer being warned on, and the rotation is not nearly as strong, but certainly indicative of how this area of severe weather is expanding farther to the east. And let's begin with the look at the radar picture there. And so the cell is not as strong as it once was. There's not quite as much instability up here in North Carolina, but one thing that we are seeing is a tremendous turning of the winds with height. So the low level flow is coming out of the south there, but then you've got a mid-level flow that's taking a right turn, a 90-degree turn there. You see the cloud tops, how they're driving off to the east-southeast. And so with that kind of a directional shear, you're bound to see any storms that develop start to rotate, and that's exactly what has happened here, and that's why there is that tornado watch. The greater threat today is going to be in a lot of the same areas that were threatened yesterday. So we're talking about a 7 out of 10 on the Torcon Index in Jackson and Meridian and Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That's going to be from this afternoon and into the late evening hours potentially. And there are some cells that are beginning to pop up now near the Mississippi River and along 55. Once again today, they've got that very linear appearance in response to the strong mid-level flow that we saw yesterday, we've seen for the last couple of days. And it's that strong mid-level flow that gets these storms tilting over, and so they last longer. The rain falls outside of the updraft, and they end up rotating as well because of the shear in the atmosphere. Another big concern today is going to be very heavy rain, and there is a flash flood warning now in effect in Baldwin and Mobile counties. And in Mobile, an incredible amount of rain came down earlier today. We got 3 inches of rain in 20 minutes. That's ridiculous. An inch of rain in an hour is more typical for a thunderstorm. And so that's a huge amount of wet weather. The ground is saturated right now, and you've got even more thunderstorms on that area. That's why that flash flood warning goes until 5 p.m. And then off to the west of that and around Pascagoula, another flash flood warning in effect. That's for Jackson County, and that includes Pascagoula and also Ocean Springs. All right, let's talk about the visible satellite picture. There's a lot to see here. First of all, this big blow up of thunderstorms. This is actually a thunderstorm complex that was left over from yesterday's severe weather, drove down to the Gulf Coast. And so we're still getting some wet weather. As you saw, there's some heavier rain. But notice in the wake of that, a lot of sunshine, a lot of clearing across Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama. It's still very humid, though not quite as humid as you get back up towards the Mississippi River, but certainly humid enough to support severe storms, and we expect the atmosphere to continue to moisten up and destabilize as it gets even warmer with all that sunshine out there. And then there are very strong mid-level winds, as I mentioned earlier, coming across the region again today. So we've seen this day after day, and that's going to be the type of atmosphere that supports this supercell development. So with all that in mind, again, a 7 out of 10 on the Torcon in central and southern Mississippi, 7 out of 10 in central and southwest Alabama. That includes Birmingham, and a 5 out of 10 in southern parts of North Carolina. And on top of all that, with this big upper low in place and a moist flow coming in off the Gulf, moving only very slowly to the east. As it does so, we expect to see lines of storms moving in one after another, producing very heavy rain in a lot of the same areas. So you've got a very large area of 3 to 5 inches of rain, but then within that there could be pockets of even more rain, maybe 6, 7, 8 inches of rain in some isolated areas. So by tomorrow morning, a lot of the creeks and streams are going to be full. They're going to be up to bank full and even above. And flash flood watches are in effect across much of the South and right on up into the Carolinas. Alex, Dave, back to you.
Thank you so much, Carl. Well, our tornado track team has been on the road since the severe weather outbreak began out in the plains.
That's right. Mike Bettis and his crew traveled to Alabama this afternoon to follow the threat there and to a town that was hit by a tornado yesterday. Mike, what's it look like?
Well, it's a lot of cleanup, that's for sure, Dave, and I think really a race against time to get things done and completed before the next round of storms comes in today. We are in Athens, Alabama. This is Limestone County. The National Weather Service survey team has just given us a preliminary rating of EF3, and you can see a lot of trees down here, folks up there on the roof trying to get the trees off their garage, off the house. This is a very common in the neighborhood where we are. We are on Kaufman Drive, if you happen to know where that is, if you live in this area. And I'll show you this home over here. You know, the big old tree, and it's a huge pine, came right down on this home and cut a big old gap into it. Man, woman, a 1-year-old inside the home at the time. They took shelter as the tree was coming down, and it narrowly missed them as they were taking shelter in a closet. They were going to the right place. They were going to a room that didn't have any windows and trying to shelter themselves from that storm. But you can see all the trees here. They've all been kind of torn up here. This is more likely EF0 damage, maybe EF1 damage, but the worst of it is still another 10 miles or so away where a lot of homes were destroyed. And I heard Carl talking about, you know, creeks and streams that could be coming bank full. Got a little creek here. You know, if you get heavy rain, these things are going to come up. A lot of these homes that sit right on the creek could take on a little bit of water. So something that we're going to watch for very closely. In addition to the tornado threat, the wind threat, there is that flood threat. Keep that in mind today as well. You don't want to be caught out on the roadways either, Alex and Dave, because the last thing you want to be is in your car when severe weather hits, and you're more likely to drive into a flood in your car. So stay at home today. It's not worth it. Be at home. Watch for the primetime hours this late afternoon and evening for the storms to fire up.
Thanks, Mike. Sun's out in Athens, Alabama, but tonight could be another story. Well, a major city on major alert tonight. Atlanta. You have a Torcon of 6.
That's right. Here's your timing for the Atlanta metro area. We're watching about 6 to 12, so 6 p.m. until midnight through the dinner time, primetime television hour. Chance of a tornado, damaging winds and hail. Also, heavy rain and flooding could cause trouble out there. So Atlanta, stay alert. We'll be right back after your local on the 8s.
Severe storms, you better believe it. An ongoing severe weather threat is the story here. Areas shaded in red on this map indicate where tornado watch is in effect. Are you ready? North Carolina, again. Tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock. Areas south and east of Raleigh, including the Raleigh-Durham metropolitan area. Charlotte, you're not included in this one. Mobile, Alabama, southern two-thirds of Mississippi and into eastern Louisiana, just across the lake from New Orleans. A tornado watch is in effect. North Carolina and back into the south till 9 o'clock local time. The heavy rain continues on I-10. Watch it from the Tallahassee exits all the way over to Mobile. And then we've got a line of showers with some heavy rain right along the mid-Mississippi River Valley. This whole circulation is in association with the same storm that's produced, well, hail. We've got a hail maker here in Michigan right now. A severe thunderstorm warning on the eastern side of Lake Michigan. This is in Ottawa County for the next few minutes, moving north toward Muskegon. There's an indication that we do have hail from this storm. It's moving straight north. So if you live in Muskegon, get your car inside. This hail hasn't been all that large, but we don't want any dents in the front hood, right? All right, the rain continues across Lake Michigan to Milwaukee. This is the same disturbance that hit Chicago about an hour and a half ago or so. It's rotating northward, heavy rain. Could be some lightning here in Milwaukee heading northward towards Sheboygan. Look at the snow in northern Wisconsin, would you please? Even Minneapolis was seeing snow mixed with the rain. We're not going to get out of the 30s in Minneapolis with our average high of 63. So there's some wild weather. Look at that big swirl up there. My gosh, the heavy rain along the Gulf Coast, the remains of yesterday's severe weather, and then thunderstorms just beginning to bubble up from Tennessee back into Louisiana. Flooding is going to be a big story here too, in part because the atmosphere is so juiced. Here's Alex Wilson with more.
Thank you so much, Dave. We want to take a live look at Atlanta, one of the spots where we could see trouble, things moving okay on the roads. There is a decent bit of debris on a lot of those roadways, though. If you've been traveling in and around the Atlanta area, you've seen the leaves, even a few small tree limbs down from the early morning showers and storms that rolled through. Now, later today, that's when we're going to be watching for issues on the roads. Right through the dinner time hour, when you get out of work, could be dealing with some rain, some storms, and that'll offer up some heavy rain for the area, too. So there is the flash flood threat, not just for Atlanta, but through a lot of the south. Here is the look at Atlanta as we head through tonight. We are going to be watching for rain shower action to be increasing. Flash flood watch is already posted. So for the ATL, you are under the flash flood watch. We've got it up in Nashville. We've got it for Montgomery. We've got it for Mobile, also up towards Charlotte. As far as the radar goes, right now, most of that action down into the Florida Panhandle. We've also got that into western sections of Mississippi, heading up into that northwestern corner of the state of Mississippi. All right. Here for the Atlanta area, things quiet now. You might be doing some cleanup around your home and your yard from yesterday's showers and storms, but I think the same thing's going to happen later today. Those rain showers moving back into the area. Some of those storms could be strong, even severe, as we head through the evening and overnight hours. You can see even around midnight, some of those storms will be especially over on the east and south side of the city. So down by Peachtree City, the airport, luckily through the overnight hours, there is a lull at Hartsfield-Jackson, but severe thunderstorms tonight all the way up towards Greenville and Charlotte on the day Wednesday. We're going to be watching still parts of the southeast for that threat. Dave, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Alex. Well, staying alert during a tornado is key to surviving one, but that's not always easy, especially when they hit late at night. Coming up, the items you can save your life with during the wee hours. We'll have more details on that, plus your local on the 8s coming up momentarily.
Take a look at this. 3 boats destroyed, lying side by side, and various other damage after yesterday's storms in Alabama. Not telling how much the people in Limestone and Bay Hill will be spending to clean up all that damage that they sustained there. Unfortunately, the storms killed at least 2, injured more than a dozen, and left thousands without power. And we are watching for more severe weather today. Dave has more.
That's right. The threat is slowly but surely moving east. Even though Alabama will have another threat today, North Carolina is getting in on the act along a warm front. Right now it's 61 in Raleigh, it's 81 in Goldsboro, not too far away, and there's some activity right along that front south of Raleigh. A severe thunderstorm watch is in effect. By the way, all this area of North Carolina is in the tornado watch till 9. Severe thunderstorm warning for Harnett and Johnston counties. There you go. From this thunderstorm, which is moving toward the northeast, actually we have a pair of thunderstorms. Hail's the #1 threat, at least at this point, but there is a potential of tornado developing here in North Carolina. All right, south of Raleigh, severe weather right now. Atlanta is going to get in on the action this evening. Jackson this afternoon. Louisville could be any time. A lot of sunshine in here from Ohio all the way back into Mississippi and Louisiana and North Carolina. That allows the air to rise, that warm, humid air to rise. We end up with the threat for severe thunderstorms this afternoon, continuing tonight. Torcon, a high 7 for Montgomery, beginning at 3 this afternoon local time. Atlanta beginning at 6 o'clock this evening. And then in Charlotte, North Carolina, beginning at 7. So we've got some activity. Once again, this is day, 3 in a row? And more to come. Here's Alex with another threat.
Yeah, and another aftermath, and we're hoping we don't have to see any more scenes like this, but the Weather Channel's Dave Malkoff is in Pearl, Mississippi, one of the areas hit hard. And Dave, can you tell us, what you're seeing? We see a little bit of the debris behind you, but it, must be a whole different story when you're actually standing there in person.
Yeah, and as we widen out, you'll be able to see what this destruction looks like. We've got a fairly wide lens here, but even with that, you cannot see this. You have to kind of stand on the ground and understand that each one of these slabs was a person's home here in the Highlands Trailer Park here in Pearl, Mississippi. And there is a lot of broken glass around here, so we have to be very, very careful. We've gone through this so many times, but the folks who have gone through this for themselves, who used to live in here, this is their first time going through this debris pile. So a lot of the injuries, a majority of the injuries happen after the storm, and it's because of pieces of glass that are sitting right back there. Let me tell you a story, Alex and Dave, about this area right here. This used to be a home of a guy named Dagmar. Dagmar lived in here, and this, if I move over here, is the bathroom of the trailer where Dagmar lived. It was just him and his mom, but he rode out the storm inside this bathroom, you guys. This is the direct path of that huge tornado. You can see how it just cut through the trees back there and blew out everything. So in the direct path of a tornado, Dagmar was in there. He said it all happened so quick. It was so scary, and it's not something he could even describe. That's one story from one resident. We had 20 people injured here. So it's a vast scope in just this one section of Mississippi. We had tornadoes all over the place last night.
Dave Malkoff reporting for us. Thank you so much, Dave. Boy, it's just one after the other, these awful scenes.
It really is.
From Iowa and Oklahoma to Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, it's cleanup day for people in the area hardest hit by severe weather.
And still ahead, we're going to look at the damage and aftermath from yesterday's storm and continue to monitor the threat for today. Stay with us. We'll be right back. The scope of the tornado damage, just unbelievable, and we are not out of the woods yet. Thank you so much for staying with us. For Weather Center Live, I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Dave Schwartz. Some of the same people hit hard by yesterday's tornadoes, Alex, could see more severe weather today.
In fact, we do have a tornado watch posted for some of those folks in the state of Mississippi. But first, we want to give you the very latest information into the Weather Channel. More than 100 homes have been damaged in Tupelo, Mississippi after a tornado there last night. In Jackson, Mississippi, energy companies are warning customers and cleanup crews of possible natural gas leaks caused by the storms. And that's also the case in Bessemer, Alabama. In Atlanta, the public school system has canceled after-school activities due to the threat of severe weather. And the Georgia Insurance Commissioner is urging residents to make a list and take photos of property valuables in advance of tonight's storm. Really prepare.
Wow, that's rather ominous, huh?
Yeah.
Well, we do have watches already. They've been issued in North Carolina and then down there in Mississippi and Alabama, places that were in tornado watches yesterday. And it's just beginning to get cranking. Severe storm expert Carl Parker is standing by in the Tornado Central.
Hey guys, we are now watching a little bit of activity along the Gulf Coast. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in southwestern Alabama, and that is in effect for Washington County. The storm likely to produce quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind. At least it's possible that we'll see that with this cell. Here's a look at where that is. That's now to the west of Jackson, again in extreme southwestern Alabama. The movement here is northeast at about 25 miles per hour. The other thing we've been watching today is a tremendous amount of wet weather. A lot of heavy rain this morning, 4 inches in Mobile in a relatively short amount of time. As a matter of fact, 3 of those inches came down in 20 minutes. That's an incredible rainfall rate. And so the ground is full of water right now. You add any more thunderstorms and you're going to get flash flooding. And that's exactly what we are seeing here now. Flash flood warning in effect for Mobile, Baldwin counties until 5 p.m. Also a flash flood warning off to the west there that includes Pascagoula, and that in effect for Jackson County, Mississippi. That going until 3:45 Central Time. And here's a look at the flash flood watches in effect, covering much of the South, the entire state of Alabama now under flash flood watches, and that also continues up into the western part of the Carolinas. All right, let's look at the Torcon Index because this is significant. Another big day here, we think. 7 out of 10. Jackson, Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi, and Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Storms are now beginning to develop in Mississippi, and we expect that they will grow in intensity through the course of the afternoon and could be very strong indeed later this afternoon and through the evening hours. Here's the visible satellite picture, what was left of yesterday's severe weather driving down to the Gulf Coast, big complex of thunderstorms there. In the wake of that, a lot of sunshine in parts of Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama. So that has destabilized the atmosphere. That really allows thunderstorms to grow. We got plenty of sunshine and some colder air aloft, and we're starting to see that growth occurring. And the other thing that you can see on the satellite pictures, these very linear, sort of feathery clouds coming across, that's that strong mid-level wind that's very much in place, and it's that strong upper wind, mid-level and upper level wind, that allows these storms to grow, gives us forcing for ascent, and also allows these storms to become supercell storms with tilted updrafts and rotation. And I want to show you what's going on a little more closely here in Mississippi. Notice the cells popping up across parts of Mississippi, so it's starting to get a little more interesting now in southern Mississippi in particular. There are no warnings on these cells, a couple of cells firing now just to the west of 55, but this is likely the beginnings of another round of severe weather. Also cells now popping up very close to I-20 and the Mississippi River. And in fact, we can take a look at high resolution look at this storm, and it's not terribly strong right now and it's not terribly tall, but one thing I did want to show you is the vertical cross section of the storm. Pretty long ways away from the radar right now, but look at the updraft. You see how it's really tilted here in response to those strong mid-level winds, and what that does when you get a tilting like that is it allows the rain to then fall outside of the updraft, and that allows the storm to sustain itself. It can continue to feed in warm and humid air, grow stronger, last longer, and become a lot meaner as a result. So that's the type of thing that we expect to see again today. And let's take a look at the high resolution model, show you what that is showing us. Not as much coverage as we saw yesterday, which is not entirely surprising for a couple of reasons. One is that we're not seeing as strong of a low level flow as we saw yesterday, in part because of that big complex of thunderstorms along the Gulf Coast. But there are some supercells popping up late this afternoon in central and southern parts of Mississippi. We see more coverage going then into 6:30. In fact, look at that cell right there. You see that curvature distinctly showing supercell characteristics. Now, that's not to say that that's exactly where it's going to be. This is only to give you an idea of what might happen in these areas. The model picking up on the parameters in general and suggesting what may happen. And then we see more of this individual coverage here, these individual cells covering parts of Alabama going into late Tuesday. And then those storms coming over into Atlanta and then staying in Atlanta. We get repeated rounds of thunderstorms traveling across North Georgia over many hours, and along with that, we expect to see heavy rain and again that severe weather threat right up into Atlanta and the Carolinas. Dave, Alex, back to you.
Okay, Carl, thanks a lot. From our Tornado Central to out in the field. You know, our tornado track team has been on the road since the severe weather outbreak began in the plains.
Mike Bettis and his crew have traveled into northern Alabama this afternoon to follow the threat there. And Mike, looks like you've at least found some damage in the area as well, and now they're gearing up for more problems tonight.
Yeah, the atmosphere just reloading, we think, and going to hit this exact same area once again. We got some damage out there, unfortunately. This tornado that came through here yesterday knocked down quite a few trees in this neighborhood, and you can see the cleanup is now ongoing. A familiar sound of chainsaws, unfortunately. A lot of folks out here volunteering, trying to help the folks. Power's out in a lot of places here in Athens, Alabama. The National Weather Service has been here this morning. They've already preliminary given this tornado an EF3 rating. There's actually a little bit more significant damage farther from here. It's tough to get in there because they've kind of cordoned that area off, but some of the folks have allowed us to come into their property and show you some of the damage that happened here. Really large evergreens here. You can see this big, large pine tree and where it went right into this home. They've now put a tarp on it because they know that the rain's coming. They'd like to at least keep the water out of the home. Man, woman, child inside at the time. We talked to the gentleman just a little bit ago. He describes what it was like when the storm hit.
I was kind of knelt down and was ready to jump over the top of them two if something happened, you know. That's all. I mean, it was scary. It was.
How loud was it?
It was really loud. I mean, it made her scream. I was just like, we need to stay in here. I closed the door, had my hand on the door, trying to keep it closed. And, I mean, it was horrible.
You ever been through anything like this before?
First time. I mean, I've been through tornadoes, but nothing like this, nothing with damage.
They actually took shelter in a closet beyond the damage you see here, and they were safe as they just held on for dear life. Good to see that they're okay. They've got a place to stay. A gentleman said they're staying with their brother, but the storm, they come again this afternoon, Alex and Dave, so we'll be on it showing you exactly what these storms do. Everyone be safe. Round 2 comes this afternoon.
Thank you, Mike. Now here's some advice to help keep you and your family weather ready in a tornado warning. If you're in a home with a basement, avoid windows, get into the basement and under some kind of sturdy protection, or cover yourself with a thick padding or sleeping bag.
And if you're in a house that does not have a basement or a dorm or apartment, you want to avoid all windows. Go to the lowest floor. Pick a small center room like a bathroom or a closet. And if you have a chance, go under a stairwell or an interior hallway with no windows. You can especially find those in some apartment buildings. Crouch as low as possible to the floor. Cover your head with your hands. Head protection, very important.
And if you're in an office building, go directly to an enclosed windowless area in the center of the building, lowest floor. Interior stairwells usually are perfect places to take shelter.
And stay off those elevators.
It's Severe Storm Central. It's not just severe weather because of the damaging winds and large hail from some of these supercell thunderstorms that are beginning to form, but also the heavy rain and flood threat. And not only in areas where we'll see severe weather, even in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, lower Hudson Valley into Connecticut. Flood watches are in effect, actually from Florida all the way up to southern New England. Wow. So heads up, over the next couple of days, we're going to get some heavy rain. We've had some light rain today, Philly, even into the suburbs of New York City, but there's more on the way. Dry air upstate New York back into New England, but that's going to eventually give way to this moisture. We've had some rain this morning, even some heavier rain right about lunchtime in Washington, D.C., and that's just a little taste of what is yet to come. All right, so let's get ready for it. Overrunning rains, overrunning a warm front in North Carolina, and look at all the thunderstorms here. This moisture will be re-released. Thunder showers will develop, heavy rain will develop, and an easterly wind will be strong. And we're going to see the blues and greens like we're seeing on the Gulf Coast right now, more up here over the next couple of days. All right, so let's get prepared for that. Cloudy skies right now in Philadelphia, but rain and storms are in the forecast for tomorrow in the Delaware Valley, possibly severe down toward Cumberland, Maryland, Washington, D.C. Then on Thursday, the rain moves into New England. 3 to 5 inches are possible, even some spots higher than that on the east side of the Appalachian Mountains. Back to you, Alex.
Thank you, Dave. The unfortunate forecast has severe weather possibly hitting the same areas that were just hit yesterday. The Weather Channel's Chris Pallone joins us now live from Kimberly, Alabama. Hey, Chris.
Yeah, hi, Alex. Take a look at the Kimberly Church of God here behind me. That's a 100-year-old church, and as you can see, the tornado last night ripped the roof clean off of it. On the other side of the building, the front stained glass windows completely blown out. The good news, though, is that 13 people went to take shelter in the basement of that church. All of them survived. That is the story all across this very tiny town. Only about 2,700 people live in Kimberly, Alabama. We're about 19 miles north of Birmingham, and 13 people left their homes that were surrounded by trees and decided to come over here, as they often do whenever there are tornado warnings in the area. The walls fell, the roof blew off, but they were still able to survive and get out safely. All around this area, there's a lot of damage and destroyed buildings. The town hall is damaged. The city's fire department has been blown off the face of the earth. There are many homes and mobile homes that have sustained tree and wind damage. But as I mentioned, the good news here is that nobody was hurt. The cleanup is well underway this afternoon. All afternoon, we've seen utility crews coming in to start restoring electricity. One homeowner who was with his children in the bathtub tells us what it was like last night.
The wind just about blew me off the porch. So I ran back in the house, told them, hey, it's here, and we jumped in the bathroom and just held on and said a prayer. And next thing you know, just like a train, you could hear it just came over, bumping, clanking, didn't know what was going on, power was out. Like I said, we just held on until it died out.
Of course, the bad news is, as you've been mentioning all afternoon, this area is bracing possibly to be hit again. Live in Kimberly, Alabama, I'm Chris Pallone. Alex, Dave, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, time now for our top 5, where we're going to take a look at some of the amazing weather videos coming in from around the world. And we are starting with a lot of that tornado damage, including this one in Georgia.
Look at that. That's Troup County, Georgia yesterday. This is in west central Georgia. A funnel looming near LaGrange.
Wow, and very difficult to tell because you can't see the extension all the way to the ground, but they'll be taking a look at that. This video shows a large funnel cloud near Columbus in Lowndes County, Mississippi. This was also last night. You can see that funnel taking up much of the picture.
Number 3, these aerials of overturned semis and the line of damage of businesses shot today from Lincoln County, Tennessee. Wow.
And always incredible, we've seen it before, but it's always awe,
Oh, this is the Tupelo tornado
look at
here.
This one. This is Storm Chasers documenting the massive wedge tornado as it crossed over the river just outside of Tupelo, Mississippi, and you can even see clouds within that supercell rotating around that thunderstorm.
One person died at Tupelo because of that. And number 1, this dramatic footage was captured in Quapaw, Oklahoma by a local man, Brian Thompson. Thompson had a close call, but is okay. This is from the very beginning of this tornado. Look at that. Look at the debris flying.
And just another reason why we tell you to, if you're going to take video, you make sure that you are safe and well away from that, because that debris can get out far from the tornado. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. A couple of areas that we're watching today, and we're watching that severe threat also move farther to the east and over into North Carolina. I want to begin with the visible satellite picture and show you what's going on here in North Carolina. And certainly a lot of very warm and humid air in place. And along with that, we've got a lot of shear in the atmosphere. So the low level flow is now coming out of the south-southeast. And then you go up a few thousand feet in the atmosphere and the flow starts coming out of the southwest. And then you go up up several thousand feet in the atmosphere, and it starts coming out of the west. So you've got a lot of turning of the wind with height, and that is leading to rotating storms. Now, right now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and that is in several actually here east of Fayetteville. We'll go through them. Cumberland and Sampson County, looking at the possibility of hail and damaging wind. But look at the shapes of these particular storms. Notice that little bit of a curvature, a little hook echo right there, and they've all got that sort of a bird appearance to them, a little C shape or kidney bean shape there. That is indicating rotation in those cells, so it would not be at all surprising to see some tornado warnings coming out of this area. Another warning to tell you about Harnett, Johnson counties, severe thunderstorm warning there, and then another severe thunderstorm warning south of Rocky Mount, that for Wilson County. And the primary concern right now, anyway, is going to be 1-inch hail and damaging wind. There is now a tornado watch in effect across parts of North Carolina, that going until 9 p.m. covering much of North Carolina along 95 right out through the Sounds and the Outer Banks as well. Our greater concern for tornadoes is going to be in parts of the deep south today, looking at Torcon values of 7 out of 10 in Jackson, Mississippi and Meridian, Mississippi, as well as Tuscaloosa, Alabama. This is going from this afternoon and into the evening hours. And here's a look at the tornado watch area that is now in effect across Jackson and through much of central southern Mississippi, a little part of Alabama, and also into Louisiana as well. And right now I want to bring in Dr. Karen Kasiba, and Dr. Kasiba has been very active in tornado research for a long period of time, and I know you know an awful lot about how tornadoes develop, and what a day we had yesterday across this region.
Right, yeah, yesterday was a big day for a lot of convection over a very broad area, and today we're looking at sort of the same area, but still waiting, I guess, for things sort of to come together.
And there are some things that are not quite as robust as compared to yesterday. The most notable is the low-level wind flow, yes?
Right, yeah, so a lot of these storms are not forming in a very good low-level wind shear environment. They have a lot of 500 millibar mid-level support, and you can see that there's a lot of storms going now in western Mississippi, but again, there's just a lot of convection, and none of these are really rotating or have any supercell characteristics with them.
Not quite yet. And so here we are looking at a severe thunderstorm warning. This is north of Jackson, Mississippi. This is for Madison County, and that going until 3:15 in the afternoon. But we'll expand the picture and notice that there are a number of cells that have popped up here, but they're not really exploding the way that they did yesterday. Is that your feeling as well?
Right, not as of yet. I mean, we're still watching these. Again, these are forming in a tornado watch box, so these do merit further watching in terms of the parameters coming together. So we'll just see how these cells start developing.
Right, exactly. And we do have some video, actually, of one of the tornadoes that occurred yesterday. And let's go ahead and bring that up if we could. And this is the Tupelo tornado, which has been preliminarily rated as an EF3 and classic sort of wedge shape there. So what are your thoughts about that particular video?
Yeah, I mean, this video, again, yesterday was not so photogenic day, I guess, for tornadoes, and it's hard to tell what's going on. But in this case, I mean, you could see power flashes going on, and certainly you could see a lowering that looks like it reaches the surface. So it's a very big, robust-looking storm, and an EF3 rating means that substantial damage was incurred in that town.
Yeah, a lot of very mean storms. And when they do the EF ratings, this is based on a number of what are called damage indicators. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Right, so the EF scale is really a damage-based scale, and basically what they do is they go out and they survey different types of objects that were damaged, whether it's gas stations or commercial buildings, and they have some idea of a range of wind speeds that can be responsible for that sort of damage. So the EF scale, basically, a team of experts are going out there looking at that damage, a team of engineers are going out there looking at the damage, looking at the construction, and trying to figure out what type of wind speeds could be responsible for that damage.
And the quality of the construction has a lot to do with that, too.
Correct, yeah, and that's why it's great to have engineers on those teams that are going out and looking at how these structures were constructed, basically, and seeing if they were constructed up to code or...
Right. So I know that we've got a new tornado warning here in North Carolina, and this is in Cumberland and Sampson County. And so we were just talking about the fact that these thunderstorms are exhibiting these supercell characteristics, a hook echo showing up there, and we're going to take a look at the velocity data with that particular storm in just a moment. But heads up there in Mingo and Salemburg, and then also getting up towards Autryville as well. All right, let's go back to the visible satellite picture, and I want to show you what's going on across the deep south again. And Dr. Kasiba, if you will, let's go ahead and analyze this and talk about what's happening here. Obviously, a lot of sunshine in these areas that we're most concerned about.
Right, a lot of sunshine in these areas that we're concerned about, and again, cells are starting to pop up. We're starting to get a lot of convection, so really just these next couple hours are going to be critical in the development of these cells and what goes on in the next couple hours and also into the remainder of the evening.
So we've got a lot of the same parameters in place as compared to yesterday, just maybe not quite as strong as they were yesterday, but still we do expect to see supercell storms.
Right, we certainly have a lot of the same parameters in place, but again, all the ingredients aren't quite there in the same ways they were yesterday.
Thanks very much.
Another day of potential dangerous weather. Thank you for joining us for Weather Center Live. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Dave Schwartz. Well, the South is a sunny, warm place quite often, but this time of year, that can work against you because that air starts to rise, and in a situation like this, the potential for severe thunderstorms, just as we've seen yesterday and the day before.
Exactly, and we are already watching areas for that concern, but first we want to get you the latest. 34 people have died as a result of this severe weather outbreak, including a University of Alabama swimmer, John Servati. He was 21 years old and died protecting his girlfriend. She was not hurt.
Also in Alabama, officials are warning people in the damaged areas to be aware of gas leaks. 17,000 customers in that state are without power.
And you heard me reference that we already have watch areas. Let's take a look at where those are. We've got two. The first into sections of central and eastern North Carolina, expiring at 9 o'clock and also expiring 9 o'clock local time. A watch for Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. We'll take a closer look at the North Carolina watch. I believe that does include eastern sections over towards the Cape, and at least for Mississippi, some of the areas that were hit yesterday once again under that threat.
Right, we need a more severe weather like a hole in the head, huh? Carl Parker standing by in the Severe Weather Center, and he's got more.
Hey guys, we want to tell you now about a tornado warning in North Carolina. There is a tornado watch there, as you mentioned, going through 9 o'clock tonight, and there is now a warning that for Cumberland and Sampson counties, and that includes the cities of Mingo and Salemburg and Stedman. That going until 4:45. Notice the hook on the southwest side of this cell here. There's a lot of turning of the wind with height, so it's not at all surprising that we are seeing rotating storms. And let's go ahead and time that out, Sean, and see where this thing is going to be headed in the next few minutes here. So right in there is where the rotation is. We've got inflow coming into the storm in here and then cooler air coming down and behind it. So that tornado likes to sit right on the inside of the hook. And that's going to take it up to near Clement by about 4:10, then Rebel City at 4:16 and Orange at about 4:23. And quite a few of these other cells are also showing signs of rotation here in eastern North Carolina. So this is going to be an area to watch very closely in the coming hours and minutes. And there's a look at the velocity data, and very clearly there's rotation in that area right around that hook echo, not very far away from Stedman, and moving off to the north and to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Several severe thunderstorm warnings as well, and again, a lot of these cells, showing this sort of a curvature here, indicating that they are at least trying to develop into supercell thunderstorms. Also, another new tornado warning now, and let's take a look at the particulars on that. That is now a tornado warning for Wilson County. That includes Elm City and Lucama and also Wilson. That going until 4:30. The movement here again is northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And notice that hook echo extending from the tail of that cell right there. Right in here, that's where the rotation is. And let's go ahead and time that out, Sean, if you will, and take that to the north and east. Looks like it's going to come right across 264. A lot of you are familiar with that route going to the beach. And there is a look at the timing timing of this should be near Black Creek in just a few minutes, Evansdale at 4:13, Holden's Crossroads 4:27, and Wilbanks at 4:33. And we'll continue to watch that very closely next few minutes here. All right, let's talk about what's going to happen farther south. Here's the Torcon index for today, and like yesterday, it's very high. We're talking about a 7 out of 10 in southern parts of Mississippi as well as into Alabama, and then we're looking at a 5 out of 10 in southern parts of North Carolina. So it could be another big day for severe weather across a good part of the South. Here's the tornado watch. This is issued by the Storm Prediction Center. That's a branch of the National Weather Service, and that's going until 9 o'clock today, and we're talking about central southern Mississippi as well as parts of Louisiana and also parts of Alabama. Severe thunderstorm warning now is north of Jackson. That is in effect for Madison County. Concerned about large hail and damaging wind there. And we're seeing a bunch of cells pop up in this area that's really ripe for potential severe weather. The parameters are certainly there for supercell and tornado development today. They're not quite what they were yesterday, but certainly we do expect that there could be very strong storms firing in this large area of clear sky. A lot of sunshine today, a lot of warm and humid air feeding into these storms. There's a look at the dew points. The sort of benchmark for dew points for severe storms is 50. We've got 66 now in Jackson and a lot of mid-level wind on top of that, supporting those long-lasting supercell storms that produce tornadoes. So I quickly want to show you the model forecast and show you what it is telling us, showing not as much coverage today. So we see some cells breaking out this afternoon in eastern Mississippi, then this evening making their way into parts of Alabama while they continue in southern Mississippi, and then getting over into northern parts of Alabama and moving towards Atlanta later on tonight. And we'll have more on the timing of all this coming up a little bit later on in the show. Dave, Alex, over to you.
Thanks, Carl. Good to have you on the lookout for us.
All right. Well, one of the hardest things a parent would ever have to go through is losing a child. And that's what Daniel Wasson is going through right now in Valonia, Arkansas.
That's right. His son, Daniel Jr., passed away protecting his family from a tornado late Saturday night. Daniel Sr. shared his son's story while looking through the remains of his home.
He was a wonderful dad, loved his wife and children. He wanted to do the best he could for them and within his means, and he did. Lorelei was actually hurt with a tornado. He actually died saving her. He grabbed his family up and they got into the hallway, the smallest hallway closest to the center of the house, and just laid down on top of them and covered them. His wife got up to look for Sydney, because I guess they had kind of separated, and found her, and then she was looking for Lorelei. Once she found her under a piece of carpet and pulled her out, and then she went to look for her husband, my son, and found him, and he was actually deceased. We're looking for any kind of mementos that may be still here, maybe left behind. Amongst all the devastation, of course, it's hurtful and painful, but to see something that, like that 34 Ford that he and I worked on, and to see the American flag, sticking out of it, it's kind of like the flag over Iwo Jima in my mind, of hope and faith and love and to remembrance. He really loved those girls, loved his wife, and what a great son he was. Here we go. You couldn't ask for a better son. He's truly my hero, and I'm going to miss him greatly.
What a story. Well, a major city on major alert tonight, Atlanta. You have a Torcon of 6.
We'll be right back.
Okay, my friends, the latest on severe weather. First stop is North Carolina, right near a warm front. And yes, an ongoing severe weather threat, absolutely. We got a tornado watch till 9 o'clock. That includes Raleigh, but you're still in the cool air. That's going to change here, I think, shortly. Some of these thunderstorms that are staying south of you may just migrate northward, but a couple of counties away, we've got trouble. Cumberland and Sampson counties. Tornado warning is in effect, and this looks pretty good here on radar. It looks like we do have a tornado back here on the western edge of this thunderstorm. There may actually be two centers right there, and also one here. Moving off to the northeast, Mingo gets hail. Spivey's Corner and Van Cross roads could be a tornado, damaging winds for sure, and large hail. Here we are in Wilson, North Carolina, just up the road. Notice Wake Forest behind me. You're still in the cool air. Right here, boy, classic hook echo right down here at the bottom. This will miss Wilson, but you guys may be getting the hail, at least on the south side of Wilson. That is moving to the east. There you have it. Who's in line for it? Wiggins Mill, North Carolina. Wilson, hail only, not the tornado with this one. Holden's Crossroads. All this activity is moving toward the northeast at the present time. Much cooler air north of there. Charlotte, no problems. As we head further south, we've got warnings near Jacksonville, Florida, and also right here along the Gulf Coast, in addition to the heavy rain and flood warnings that are in effect. We've got a thunderstorm that has produced hail already. That is moving onshore just to the south of Mobile. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for southern Mobile County and also into Florida, Escambia County and Santa Rosa County. So Pensacola heads up for this thunderstorm. That's damaging winds echo as it moves towards the east. If you live in Montgomery, Alabama, Atlanta or Charlotte, you've got a torcon of at least 5, and the threat is going to go up late this afternoon and this morning. Another threat, the flood, late this afternoon, tonight, pardon me. Another threat is the flooding. Here's Alex with that story.
Yeah, Dave, we are going to be watching and have seen some extremely high rainfall totals. We are looking at the Atlanta area. This view from WXIA TV, and you can see we've seen some sunshine out there today. Had some rain, some thunderstorms move through during the early morning hours. That did take down some small tree limbs, a lot of brush on the roadways, and we'll again be watching for the threat of storms. Could offer up some heavy rain across the area, so flash flooding will also be a concern. We've got flash flood watches you can see posted across parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas. Also, at least this eastern 2/3 of the state of Tennessee, Florida Panhandle also under that flash flood watch. That's why we've seen some very heavy rainfall right now. You can see a few severe thunderstorm warnings back into the Pensacola area, also into southern sections of Mississippi, back towards the Jackson area as well. That rain also moving eastward through western sections of Tennessee. In Atlanta, it is dry now, but we will see those changes arrive through the late evening into the overnight hours as well. As we put things in motion, 6 o'clock probably still dry in many spots. Could begin to see some showers and thunderstorms though through those dinner hours. As you're maybe heading to bed or sleeping, that's when we're going to see some of those strong storms begin to move into the area and through. So make sure you've got a weather alert going. Tomorrow morning, that commute could be slowed down thanks to the heavy rain causing some flash flooding issues, maybe even some brush down in spots. Tomorrow, best chance of severe weather into parts of the southeast. Dave, we've got a new tornado warning to tell folks about.
We do have a tornado warning in eastern North Carolina. Once again, this is just south of Wilson, North Carolina. The heavy hail is on the south side of Wilson right now, and south of there, the southwest corner of that thunderstorm, a tornado. Funnel cloud has already been sighted. If you live in Wiggins Mill, Evansdale, Driver's Store, or Holden's Crossroad, take cover now. Eastern North Carolina.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. I'm here with Dr. Karen Kasiba, and we're taking a look at the tornado warnings now in North Carolina. This is in central North Carolina and right along 95. Let's go through the 2 warnings that are now in effect. One of those now just east of 95. That is a tornado warning for Cumberland and Sampson counties, including Mingo and Spivey's Corner. Then we'll take you off to the north and look at the other warning, that one up into Wilson County here. And that is including Elm City, Lucama, and then also the southeast side of Wilson. And I want to bring in Dr. Kasiba to talk a little bit more about what we are seeing on the Gibson Ridge radar here. And so we certainly are seeing a little bit of a hook echo right in there, and then looks like a broad area of rotation.
Right, yeah, and then the other storm too as well. I mean, you can see that, they have a hook-shaped feature to them, but then also a broad area of rotation associated with that.
And we're not seeing the sort of definitive evidence of a smaller, what's called a tornado vortex signature. We're certainly not seeing evidence of a really robust circulation at this time.
Right, at this time, I mean, I also don't know how far we are from the radar, but yeah, I mean, so it does look like a very broad rotation at this point.
And so right now we're looking at about 2,000 feet in the atmosphere. And this is circulation right in here, this sort of broad circulation. Looks like it wants to pass just to the south of Wilson. So right in here, we've got a little bit of circulation, and that's going to pass just off to the south of Wilson. We'll take a look at the other storm farther south and see what's going on with that. Seeing a really well-defined hook on this particular storm. So right in here, that's where the rain is wrapping back and into that area, a little inflow in here, and then cooler air wrapping around the backside. And tornado likes to be right about in there. What do you think about the velocity signature in this particular case? Looks like it's pretty broad here.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty broad too. I mean, the storm looks a little bit better than it did in the last scan. So I mean, certainly, it's a tornado-warned storm, so it merits watching and taking precautions for that.
Yeah, and a lot of shear in this particular area.
Correct.
And so we're going to take a real long, hard look at what's going on in these areas through the rest of the night. Guys, back to you.
Thank you guys so much for your insight. We're going to be checking back in with you in a few.
The Weather Channel's Dave Malkoff joins us now live from Pearl, Mississippi. Dave, what are you seeing?
Hey, we are in the same trailer park where we were in the last hour. This is the Highlands Trailer Park, direct hit. This one home, you can see, was flattened. And one thing that we noticed just a little bit ago is this cabinet here. You see that X on it that's spray painted on here? If I just move over here, you know what this is? Search and rescue teams go through and they make sure that all the homes are clear. When the home is clear and nobody's inside that they have to rescue, they will put an X on there. They also put an X on this one right here, thinking that maybe in an extreme case, someone may have actually gotten into this cabinet and tried to survive it out there. They put an X because they didn't find anybody in there, but there was a man over here who survived in his bathtub. Every bit of debris that you see here is a bit of somebody's life. That is important to remember. This woman back here, her mother lived here, and their whole life is destroyed here. And what you see are bits of life that cannot be replaced, like videotapes of their wedding or their 50th birthday party. Those are the kind of things, along with photo albums that we've been seeing, that cannot be replaced. On my Twitter right now, @Malkoff, I've put a story up there that will describe exactly how you can take measures to make sure that you don't lose your loved memories in a destructive hurricane or tornado or wildfire or whatever kind of destruction may come to your home. That's the one thing that people look for when their home is destroyed, you guys.
Extraordinary damage. Dave Malkoff, thank you.
All right, we are showing you 2 tornado warnings over the state of North Carolina. This one for Cumberland and Sampson County until 4:45.
Here's the latest information on a tornado that's now been reported, not just on radar, but somebody trained to see these kinds of things has reported it. It's near Stedman in North Carolina.
Yes.
That is just to the south of Wilson. You see Stedman at the bottom of the screen, so to be north of Stedman, between there and Wade, and it is moving to the northeast.
At 15 miles an hour, so this is a slow mover. This is right around the Interstate 95 area. You can see that just off towards the north and west of the Stedman area. But as we track this in time, 431 Wade, Linden at 438, Irwin 451, 454 Dunn, and just after 5, it will be in the Benson area. But right now, we got to send it out to the Global Forecast Center to get more with our storm specialist, Carl Parker.
Hey guys, we are now hearing about a tornado just southeast of Wilson, and let's go ahead and take a look at where that storm is and where it's going to be headed right now. And first of all, got a little collection of storms now right along 95 in central parts of North Carolina. A lot of shear in this area, a lot of change in the wind direction and wind speed with height. And first of all, this storm near Wilson, notice the little hook there, little notch. That's where the inflow comes in. Actually, a couple of areas where warm and humid air is coming into the storm, then cooler air is wrapping around the back side of it, and right in that little notch there, that's where the tornado likes to sit, and that's exactly where we are hearing about a report of a tornado. Also want to show you, as we time things out, where this thing is going to be headed. Looks like it's going to come right across Route 124 as it moves to the north and to the east, about 25 miles per hour. That would take it near Driver's Store in the next few minutes here. Wilbanks at about 4:43, St. Louis at around 4:54, and then Pine Tops at 5:02. And I also want to show you what's going on with the Gibson Ridge, the high-resolution radar here, and pretty robust circulation showing up on this particular storm. So as we look on the left side of your screen at the reflectivity and on the right at the velocity, notice there are a couple of areas of rotation, and then one of those is now just off to the south and east of Wilson. Pretty strong rotation showing up just south and east of Wilson, so not at all surprising that we are hearing about a tornado on the ground. So if you're in these areas, please take cover immediately. Lowest interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And also note that there is another area of circulation that's been developing here. That is now off to the south and to the west of Wilson. All right, let's go farther southward and take a look at some of the other warnings that are now in effect. Tornado warning for Cumberland and Sampson County. And we're watching that cell now move up a little farther north and east. There's the latest warning, that for Johnston and Sampson counties. That includes Bentonville and Four Oaks and Mingo. That going until 5:15. And here we see that little hook echo right there. That tornado is going to be sitting right about there. And that's going to be coming up and towards 55. Looks like perhaps just off to the north and to the west of Newton Groove. Sean, let's go ahead and time that out and see where that is most likely to be heading. And as that moves off to the northeast, getting up towards Spivey's Corner very quickly here, Peacock's Crossroads 448, and then Lee's Mill 453, and Strickland Crossroads at about 502. All right, let's expand the picture out a little ways and talk about why it is that we are seeing, one more tornado warning to tell you about, and that is for Cumberland and Harnett and Sampson counties. And again here, we've got that interesting shape there, and we're hearing from Cumberland City in North Carolina, damage to homes, and that's at Hancock and John Nunnery Road. So already getting some damage from some of these storms, and there we are seeing rotation now just north and west of Route 301. Looks like that's going to come up and across 82 and perhaps right into the Dunn area. So that should be near Linden at 442, just about on top of Carlos. Then getting into Dunn at the top of the hour, Lakeside Village 502, and Benson at 515. All right, let's take a look at the satellite picture and show you what's going on with the rotation in the atmosphere. So you've got a southerly flow at the surface here, but then when you get up several thousand feet in the atmosphere, the flow turns to the southwest and then eventually even to the southeast. You can see that in the pattern of the high cloud coming off of these thunderstorms. So that turning of the wind with height is what's leading to the shear that's causing these thunderstorms to rotate, and certainly are concerned about the possibility of storms in central parts of North Carolina right through the rest of this afternoon and evening. Let's expand out a little bit more and take you out into the southeast and show you what's been going on there. We've had a big complex of thunderstorms that was left over from yesterday's severe weather that has driven down to northwest Florida, has stabilized the atmosphere, so it's not as likely to get thunderstorms developing in the wake of a big complex like that. But we are now seeing plenty of sunshine in Mississippi and Alabama. Now, there is very strong mid-level wind coming across this region. What we're not seeing is the very strong wind at about a few thousand feet up in the atmosphere. That big complex of thunderstorms really disrupted that low-level flow. So the bottom line then is that we've got a lot of the same parameters for severe weather today, just not quite the same level of parameters that we saw yesterday. And so hopefully that will help things out. But we do expect that there will be supercell thunderstorms that can rotate and produce tornadoes. Right now, a string of storms has set up from Mississippi down into Louisiana. Severe thunderstorm warnings along with those cells as they move to the northeast, about 30-35 miles per hour. So not rotating as of yet, but this is probably going to be the area that gets more active as we go through the night tonight. And I want to show you the high-resolution model forecast. And these are not always perfect, but we like to look at them to get a sense of how things may evolve. And so what it's showing us is some individual cells responding to that mid-level flow, that very strong flow. Could be supercell thunderstorms, possibly tornadoes along with these, moving from Mississippi into Alabama. And as we take that forward, then those individual cells, those discrete cells, move over into central Alabama and then come into Atlanta tonight. And while we may see more linear storms, more capable of producing wind damage and very heavy rain, there could be some little rotations within those lines. So there could be a tornado threat in Atlanta and then farther to the north and east as well. So with all of that in mind, let's take a look at the forecast for tonight. Our Torcon values are very high once again, and we're talking about 7 out of 10 in southern parts of Mississippi, central Mississippi, and then also a 7 into central parts of Alabama. So that means you in Tuscaloosa and in Birmingham. Then we've got a 5 out of 10 in southern parts and central parts of North Carolina, and a very large area of potential severe weather. And looking at some of the cities that are involved in this particular case, we're talking about a 7 out of 10 there in Montgomery, Alabama, a 6 in Atlanta, and a 5 in Charlotte. Notice the timing there, mostly through this evening, but actually quite late, we think, in Atlanta. We might not see storms getting into Georgia until about 8, 9 o'clock, and then continuing for a long period of time. There is also a heavy rain threat that is going to move up through a lot of northern Georgia, talking about potentially several inches of rain there in North Georgia. Dave, Alex, over to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Carl. Well, we got the information that more is on the way, and we've got to be ready for these.
Right, so we want to give you some tips of how you can prepare as you head into the stormy period of the day, which again, for some now, but for other spots, maybe not coming until later today or tonight. Here's how to handle it if you do live in a house with a basement. You want to avoid windows and get to that basement. Get under some kind of sturdy protection, cover yourself with a thick padding or sleeping bag. If you can do all those things, best even. All right, if you're in a home that's a
mobile home. Yeah.
the best
Get
advice
out.
really get out. Exactly.
Right. Most tornadoes can destroy even tied down mobile homes. So if you live in a mobile home, get out of it as soon as you hear the warning. Get to the nearest sturdy permanent building you can.
If you're in a mobile home now and you think your area is under the threat later too, maybe you've got a friend or relative with a house with a basement, see if you can just hang out for the night, you know, and if there aren't any storms, great. You had a slumber party, and if you do see the storms, you're at least prepared.
Our severe weather coverage continues right after this.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We are getting a look at some of the photos coming around the Stedman, North Carolina area. And this is an area where an emergency manager reported a funnel cloud, and now we are getting a look at that funnel cloud. This is our northernmost storm in the state of North Carolina. It has eventually become a confirmed tornado, and there is a look in the Stedman, North Carolina area. Can't see the base of it, but you can definitely see that funnel extending out from the cloud. But, you know, Dave, this is going to be a problem today. A lot of tree or wooded areas, tree covered and wooded areas that are going to be watching for that storm threat. So it is going to be difficult to see these off in the distance.
We've got it on radar, though, looking straight down on it, if you will, as we look at eastern North Carolina. Tornado watches in effect, including Raleigh. Durham, no, but Raleigh, yes, and all the action south of Raleigh right now in the warm air. Temperature right around 80 degrees in this area. Right here is where that tornado that we just saw is now located. Right in there, right in that curve, southeast of Wilson, and it's moving away from Wilson, moving toward Macclesfield, okay? If you live in Macclesfield or Pine Tops, take cover now. A tornado has been sighted right here. It's moving toward the east-northeast at 20. This is some big hail that just moved through Wilston. That will head north of Macclesfield. Once again, a tornado warning, Wilbanks, North Carolina, Bridgersville, North Carolina, St. Louis, North Carolina, Macclesfield, and then Pine Tops. More activity to the southwest of that. Eastern North Carolina, just one of the hot spots here for severe weather. We've already had small hail in the Chicago area, Muskegon, Illinois, wind damage in Hamburg near Buffalo. So it's a very active day across the United States. Coming up next here on the Weather Channel, here's Alex.
All right, thank you so much, Dave. Well, the unfortunate forecast has severe weather possibly hitting the same areas that were just hit yesterday. The Weather Channel's Chris Pallone joins us now live from Kimberly, Alabama.
Yeah, Alex, can you imagine how these people feel? They're busy trying to clean up their community. This is a small town, 2,700 people, about 19 miles north of Birmingham. Very close-knit, very rural. And last night they got walloped by a tornado. You can see the Kimberly Church of God right here behind me. The entire roof taken off. On the other side, the stained glass all blown out. There were 13 people in the basement of that church taking cover because they were worried about trees in their neighborhoods. They all survived. They made it out just fine, even though the church is in such rough shape. That place has been there for more than 100 years. Elsewhere here in Kimberly, the City Hall, the local school, and many other businesses and residences here all throughout this tiny area damaged or destroyed by that tornado last night. The fire department knocked completely to the ground, if you can imagine that. And now the cleanup is beginning. It's a nice sunny day, a little bit breezy, but now they're bracing for more storms possibly this afternoon. It certainly has got to be a mess for people who are trying to patch those roofs and get things moving towards the right direction. Live in Kimberly, Chris Pallone, Alex, Dave, will send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Chris, for that report. Yeah, and you know, we've got to take another look at the radar because a lot of activity already out there at this point. We are bracing for another very active evening and overnight period.
It's active for some people right now south of Raleigh and north of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Those are all tornado warnings here. We've got one for Cumberland and
looks like Hartnett and Sampson counties.
And Sampson, Hartnett and Sampson counties take cover. A tornado has been reported near Stedman, moving off to the east-northeast. Cumberland, Hartnett, and Sampson counties, if you live near Dunn or Irwin, take cover immediately. There has been a tornado reported.
And Michael, that was near 295. Michael, our weather producer, giving me some updates in my ear. Okay, yeah, that was near 295 and I-95. So if you know somebody on the road in this area, got to give them a buzz and let them know about that threat and that danger. Wade, 4:48 is the time frame for this storm for your area, and Godwin at 4:53, just at 5 o'clock for the next town in line. All right, let's look further up to the north because we've got another storm that is under or has caused a tornado warning for other counties.
Right on 95 again. It's Johnston, Wayne, and Wilson counties in North Carolina. The cities under the gun are Kenly, Pine Level, and Selma. This is in eastern North Carolina. You can see the movement moving toward the northeast. Gosh, you don't want to be on the road. We've seen so many overturned cars and trucks here lately. from all the severe thunderstorms we've had from Arkansas points eastward.
And a very scary situation because, if you're traveling along I-95, there are trees along the side of the road. You may not see this coming. So that's why I say if you know somebody out there, give them a buzz. Micro 448. It'll be around Lowell Mill at 5:50, 4:51. We'll be right back. All right, well, thank you so much for staying with us. And the Stedman, North Carolina area, we saw on National Weather Service chat emergency manager reported a funnel cloud, and now you are getting a look at that funnel cloud. This storm has since brought a confirmed tornado to the area. But Dave, if you're looking at that off in the distance, very ominous sight for you.
Very ominous. Johnston, Wayne, Wilson counties, tornado warning, Edgecombe County, tornado warning here in eastern North Carolina. So this is not just radar indicated, it's been seen.
Right. So folks on the ground have seen this. And here's another photo that somebody caught of this tornado that eventually became a tornado, I should say, funnel cloud, because you cannot see its extension all the way to the ground. But it's going to be a difficult thing today, guys. Out there's a lot of trees. You're not going to be able to see these tornadoes off in the distance.
Well, that's why we're here.
Exactly. We're here to help you, tell you, and that's why you need to get to your safe spot if you've got the warning. Don't go out there and try to take the pictures because you don't always know where they are.
And here's storm specialist Carl Parker to put this storm under the microscope. Carl?
Hey, Dave, all these warnings now lined up along 95 in North Carolina, and the movement is actually not that fast, in marked contrast to what we saw in the deep south yesterday, generally to the northeast of between 15 and 25 miles per hour. And let's begin with a look at the radar here. I'm here with Dr. Karen Kosiba, tornado expert. We're going to look at what's going on here with these individual cells. First of all, let's talk about these tornado warnings around Wilson. We did have a spotted tornado, ongoing warning now for Edgecombe and Wilson counties, the movement northeast at 15 miles per hour. And there's a look at the velocity there. So we're seeing a signature showing the rotation within the storm. And it's sort of a broad area of rotation, not like what we saw last night with so many of those storms.
It's a broad area of rotation, but there are confirmed tornadoes with this. It's forming along a warm frontal boundary. It has adequate instability, adequate shear, and again, there's a bunch of these cells that have hook-shaped features and are rotating at this point. So tornado-warned storms in a tornado-watched area.
They're showing a lot of characteristics of supercells, even the ones that are not being warned on. There's a look at the timing of all this, taking it out into Bridgersville, I should say, near the top of the hour, Mercer 5:15, and then Lancaster at about 5:19. And let's take a look at the next warning down. This is the one that's coming into Wilson, and that's a larger town, and there's a warning for Wilson until the top of the hour. Again, we're seeing that hook-shaped feature right there. And let's take a look at this on the high-resolution radar, and we'll go through a couple of these. So first of all, here's the storm that is north and east of Wilson, and then we'll look at the velocity mode there. And so, yeah, there is a pretty pronounced area of rotation, and basically what that's showing us is the rotation in the body of the storm. That's the mesocyclone.
Right, so that's the mesocyclone of the storm. This means this is a rotating thunderstorm, and again, there's been confirmed reports of tornadoes associated with this storm, so there is a tornado.
Yes, absolutely. And then farther along to the south and to the west, getting into Wilson, here's another area that is interesting, not being warned on right now, but you can see there is a circulation there as well. And as we expand the picture a little bit, as you mentioned, a lot of these features have that sort of an appendage there, that little area where the rain is rotating back and into the updraft. And right through there, you see those little appendages, and that's certainly indicative of rotating storms. But with all of these storms being so close together, would you expect at some point that the outflow would begin to take over and they would develop into more of a collection of storms, more of a mass of storms?
Right, so there are a lot of storms forming in close proximity to each other, which usually means that they're affecting the inflow sometimes of the other storms.
Right.
So some of these storms may be more tornadic than others. There's also some storms forming in front of this line, which may also impact what gets ingested into the storms behind there.
And that, too, is showing that same characteristic, that little bit of a hook right there, a little dog leg coming off the backside of that storm. So that's going to be another one to watch. Heads up there in Greenville as that is slowly moving off to the northeast, but no warning on that cell right now. All right, let's go back to some of these warnings. Johnston, Wayne, Wilson County, tornado warning for you. This is, again, moving northeast about 25 miles per hour. And let's take a look at a couple more of the warnings now, moving a little farther off to the south. Well, first, we'll time this out, and that's where the circulation is right through here, and that's going to get up to Kirby's Crossing at 5:07, Lucama 5:21, and Black Creek at about 5:28. Then Bentonville, another warning, Johnston County. And so all of these cells are showing this rotation. They're all responding to this environment in which you've got a tremendous change in the wind direction with height.
Right, so certainly everybody should be aware of these storms and be taking precautionary measures at this point in these areas.
All right, and so we've got Cumberland, Harnett, Sampson County also under tornado warning. Let's go over, Sean, and take a look at what's going on with the Deep South right now. We want to get over into these areas where we do think there will be supercells later today. Here, first of all, an update of the Torcon value for North Carolina, South Carolina. That is a 7 now, up from a 5. Let's quickly take a look at the satellite picture. A lot of sunshine showing up in parts of Mississippi and Alabama today, so an unstable atmosphere, and we do expect that there will be rotating cells here as well. All right, Dave and Alex, over to you.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, rely on the Weather Channel for the latest breaking news on this severe weather outbreak. We've got a new watch, too.
Exactly, and this includes at least the northern half of the state of Alabama. This is going to expire at 10 o'clock tonight. We'll have more right after the break. We have another day of potentially dangerous weather. Thank you for joining us for Weather Center Live. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Dave Schwartz. Good to see you. The South, it's a sunny and warm place, but that's a curse today. Tornadoes love it when it's sunny and warm. This coming on the heels of devastating storms yesterday and the day before.
We want to give you the latest. 34 people have been killed across 6 states as a result of this severe outbreak, and the National Weather Service estimates 58 tornadoes have touched down in the last 24 hours.
Shelters are open all across northern Mississippi and Alabama. Both those states, along with many others, need to be weather aware tonight as more severe storms are in the forecast.
And we have a new watch area to tell you about in addition to 2 still running watch areas. We've got the new one for much of the state of Alabama, and you notice a little bit of south central Tennessee. This expires at 10 o'clock local time. Further off towards the west, Mississippi, South Alabama, and a bit of Louisiana under that tornado watch until 9 o'clock. And then we've got another tornado watch for central and eastern sections of North Carolina, also until 9 o'clock local time.
Severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes joins us from the Global Forecast Center.
And hey, Dave, yeah, it's a complicated and wide expanse of area today that has that severe and tornado threat. We've had a lot of action from yesterday has come down and maybe has made it a little less dangerous for some parts of the same area today. The cluster of thunderstorms that gave so many tornadoes yesterday, Mississippi, Alabama, marched overnight down into the Florida Panhandle, and it's just sitting there. And so that is giving a little bit of cooler air that is coming up into parts of Mississippi and Alabama today, at least places where the sun has not yet come out. The upper low is way back in parts of Iowa, and you can see one other feature here. Can you see this little cluster of high clouds that is rolling north and east? So that is pushing up into the western parts of the Midwest. So we have some forcing up in there for severe weather all the way up into central parts of Michigan. And then the fastest low-level jet today at about 5,000 feet is a little bit farther east than where it was yesterday. Yesterday it was 60 to 70 miles per hour over the tornado zone yesterday. Today it's more over North Carolina, so the threat in North Carolina today is worse than it was yesterday. We still, though, have the threat along the cold front that will be giving in those tornado watch areas parts of Mississippi and Alabama, and along this stationary front. A lot of Atlantic moisture comes up and bangs into that front there. That's where we have all the storms. Drier air pushing up right toward the frontal zone, but there's some severe storms up in parts of Michigan. So, Sean, take us on a tour then of some of these individual storms that are in progress with a lot of danger to them. And what do I need to switch to here, Sean? Max 6. There we go. Thank you. And so here you see along that stationary front that I was talking about, quite a few of the tornado warned storms, including at least 2 tornadoes that have already been reported. Right in here you see the storm that wraps around, well-defined hook echo there in the area south of Rocky Mount. We're talking about Edgecombe and Wilson counties. This is a storm that has already had a tornado right now. Very concerned about this area off to the west of Macclesfield, around the Elm City, the Pine Tops, the Wilson area. The rotation, not excessively strong, but there it is, heading off toward the north and east. If it holds together, that would be heading toward the Tarboro area. And we're timing that one out, getting toward the Tarboro area about 5:47. In the meantime, Mercer, Wiggins Crossroads, Henrietta in danger of a possible tornado. Then you see there's another storm right down just to the south of Wilson. That one has a well-defined hook echo, and so that one too could be heading back along the same areas. And another storm that is down in parts of Johnson, Wayne, and Wilson counties with kind of what we saw if you were watching yesterday, some of these inflow arms and then the hooks wrapping around. So the storm there with a bit of rotation in the areas southwest of Kenley, north and west of Nahunta, with the tornado threat now likely right about there. There's the biggest tornado signature going to head up into the area south of Wilson, west of the Stantonburg area, with a possibility of a tornado there. We're projecting where that may go and the times of that. Watson Crossroads getting very close to there, Lucama, Black Creek, in the Contania Junction areas. So dangerous storms that have already produced tornadoes and likely to produce some more, and very much like we saw in Mississippi and Alabama yesterday, beginning to roll along the same path, a little bit of a gap, and then down into Johnson County, the Bentonville, the Four Oaks area, with a storm that is spiraling around. The tornado likely to be very close to the Bentonville area at the moment. Sean, let's see the velocity on that one. Not an extremely strong signature, certainly one of a rotating thunderstorm, possibility of a tornado there. Let's roll down to the next storms, timing that one out toward the Princeton area within the next few minutes. Sliding down the line then, yet more storms, tornado possibilities, tornado warning around the Dunn area. That is Harnett, Johnson, and Sampson counties. That's down to the south of the Raleigh area, south and west of Raleigh, with a storm that really is sort of looking like a spiral, like the whole complex is beginning to have some rotation within that. Probably two spots there, one very close to Dunn and one north and west of Mingo, as this big storm has a bit of a bow echo shape to that could have tornadoes heading up pretty close to I-95 in some cases with this threat. Let's take a look. Do we have some other areas, Sean, that we're going to go to here? Going wide here to the beginning to get the next round, developing storms off to the north and east of Jackson, getting some storms in southeast parts of Mississippi, and clusters of thunderstorms with heavy rain. That's the west edge of this big cluster of storms. Yesterday's severe weather that is going to probably give some severe weather rolling up across southwest parts of Alabama yet again today. So heavy rain, that will become an increasing problem as we go through the nighttime hours as these storms fill in and then line up. Let's go now to Jim Cantori, our storm tracker.
All right, thank you guys to Rick Forbes. As you can see behind me here, this is our expert area. Carl Parker just got off the air. Sarah's getting ready for the 7 o'clock show. Sean, who's helping Dr. Forbes, and Dr. Forbes himself. Forbes, let's talk a little bit about today. Now, yesterday we had pretty much the same area, and if you could just take me out of my ear, I would really appreciate that. They know what that means back in the director area. We have the same areas pretty much outlooked for Mississippi and Alabama, all right? And Jackson is in this, obviously, today, as is Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. So what's different about today, though, Dr. Forbes? What can cities like Birmingham and Tuscaloosa? You and I were standing there at the update test last night, these huge debris balls. Are we going to see a day like that potentially, or is it going to be something a little more discreet?
Well, I think today, Jim, the issue could be, I came in and looked at the morning soundings, the weather balloons that they take up, they send up, and unlike yesterday morning when there were 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds at 5,000 feet over the Mississippi, Alabama area that got to tornadoes yesterday, today, because of the contamination from all the storms last night, they were only about 10 to 20 miles per hour. So that means less low-level shear. So that makes, that said, the winds have been trying to get back toward what they probably would have been had there not been yesterday's contamination. But at this point, the low-level shear is only about half of what it was yesterday. Still a lot of instability with the sun on. That probably means, though, that the storms, we may not get as many debris balls. We may get sort of messier storms that sort of gust out, produce brief short tornadoes, but maybe not as quite as violent a day, maybe not quite as active a day. That's why I've given Torcon a 7 instead of 9 yesterday.
Thank you, Dr. Forbes. A major city on major alert tonight. Atlanta, you've got a Torcon of 6.
That's right. We've got the timing between 8 and 2 a.m., including that chance of a tornado.
A tornado was reported, and now it's verified. It looks like even though we don't see the whole bottom of the funnel, if it's that far down from the cloud, chances are the circulation is hitting the ground and there would be debris or damage. This is eastern North Carolina near Stedman, North Carolina.
And we have seen other pictures come out of this area as well. Other photos of at least a funnel cloud. Again, eventually this was confirmed on the ground. So the Stedman, North Carolina area, one of the spots getting in on some of the storminess today. And there are other areas that we are watching as well.
And when you get scenes like this and reports of tornadoes and large hail and damaging wind, it's good to have Jim Cantori in the house.
It is always a good voice to hear. He was here last night with Dr. Forbes monitoring the storms, and he's here now also in the Expert Center watching today's threat. Jim.
So let's stop jabbering. Take
yeah,
it.
hey guys, I appreciate that as always. But as you know here at the channel, it certainly takes a huge team to accomplish what we do through here. We're just going to try and show you different parts of what we do, show you some of our expertise, and of course, leading all that charge is going to be certainly Dr. Greg Forbes. Those pictures are pretty amazing, and I think Greg brought up a really good point at the top of the hour where he said the atmosphere that we had over Alabama and Mississippi is over North Carolina today. And earlier on, I was asking him what we could expect with this new tornado watch over parts of Alabama. So, Greg, as you look at these pictures, anything stand out to you that certainly would bode like yesterday, except for we don't have an HP, we got an LP there?
Well, there's definitely there out of that middle of the picture there. You're definitely seeing a somewhat a cylindrical tornado that is coming down about halfway across the picture there. So it looks like it's on a line, sort of some kind of an outflow that's it's coming right off the picture there. There we go. And so there is the tornado. Looks like a tornado that probably was right along a gust front that is probably coming toward the photographer here. So that's one of the types of the tornadoes that we can get is the shifting winds. I'll try to draw it here. There's some outflow winds coming toward us, and then the inflow and updraft winds coming like that. So you can get a shifting and a turning of the winds along these gust fronts and heading eastbound. So that seems to be what we have here, and we know we had some of those kind of tornadoes last night.
All right, Sean, let's pop up these storms in Mississippi. I want to take a look at these because this is pretty much what I think has initiated the watch to come out for Alabama, because all this is going to progress on off toward the east. And Dr. Forbes, as you look at these, is there anything that says all of a sudden as they go up, they're going to rotate pretty quickly here or what?
Well, I would say probably not today, given that the parameters, the low-level shear is not extremely strong to begin with. So I don't expect these to immediately go from severe thunderstorms to a lot of debris balls. But there's a lot of instability, maybe not quite as much shear as yesterday. That combination, though, certainly could still give us some tornadoes. And it is in Central Time only 4 o'clock, and we need to keep in mind that typically the highest risk for tornadoes is in that 5 to 9 p.m. time frame. So we have a lot of the day yet to go. It's an area that I've given a torcon of 7 there for parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and 6s in the northern part of Mississippi and Alabama, and into even the Atlanta area. So still high threat for tornadoes today. Yesterday was an extraordinary threat for tornadoes.
Greg, let's take a look at this, the radar here that you're showing. Actually, you can see it on the monitor as Richard kind of shows it for us. Oh, I guess that's not going to come up there because that's a live monitor. Actually, let's bring up that radar again. And Greg, the stuff that's going on along the Gulf, is that potentially interfering with what's going on, or could interfere with what's going on to the north today?
Well, the big cluster of storms that we see there over the Pensacola area is definitely putting out some cooler air. Now that said, the winds are more from the southeast and a little bit stronger in that area because of the outflow component. So that's giving a little bit of an extra shear for the possibility of adding to the tornado threat there. So we're getting different mixtures of ingredients in different locations, Jim.
All right, I appreciate that, Greg Forbes, your expertise. Again, guys, we have a new watch out, including Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. Will we see storms rotating as we did last night? We're going to give it some time and let you know. right, guys, keeping an eye on North Carolina seems to be stealing the show today. We're out in the Weather Channel expert area. Carl Parker's here. We're looking at the radar here. New tornado warning out for central and eastern North Carolina. Let's go to Dr. Forbes at the desk to analyze this. What do you see, Forbes?
Well, these are storms that are running along a stationary front. Lots of shifting winds there, and we've already had several tornadoes from these storms and a funnel cloud recently at Wilson, North Carolina. Here's the red, their stationary front, and so we got south winds coming off the Atlantic versus east winds. Let's zoom in on this then, Sean, and take a look at this tornado warning storm. We're down to one tornado warning at the moment, but it is a good one because look at the hook echo that is sitting up here right on the east side now of Wilson, North Carolina. The tornado will be sitting right about there, and so if you can track that for us, Sean, we'll see the locations that are headed, and then I'll go in and zoom into this in detail. Yeah, it's going to be coming right off that area up generally toward the Tarboro area about 622. The Wilbanks, the Macclesford, Pine Tops, and the Shiloh Mills areas as well. Now here's the zoomed in with a high definition radar. There is Wilson, so we're just a few miles east of Wilson, North Carolina, where there's been a funnel cloud. There is the hook echo wrapping in. I've gone to here one measure that shows the intensity of the tornado. There is the tornado location right there, heading off toward the northeast. There is Macclesfield, there's Pine Tops, there's Tarsboro up at the very off the top of the screen. So pretty strong rotation showing up in this right in there. Right at the moment, I'm not seeing a well-defined debris signature on this. But what I have done is taken a slice through the storm, and right in here is what we would call typically the tornado tube. Now, in this case, that may be the whole wall cloud, the rotating updraft of the thunderstorm going up, but this is height up at the top. It has a top 50,000 feet, so it's nearly 10 miles tall, and the rotation of the storm here goes up at an angle about 20,000 feet. So we have some pretty well-defined supercell thunderstorms, Jim, that are rolling along this frontal zone in parts of North Carolina.
All right, thank you, Dr. Forbes. Again, just one of the states today. It seems like North Carolina certainly right into the thick of it right now, but Alabama certainly under the watch. We know the models are suggesting storms are going to move from Mississippi into Alabama into Georgia a little bit later on. And yesterday we had a storm, especially in Troup County, that blew up and actually created an EF2 there. Let's go to Georgia Emergency Management Office. This is Lisa Newman on the phone with us. Lisa, tell us how Georgia's getting ready, certainly for what looks to be a pretty active evening.
Sure, we're expecting another round of severe storms overnight, so we're encouraging Georgians to continue to stay weather aware and prepare. We have our State Operations Center running 24 hours a day. We have personnel from various state agencies and volunteer groups ready to assist any communities with any needs they may have.
What areas are you most concerned about?
We're concerned there's different threats throughout the whole state. There's some flooding in South Georgia. There's East Central Georgia that may experience some damaging winds. So really we want everybody just to continue to stay weather aware, make sure that they're prepared, make sure they have their NOAA weather radio on tonight, make sure they know where to take cover in case there is an isolated tornado.
That happens a lot, especially in Georgia. We get these overnight threats. Thank you, Lisa. We'll check back with you later, certainly, as things continue to hop. Let's go back to Greg Forbes. I know he's analyzing the high-resolution radar right now. But, Greg, what are you seeing with both of these tornado-warned storms? Any debris signatures at all?
I was not as of a few minutes ago, and but again, you've caught me in the middle of doing something here. So in order to get it, I've got to.
Got to get time to get this stuff up. Sean is the weather producer of the day, and he is looking at various things. There's our computer that we use. It's called WSI Max, and it basically allows us to take different pictures, different loops, Max 6 right in through here, and you can see, put them up and actually display them as a movie. We can look at, I always talk about the National Weather Service chat, which has basically been just an incredible asset to all of us as meteorologists. We can get an idea of what's going on, a tone, certainly, talk to different meteorologists out there, emergency managers, as to exactly what's going on through here. Anything on the chat, by the way, out of Raleigh that suggests we got something new breaking?
Just watching for any reports of tornadoes with that current warning.
Possible tornado just west of Wilbanks. We'll get an analysis from Forbes in just a moment on what he sees on this storm in just a moment. Stick around.
This is special severe weather coverage on Weather Channel, on the Weather Channel's Weather Center Live. Good to see you. I'm Dave Schwartz.
And I'm Alex Wilson. Want to give you the latest right off the bat. If you're just joining us, we have several tornado watches now posted for parts of the country. And ongoing severe weather has caused at least 100 homes to be damaged in Tupelo, Mississippi. That was from the storm yesterday. Natural gas leaks are possible. In Jackson, Mississippi, energy companies are warning customers and cleanup crews of that potential. That was caused by the storms. Also the case in Bessemer, Alabama. In Atlanta, the public school system, they canceled after-school activities because of the severe weather threat. And the Georgia Insurance Commissioner is urging residents to make a list and take photos of property and valuables in advance of tonight's storms.
Tornado watches remain in effect for North Carolina till 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That's south of Raleigh. Northern and central Alabama till 10 o'clock Central Time. And parts of Mississippi and Louisiana till 9 o'clock Central Time as well.
And we do have warnings in place, so we want to send it out to our expert center. Storm Tracker Jim Cantori is here helping Dr. Greg Forbes. You guys were on last night, and a possibility of another busy day today.
Yeah, things starting to ramp up a little bit in Mississippi. We've got storms on the I-95 in North Carolina that have already produced tornadoes. So let's get the latest on what Forbes is thinking. Greg, take North Carolina, Mississippi first. What are you seeing as trends with these storms?
Well, certainly we have storms that have produced tornadoes already today along the stationary front in North Carolina. Storms that are trying to get some rotation over in parts of Mississippi. Let's take a look. These storms have lined up along a stationary front, goes northeast, southwest across the North Carolina area. Let's zoom in. One of them just to the east of Wilson. As it went over Wilson and had a funnel cloud that was reported, there's Wilson. You can see there's a big spiraling pattern to the storm, spiraling out around the area right about like that. And so within there, it could be rain-wrapped, possibility of a tornado there. We're talking about Edgecombe and Wilson counties. Let's take a look at the Doppler velocity. It's not an extremely strong rotation individually, but it definitely has showing there the broad rotation of that big swirl that I showed with the greens coming in there from the south and east, the reds from the southwest. And there are places where that touch, in fact, a couple of those. So it's the kind of thing where this broad rotating thunderstorm could produce in this general area the possibility of one or more tornadoes. Let's time that out, Sean, and show the location where that'd be heading. Right up toward the Tarboro area. Tarboro coming at about 620 there across Macclesfield, the Pine Tops, Davidson, and the Henry Eddy areas. Let's take a look then at, we'll go up into the Mississippi area, and we'll take a look at some of the storms that are ongoing in there. Got a funnel cloud. You see a couple of storms here south and west of Columbus, Mississippi, off to the east of Jackson, and then down into east parts of Mississippi, and some storms right around the Pensacola area right now. Those are on the leftover line that sagged south from Mississippi and Alabama yesterday. So we're talking south of the Starkville, Mississippi area with the possibility of tornadoes right down on the south end of the line there in particular. Maybe more than one circulation in the line, but you can see that well-defined little circulation there. Do we have a rotation signature of the velocities on this one, Sean? Yeah, right in around this location is where we have the best of the circulation. So this could work its way up toward the Columbus, Mississippi area with a possibility of a tornado. Right at the moment, it is severe thunderstorm warned, but this is one of those things that we may be beginning to see the development of rotation in a parent thunderstorm. We have some other stops here, Sean, or are we going to toss? Okay, we'll toss it back then to Jim.
All right, thanks, Forbes. We appreciate that. Guys, let's go out to some video here. Limestone County in Alabama, seeing damage, one of many areas, by the way, that's seen some pretty extensive damage. Let's take a look at some of these pictures in through here and show you what it looks like. Of course, you have a storm that's produced winds over 100 miles an hour, 125 miles per hour, and depending on the structures, I mean, you can just see complete obliteration of things, and that's what we've seen in Limestone County, even steel beams that have been bent. I'm not sure what the rating was with that tornado or if there has one that has been given, but some of the ratings that we've seen so far are pretty impressive. Tupelo EF3, Louisville in Mississippi has the highest one that we've seen all year. This could be the strongest tornado all year in Louisville, 170 to 190 miles per hour. That's at least an EF4. So they're still surveying this and still assessing it. And even Troup County, Georgia, EF3 tornado from yesterday afternoon when we got this whole party started, unfortunately, with severe weather. Carl Parker has shown some interesting stuff coming in on the new model run. This is the GFS 18Z?
GFS 18Z, and it's showing what Dr. Greg has been talking about, that lighter wind at 850. But it
in the yellow there, but here comes this orange, which denotes stronger winds.
Yes,
right?
So it's beginning to come back. Here we are looking at late afternoon, then getting into 8 o'clock, and then by late tonight, it's really starting to kick back in as that area of storms is moving towards Atlanta.
All right, so interesting, guys, when we see low-level winds kick up that are missing now. Will they enhance the storms a little bit later on this evening, especially as we see the instability start to go down a little bit? So it's going to be a give and take. Let's bring in Mike Seidel, who's in Salem, Alabama. Mike, talk to us a little bit about what you've seen and certainly heard there all day. A lot of people, obviously, as we've been out of these things ad nauseum, just in shock, in shock of what happened, right?
They are, and this tornado hit right before 5 a.m., so we talk about the nighttime tornadoes. This was just an hour or so before sunrise here in Salem. We're not far from Opelika, Auburn, about 2.5 hours from downtown Atlanta, and the power crews are out here. The big deal is to get the power back on. That really helps out the situation as this tornado came on through. National Weather Service will not be out here for another day or two to assess the damage because they got so much going on and the threat of more severe weather tonight. 7 injuries, nothing serious. Now I want to spin the camera around, Jim, 180 degrees and show you what's coming in from the south and west. Maybe at the same time we can show you the radar. There is some rain, a little thunder coming in south of Montgomery, south central Alabama. Nothing warned right now, and no mezzo for this area from the Storm Prediction Center, Jim. So right now I think we're going to get this to come through and, you know, give us some rain, maybe a little thunder, maybe a gust of wind. They have had hardly any sunshine today. A little hazy sun through the overcast. That has kept the temperature down, what we call the convective temperature. So another good thing in keeping the instability a little bit lower today, in addition to the winds you were talking about earlier. So Jim, there's your sky off to the south and west, looking kind of ugly, but at this point, nothing to be really concerned with. Looks like if we're going to have any serious weather here, it's going to be later on this evening here in this part of Alabama, southeastern and south central Alabama. Jim?
And we sure saw that last night, especially around Birmingham and Bessemer. We watched a very dangerous supercell come right into that area, and it did cause some damage as well, as we've seen with some pictures offline. All right, let's get Greg Forbes back and talk a little bit about what's going on in the Panhandle here, Greg. Not only do we have a flood threat, but potentially even some dangerous weather as well.
Yeah, indeed. We have flash flood warnings, flash flooding being reported in Mobile, Alabama, as well as some severe thunderstorm warnings. These storms that are in the Pensacola area, the Mobile Bay area, are the leftover from the line of storms that yesterday was giving the severe weather. And then we have new storms, including one with now a lowering wall cloud near Starksville. But let's look down around the Mobile Bay, the Pensacola area. You see the storms just lining up there. That's the tail end of last night's storms. They're stalled out, so there's flash flood warnings as well as severe thunderstorm warnings for areas from Pensacola up to near Milton and near the Crestview area, Escambia, Okaloosa, and Santa Rosa counties. Let's slide a little bit down to the southwest then. You'll see that this line continues. Go ahead, slide it along, Sean. And then this is the new line that's forming ahead of the cold front over in the southeast parts of Mississippi, the area near Saucier and McLean area, George, Perry, and Stone counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. So these are the areas that, with a little bit more time, we could begin to see some rotation and increasing tornado threat. Jim?
All right, I'm going to ask you, Forbes, just so you know, because we don't get a chance to talk because I'm doing this, but I want you to actually get your take on what you see on this new GFS run. Will we see this low-level instability or this low-level jet crank up? Will there be enough instability left, certainly, to act on that? Do we expect things to ramp up, in other words, in Alabama and Georgia later on this afternoon? All right, again, guys, it's been North Carolina along the I-95. It's been seeing most of the action today. Let's show you some pictures out of Stedman, North Carolina. Funnel cloud reported there. Actually, almost probably a tornado that we can't see because of the fact that it's the trees are blocking it in front of us. There was reports of several tornadoes already in North Carolina. That would not surprise me if it actually was on the ground, but it's beyond the tree canopy, unfortunately, so we cannot see that. Hopefully it isn't on the ground and certainly causing any damage. We want to thank our friends from WNCN in North Carolina for sending that to us. More to come with tornado warnings next.
Cool. Welcome back to Weather Center Live. We are monitoring the severe weather threat, and we want to help you be weather ready. And we start with what to do if you live in a house that has a basement. Basement's the place you want to go. So that's first.
Right.
Avoid windows. So if you are in any of those partial basements or half basements, get into the part that doesn't include the windows. Under some kind of sturdy protection, cover yourself with a thick padding or sleeping bag.
And you want to avoid windows whatever floor you're on.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, you know, you get that debris flying around. It can break through the window, and you don't want to be surrounded by breaking glass as well.
Now, if you're in a house without a basement, a dorm, or an apartment, avoid the windows. As we said, go to the lowest floor, small center room like a bathroom or closet. Go under a stairwell if you can, or an interior hallway with no windows again, and crouch as low as possible to the floor and cover your head with your hands.
All right, if you're in an office building, directly to an enclosed windowless area in the center of the building, lowest floor possible, usually interior stairwells, a good place to go. And don't forget, do not go on those elevators.
And if I know where Jim Cantori is, he would be pretty safe if a tornado came by. Jim, what are you looking at right now, my friend?
You know, we're in the expert area through here. Carl Parker's looking at some incredible chase video that came off from the Louisville, Mississippi tornado. And once we get permission, or once we purchase that, we'll actually show it to you on air. But until then, we're not legally able to do that. You can see what's going on here in North Carolina. A lot of cloud cover, but pretty nice convergence along that front. Sitting there across central North Carolina. That's helping us today, especially with what we have in the low levels and upper levels to certainly steepen things up. A lot of cloud cover, though. Georgia into Alabama here starting to break up just a little bit, but temperatures and moisture certainly sufficient to support supercell thunderstorms. I want to bring in Mike Bettis, who is in Russellville, Alabama. He is en route to somewhere. Let's find out what he's thinking today, where he may find himself in position to intercept. What are you thinking about, Bettis?
Hey, Jim, good to talk to you this afternoon. Well, it looks like we're going to go over toward, that Mississippi line, take a look at some of these storms and see what happens with these. A couple of things that are a little bit different in the atmosphere than yesterday is that the low-level wind shear, not as clearly defined as it was yesterday. Here's a look at our front windshield. You've got a little bit of rain right now. The roads are barely wet. It just started raining where we are, but we're going to take a look at some of these storms to our west and southwest. Low-level wind shear, not what it was yesterday, so we may not get as much turning. And these cells to spin. I don't think anyone would complain about that after what we had to go through yesterday. And talking about how the atmosphere may not be as unstable as it was yesterday, despite the sunshine that we had today, and we got some good heating this morning and early afternoon. We may just have more of a mixed atmosphere right now because of the rain that came through overnight and mixed up the atmosphere a little bit, so we're not stacked vertically, getting cooler through the atmosphere, which really allows you to really push all that moisture at the surface up through the atmosphere. I think we're going to get some really big storms today. I think we're going to get some really heavy rain out of these storms, Jim. Not zero chance for tornado, but it looks a lot slimmer than it did yesterday. I'm sure you're seeing the exact same thing. Having said that, I think we could still get some brief little spin-ups. I'm not sure that we're going to get those big, large, giant, long-lived, long-track tornadoes like we saw yesterday.
Well, let's hope not, Mike Bettis. We appreciate that report. Safe travels to you, my friend. Again, Sean's looking certainly at producing some storms or some products for Dr. Forbes and through that show these storms across North Carolina. It seems to be sitting right over I-95, doesn't it, Sean?
Yeah, we had a report of a funnel cloud in that area, as a matter of fact.
All right, well, let's get an idea of what Forbes is seeing. Any of these certainly pose an imminent threat in terms of quick spin-up. Dr. Forbes, what do you got?
Well, off to the area very close to the Wilson area, there's already been a funnel cloud, and now there's a couple of storms about to interact. So whenever that happens, there is sometimes a chance of a tornado that will spin up. We're talking about storms that are on a line pretty close to I-95. That's along a stationary front, so there are some flash flood warnings as well. Let's zoom into the storms up in the northeast part of this cluster of storms. That is the Wilson area, and in there had previously been a tornado warning. There's still some rotation in that one. Then there's a separate storm that is coming up, and it's beginning to get interacting. You can see some of that is being pulled in from the south and east and pulling around, so the whole area is spiraling around just a little bit. And here is the high resolution radar. So right around this Pine Tops area is one that's a little bit on the interesting side, and as we've been talking about, that broad rotation may head up to the Tarboro area. So while at the moment it's a severe thunderstorm warning, Jim, it's not out of the question that we could see renewed rotation out of some of these storms in North Carolina. Jim?
All right, I'm watching in the monitor here in the expert area. Pretty impressive stuff. Again, but what we're not seeing is these quick spin-ups and these, debris balls or hooks that are kind of sitting out there on their own. Again, guys, great little area that we've got back there. You can see Carl and Dr. Kasiba looking at some of the computer models, some of the radars that we look at here with the storms coming out of Alabama, or coming out of Mississippi and Alabama.
Okay, this is video from earlier this afternoon. This is near Stedman, North Carolina. That's southeast of Wilson, North Carolina, southeast of Raleigh. And you can see that wall cloud there with the funnel cloud coming down on the other side of those trees.
Yeah, this is coming out of WNCN, and we want to send it over to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori because, Jim, you know, it's this time after these storms that we begin to get some of this footage in, but something that we've been warning people about today and tomorrow is the wooded nature of a lot of these areas, so it is going to make it a little tougher to see these storms. And in this case, luckily in Stedman, they were able to see it pretty easily.
Well, yeah, this was a tornado that was reported, but you cannot tell that that's actually touching the ground because of the tree line there. But because of the fact that we've already seen a report, Dr. Forbes, of one of them that's hit the ground, we know it's been there. All right, let's talk about this storm. You were just before we went to break. You said, hey, there was something going on here where we could see a spin up, and certainly that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we had a storm that had some broad rotation and then a merger with that. So we're talking about the storms that are on a stationary front up in the North Carolina area. So we have additional storms that are down in parts of Mississippi and Alabama and the Florida Panhandle as well. But let's go to the tornado warning there, Sean, up in the areas now north and east of Wilson, North Carolina. Wilson, we had a funnel cloud reported there. We're talking getting pretty close to Tarboro right now. Here's the original storm that has had some broad rotation in it. Then there's been what has started out to be an ordinary thunderstorm that has come north, and now the two are interacting. Let's take a look at the slide a little bit to the north, Sean, and so we can get put Tarboro right in the middle of your screen there, so we can and now show me the velocities on this
and then I'm going to get Forbes' opinion.
So that there you're seeing one rotation there. There's actually some additional rotation showing up on there. So let me go to my high resolution source, and we're seeing that there's a bit of a kink, a dog leg in the line right there. There's the second storm that I've been talking about. This one has the broad rotation, and in its overall broad rotation is pulling, it's sucking in, if you will, that ordinary storm into that. So all across this area, a big rotation here. Let me show you then when we go and ask the computer to tell us where the strongest rotation centers are. It has just brought up a new one right there, a possible tornado that would be heading up to the area near Bethel. And just 5 minutes ago, while Jim and I were talking, we had an update. And just 5 minutes ago, there were a couple of circulations that were showing up right there around the Pine Top area. So it does remind me a lot of last night with these kind of big spiraling thunderstorm complexes. You can get one or more tornadoes that form there. So generally anywhere between Pine Tops and the Tarboro area over about as far east as the Bethel area, Jim, is an area that we could get a tornado out of this particular thunderstorm.
Dr. Forbes, for that update. Stick around, Greg. I'm going to ask you a question in just a moment. Carl Parker's been looking at the new 18Z. This is the 1 o'clock model run here this afternoon, and it shows us all sorts of data about the atmosphere. And one thing certainly that we need for severe thunderstorms is a low-level jet. And Carl, what are you seeing increasing as we go from current time into this evening?
Well, you know, Dr. Greg's been talking about the fact that it's been lighter today, probably disrupted by that big complex that came down earlier today. What the model is showing is that it does begin to kick back in, and we do start to get some winds above 40 knots there at about 5,000 feet, so that may aid in storm development later today, though the instability is going to be coming down at the same time.
All right, so that the question is, are we going to get tit for tat in 3 or 4? So I want to get your take on that. Do you think certainly what this model is suggesting with this low-level jet coming in is going to be enough to maybe ramp up the tornado threat for Alabama and Georgia?
Well, what I've been looking, and we don't have to necessarily rely on the computer models either. I've been looking at using the Doppler radar data. We have what we call vertically VAD winds, the vertical profiles of the winds. And the winds have increased over the Montgomery, Alabama area at about 5,000 feet. They're now up to about 60 miles per hour there. They're still light, 25, 30 miles per hour over a good bit of northern Alabama and Mississippi. So I'm thinking that it may be these areas that are closer southeast parts of Alabama up into west central parts of Georgia that maybe are going to have the best combination today and tonight for the instability and the shear to give us some tornadoes. I'm thinking I may lower the torque on for northern parts of Alabama and Mississippi. And I already today raised it because we do have a low-level jet that is pretty strong over this area of North Carolina where we're getting the tornado warnings.
You know, that's a great point. We have to remind people sometimes when you wake up in the morning and you look at some weather information, especially on a day where it's going to be very changeable. You're going to go from sunny or cloudy into a storm situation. As we've seen from the computer models, or as Greg was mentioning, the VAD wind profilers, things can change in the atmosphere. And so that's why it's really important that you check back in with us, or whatever your source is, to get weather information. Again, Sean's been on the weather production desk. You can see we have our bruise up to the north there, or up on the upper side of the screen, and that's where we're seeing certainly all the latest warnings come in, whether it be flash flood, severe thunderstorm, or even tornado warnings. Putting together some graphics of the overall picture. Certainly seeing a ramp up, but we still have all those storms. Zoom right in there, Sean, on the Florida Panhandle and southern Alabama, where we continue to see some pretty heavy rain going on. Also into central Florida today, getting into the act. Possibly some severe thunderstorm action coming in, looks like toward the St. Augustine area, maybe with some gusty winds. What do you think, Forbes?
And zoom in up there to the Cincinnati area as well.
Cincinnati, okay.
The line of storms coming that way.
All right, so Cincinnati also under the gun. We've seen some storms even in northern Michigan, where there has been some small hail. So everybody getting in the act. Stick around.
Another day of potentially dangerous weather. Thank you for joining us for Weather Center Live. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Dave Schwartz. Good to be here with you. Well, the south, it's sunny and warm, or at least in many places, but that can be a curse because that heat loves to rise. You end up with thunderstorms in a situation like this in areas that were hit already yesterday with severe weather.
Right. We want to get you up to date on the latest. President Obama has declared a federal disaster area in Faulkner County, Arkansas. That's where the town of Valonia was hard hit on Sunday. And in Georgia, the National Weather Service confirmed it was an EF2 tornado that damaged at least 4 homes in Troup County.
In Alabama, over 15,000 customers are without power. Shelters and safe rooms are now open in these counties: Blount, Calhoun, Etowah, Pickens, Talladega, Tuscaloosa, Helena, and Haleyville.
And we do have tornado watch areas posted at this hour. We've got several areas under that threat. At 9 o'clock p.m., that's your expiration for you folks in Louisiana, Mississippi, and the far southern sections of Alabama. The rest of Alabama, northern half really of the state, and that little bit of south central Tennessee, that watch expires at 10 o'clock. And then we've got another watch in North Carolina.
That's been the most tornadic place in the country so far today. Severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes joins us from the Global Forecast Center along with Jim Cantori.
All right, guys, yeah, let's just kind of skip me and go right into Dr. Forbes here. I want to go over some of these storms, especially the ones approaching Cincinnati, even though they don't have tornado warnings on them. Greg, there's going to be some adverse weather here toward rush hour, right?
Yeah, there is. A big expanse of a threat today for isolated severe storms all the way up into central parts of Michigan, and including now right near the Cincinnati area, coming right up into Cincinnati, a line of thunderstorms with severe thunderstorm warning. So let's zoom into that one, and we'll take a look here. A severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it's a little bit of a backwards arc. This is a line of thunderstorms coming north with some potentially damaging winds. Gallatin, Grant, and Owen counties there in Kentucky, heading generally probably be about an additional 45 minutes or so. Will be coming into the suburbs of the Cincinnati area. Then we have down into the North Carolina area. There's a stationary front down in there that is has a lot of wind shift across that. Wind shift from southeast coming off the Atlantic to more east to the north of that front. And along that, we have severe thunderstorms. And in red here, east of Wilson, North Carolina, we have a tornado warning. Right at the moment, it's Doppler indicated. But this is the one I've been following. I was talking about we'd have a merger. A very interesting structure now. Big swirling storm, little arms coming all down into the area where the overall storm rotation, a big cluster of rotation is. So this is not necessarily an individual supercell, but a big rotating cluster that could produce more than one tornado even at a time. Edgecombe County, including areas near Conoco, Princeton, and the Tarboro area, you have the possibility of a tornado. And here I've zoomed into the high definition radar. Again, you see these multiple arms spinning around there, and when I show you the velocity on that, we'll see that there's some pretty well defined, but it's a big, wide velocity. Green's coming in from the south and east, red's coming in from the west, and so we're talking about an area there that could have one or more tornadoes in this general area from now east of the Pinatos area up into north and west of the Bethel area, heading up toward the Speed and the Hamilton area. So certainly a possibility of tornadoes there in North Carolina as well as elsewhere across the country today. Jim?
All right, and anybody who ever needs a I guess tutorial on how to do Gibson Ridge radar or do any kind of radar analysis, you just heard the man, Dr. Greg Forbes, certainly go through that quite extensively here. Guys, what's going on? Has the Emergency Management Conference begun in Mississippi yet? It has not started yet. Do we have Mike Bettis back? All right, well, let me show you what else we do inside here, the expert area. Dr. Karen Kasiba and Carl Parker have been looking over the new model data and actually noting some of the things that Greg was talking about, why he may lower the Torcon numbers tonight because we don't have a lot of instability here tonight, right, guys? Is that what you're thinking?
Right, yeah, I mean, we've just been looking at both the mesoscale analyses and looking at also the radar data and seeing that not much is firing in terms of rotational thunderstorms. There's not a lot of instability there. All this convection that happened earlier seems to have worked over the air mass. Also, shear, the low-level shear we were just discussing, doesn't seem to be.
But given what we know in terms of seeing this low-level jet come up as we work our way through this evening, do you expect a ramp up in the thunderstorms, especially in the parts of southern Alabama and into Georgia?
I think it's going to be a very healthy line of storms and maybe some QLCS development, as we call it,
right.
So maybe some spins within that line, but it doesn't look like it's going to be what we saw last night.
Right, correct.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. How are we doing with Bettis? Did we get him back online at all? All right, let's go to Mike Bettis, who is traveling through Russellville, Alabama. This is the time of the day, Mike Bettis. Instability or not, we certainly see the atmosphere changing, and in this case, right before our eyes. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, we're rolling over toward Hamilton, Jim, getting closer to that Mississippi state line. Just watching these storms. You know, some of them have been severe thunderstorm warned. The storm that we're watching, I'll give you a view right here, is actually, it seems like it's fallen apart a little bit. Again, not a lot of complaints with that after what these folks have gone through. There's a look at it right now, really becoming a lot more ragged now. I'll see if I can spin the camera around a little bit for you here and face you off to the north, and you can see we got some low clouds here, but nothing that's really coming together. A lot of it's falling apart fairly quickly. We're going to watch these storms, especially, I think, down to the south, see if some of these southern storms come together, a little bit more instability there, a little bit higher Cape values. That's something we thought we'd see today. But as you guys have so well stated, you know, is that low-level shear there to really get these storms spinning, to really get tornadoes to form like they did yesterday? It may be, you know, we've ratcheted down a notch from yesterday because we've stabilized the atmosphere some with the rain that we saw, you know, Jim, that came through last night. Tons of rain. We still think we're going to get big rainmakers out of these zones, the potential for some flooding as well.
It's kind of interesting, too, Mike, because sometimes we get so caught up in just looking at the parameters that exist there, but sometimes it is what happened the night before that changes the whole game, and that's what we've been talking about. Mike seeing a little less instability there in northern Alabama, and of course Greg talking about those storms that are down along the Gulf Coast, the northern Gulf Coast, but other areas, Cincinnati, you've got some thunderstorms coming your way. Northern Michigan, some storms possibly with some hail. We've seen 3 areas today send up what we call a special sounding. Cities like Asheville in North Carolina. We've seen also Jackson, Mississippi, and Huntsville, Alabama send up special soundings. And what they do, why they do that is to get a look at the atmosphere and how it's changed since the morning sounding at 7 a.m. through about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So it gives us a better idea what's going on. You can take some of that data and put it into some of these mesoscale or high-scale models. All right, let's again get a look at what we see on the radar. As a matter of fact, we'll even walk right over here and look at one of these radars, and you can see the storms are kind of still lined up across Interstate 95, keeping an eye on those storms east of Rocky Mount, some of which have gone certainly with tornado warnings, not surprisingly, and we'll continue to see that, we think, as we work our way through the afternoon. Much more to come here from the Weather Channel as we watch storms continue to percolate across Mississippi and North Carolina. All right, guys, we are again not listening in. We're listening in offline, but you're looking at the conference, Mississippi press conference that's going on at MEMA. The director is speaking right now, talking about the just horrible day in Mississippi yesterday with severe weather and tornadoes. 16 counties suffering damage, some of that extensive. They've confirmed 12 fatalities so far in the state of Mississippi as well. So just horrible, and we may have had the strongest tornado of the year in Louisville, Mississippi, rated preliminarily at 170 to 190 miles per hour. I want to bring in Dave Malkoff, who is in Pearl, Mississippi, just one of the areas hit. What's the latest from Pearl, Dave?
And Pearl is right where the MEMA facility is. We were there yesterday, Jim. We were talking to the MEMA director. We were talking to the governor himself. Governor Bryant was telling me that people get hurricane weary and tornado weary here in this state because they get both of them. They get the hurricanes down south, they get the tornadoes here, so they get very weather weary in this state. That's because they have that double punch. He's hoping that people don't turn off that alert on their phone and they don't get numb to hearing the tornado sirens. Here in this neighborhood, 50 people heard that tornado siren. They saw the alert on their phone. They got into a brick shelter, but there was a person inside this trailer right here. We will have his story for you coming up in the next hour. Jim, back to you.
All right, Dave, we appreciate that. Thank you very much for that update. Interesting, though, too, he says people are getting these on their phones. A lot more of that going on, a lot more warnings are coming out on the phones. A lot of people, of course, have had that by their hip pocket. Let's go to Salem, Alabama. Mike Sedel's been there. Mike, you know, you've been talking to folks. Have you heard, at least from a few folks, how they get their warnings? Is it siren? Is it from their phone? Is it from TV?
Last night or early this morning around 5 a.m., Jim, it was certainly the sirens blaring out here in this rural part of Lee County, not far from Auburn, Alabama. And I said, one lady came up and she said, God, we love your channel. We're glad we had you up last night and this morning. Nobody was killed out here. 7 were injured. Looks like at least high-end EF2, if not EF3 damage. By now we've got more storms coming in, looking south and west. And on the radar, we've seen these. There's lightning with these storms. None of these have been warned. We haven't had much heating today, so it's not incredibly unstable. So we're going to have some rain and thunder coming in already just south of Montgomery over to Troy, down towards the Florida Panhandle. SPC did put out a mezzo, Jim, about an hour ago for an area down near the Florida Panhandle, south and west of Montgomery. 40% chance of putting a watch out if there's enough instability. But that's been an hour. They haven't put a watch out. So again, some rain and thunder coming through these areas. The most dangerous aspect at this point, Jim, will be the lightning. We'll stay out here as long as we can. Otherwise, we'll head into the truck and avoiding those lightning bolts at all cost. Jim?
I'm going to be honest with you. If I'm out there with Mike or whatnot, the lightning is what we are scared the most about, because simply there's no second chances with lightning when you're out in the field. All right, new tornado warning out. We want to show you this. We've been talking with Sean, our weather producer, all night. He's been looking obviously at the graphics, and we're going to start wide there. We're going right into North Carolina, and this is, I believe, Martin and Pitt counties. This is the same storm that Forbes was watching, which is now pushed a little bit farther on off toward the northeast. Again, just to give our viewers an idea, we're in east central parts of North Carolina. Rocky Mount is certainly a big town there, but again, right along that I-95, you can see that tornado warning, potentially rain wrapped from where that circulation center is and where the actual tornado is. So unfortunately, guys, you may not see this. Be on the lookout if you live in Palmdale, up toward just to the north of Williamston. Much more to come here on the Weather Channel as these storms continue to break out, and in some cases, we may get some new watches here within the next hour. Stick around.
It's another day of severe weather with this storm system. It began producing severe weather Saturday. A huge number of tornado reports yesterday. Today, not yet so many, but the day is still young. We do have a tornado warning here off well to the east of Raleigh. It's north and east of Wilson, North Carolina. Let's zoom into that one. There's been a reporting of a funnel cloud in the area near Bethel with this one. That is an area not very far away from Tarboro. So Martin and Pitt counties, we have tornado warning. It's one of these big spiraling masses. You can see arms coming in from all directions, with the rotation generally right in the middle there. Show me the velocity on this one, and we'll see that we have a pretty well-defined rotation showing up right in about that location, heading off toward the northeast. So we'll be on the lookout for some tornadoes generally in that particular area. Go northeast with it, Sean, up toward the Windsor area. There you go. The Cahaba, the Hamilton, the Coakley areas. And some of the times they are heading toward Drew about 7:33. Here's the high-definition radar of this one. Again, those multiple arms coming in toward the common center there. I'll show you the velocity pattern with this. It's a big rotating thunderstorm cluster, but it's tightened up its rotation considerably over the last 10 minutes, such to the point now that right about there, just north of Bethel, heading toward the Hamilton area, we could have a possibility of a tornado. Then over into Mississippi, getting to be a well-defined supercell thunderstorm now. The lavender colors, the purple colors there, big hail heading towards Silver Creek. We're well to the south of Jackson. And then Monticello, you can see this is now turned into a hook echo. And now brand new tornado warning has shown up on this one. I'll see if I can get the storm relative velocity. And so it's beginning to get some rotation in the areas near Monticello, heading towards Silver Creek. And if you could, Sean, I'll go and zoom out there in Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence counties, the Bassfield, the Monticello, the Prentice areas, heading then generally toward the Collins area with a possibility of a developing tornado. There's already been a report of a lowering wall cloud. That wall cloud is that inflow, the rotating updraft. The lower that gets, the higher and the faster it rotates, the wall cloud, the higher the chances of a tornado. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. Our tornado track team, they've been on the road again since the severe weather outbreak began back in the plains.
That's right. We've got you covered going and coming here. Mike Bettis and his crew have traveled into northern Alabama this afternoon to follow the threat there. Mike, what does the sky look like and what are you seeing around there?
Good afternoon to you. Very close to the Mississippi line, following a storm closely. That's a look at it behind us there. You see the dark, ominous clouds, a little bit of a lowering base there. That's the back end, the tail end of the storm. It looked as good as it looked since we've been on it. I think at one point, maybe about half hour, 45 minutes ago, it looked a little bit better than it does now. If you look up in the atmosphere, you don't see those classic striations of a classic supercell by any means. But if you look back to the south, where you see some of this brighter area back here and maybe over the farm here, basically what we have is an atmosphere to the south where we don't have any rain-cooled air in behind. You don't see any rain shafts or anything back there. So we actually have some air that we can have some inflow back into that storm that may help it redevelop some. The showers are well to the south by a good 30, 40 miles. So those aren't going to tamper with this storm at all. So we'll watch this one and see what happens with it. We think this will slide maybe just off to our west and north. We're in a good position, Dave and Alex, but something worth watching. If anything happens, we'll be here to show it to you. But we are in Hackleburg, Alabama, watching these storms come over the Mississippi line and into Alabama.
Thank you so much, Mike. All right, we are monitoring yet another tornado warning. This one in the state of Mississippi, recently issued. Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties within the state of Mississippi under this tornado warning. This includes the towns of Silver Creek and Prentice, or rather, as we look off towards the south, it's now off towards the east of Brookhaven, Bassfield, Monticello, and Prentice in the path.
Here's the very latest. A tornado warning is in effect in eastern North Carolina. This for Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence County. Make that Mississippi. Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. If you live in Bassfield or Monticello, this tornadic thunderstorm is headed your way. Tornado may be just east of Monticello and through Silver Creek in just minutes from now. A funnel cloud has been reported by storm spotters.
All right, we want to get you caught up to speed on the latest as we have been watching a very stormy scenario. I'm Alex Wilson here with Dave Schwartz, and the scope of the tornado damage just unbelievable. We are not out of the woods just yet. So want to get you caught up on what has happened and then what we're expecting to happen as we move forward into the overnight.
Let's cover it all. We're the Weather Channel.
Exactly.
Some of the same people hit hard by the tornadoes yesterday just might be hit again today. Here's the latest information. Schools across northern and central Alabama closed earlier today ahead of the severe weather threat.
450 line crews have been brought in to get power restored across the tornado-damaged areas. In Mississippi, more than 8,000 are without power, and people cleaning up from yesterday's storms may need to take cover again because, Dave, we've got tornado watches out there for some areas that saw the storms yesterday.
Let's do it. Let's show them. First off, where the tornadoes have been most prevalent today, that's eastern North Carolina, south and east of Raleigh. A tornado watch remains in effect till 9 o'clock in eastern North Carolina. Then we cross over Georgia into Alabama, where a tornado watch is in effect till 10, Mississippi and southeast Louisiana till 9.
All right, we want to head over to the man who is watching it and has been watching it. Severe weather expert Greg Forbes joins us from the GFC.
Yeah, and we've had a big upper low that's been giving us this severe weather for several days now. We can see that in the water vapor imagery just spiraling around all the way from south of St. Louis over to Omaha, with one little lobe that has run up from across Arkansas today up into parts of the Midwest. So we're not getting tremendous charging of these upper air systems now right into the southeast. Look at all this blue and green. That's the remnants of the thunderstorms that last night and yesterday gave so many tornadoes in parts of Mississippi and Alabama. It's run down now to the Pensacola area. There's some contamination of some of the instability and some of the winds across Mississippi and Alabama from that is making it a little less likely for so many tornadoes today in some of these areas. That said, we do have a cold front that's coming east, moist air. In some places a little bit on the cooler side across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. One tornado warning in Mississippi. Up along a stationary front, very warm air to the south of that, a tornado warning. There's been some tornadoes in North Carolina. Surface low west of Chicago, and a front that runs up near Cincinnati. Occasionally we've had some severe weather there, as well as all the way up into Michigan. This is not what I had planned to have happen here. Let me go to over to Sean and show the okay, so we'll take a radar tour of some of the situation here. Let's take a look, Sean. We have a tornado warning that's off to the area south of the Jackson area this is one that I showed you a few minutes ago. Was a developing supercell thunderstorm with a hook located in across Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, Bassfield, the Prentice, the Silver Creek areas. The Silver Creek area, there's been a funnel cloud reported with this right in this location. Right about in here is where the strongest rotation is located. This one is moving almost due east, so it's going to come into the areas north of Sumrall and south and west of Collins. Sean is showing for us the track there, heading toward the Carson area, the Dean area, and then perhaps the Seminary area. So let's take a look then at some of the additional storms. Sliding down to the remnants of what I talked about last night, storms that have come down and sagged into the western part of the Florida Panhandle around the Gulf Shores, Pensacola area. They've given some heavy rain, some flash flooding. Even parts of the Mobile Bay area have had flash floodings. Zoom in a little bit if we could, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning there. Not very far away from Pensacola, a little bit of a line segment bow echo that's coming into Baldwin and Escambia counties and coming into West Pensacola here pretty quickly, rolling right along the Highway 98 area. Let's zoom along and take a look at some additional storms that are off to the east. This is part of the east edge of that rolling thunderstorm complex that's now gotten into areas near Daytona Beach and Orlando with some severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had reports of funnel clouds at times with this. Right around the Palm Coast area right now, the Flagler, St. John's areas with severe thunderstorms. And if you could slide it down toward the Orlando area, we have just to the north of Orlando, Orange County there. with a severe thunderstorm up near the Apopka, the Paradise Heights, the Zellwood area, and the tail end of that coming into Orlando, so there'll be lots of lightning with that. Then let's go up into, we're going to North Carolina next, where we have had several reports of tornadoes and ongoing tornado warning for parts of the area near and northeast now of Wilson, North Carolina, with the storms that are rolling there. And I'm going to try to get back to a situation where I can show the high definition radar. Bertie County, around the Orlando, the Windsor, the Woodville areas, with the possibility of a tornado there. I'm going to go to the high definition radar now. This storm has really changed character pretty quickly to one now that looks like it is beginning to gust out, but it's turned into this comma cloud configuration with like the punctuation mark, with some rotation that's showing up right in that area south and east of Speed. So there is the broad rotation center, with the west winds now surging a little bit, the east winds, and a broad rotation across that region. Difficult to pinpoint an exact tornado location. I've been looking, I don't see debris, but in this area coming up across areas from south and east of Speed toward the Hamilton area, and then up toward areas west of Windsor in North Carolina, we have the possibility of a tornado, along with perhaps an increasing threat of some damaging wind. So here and there, we have clusters of severe thunderstorms. The coverage may increase overnight as we go across parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Alex?
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. You know, the tornadoes found new but not necessarily better parking spots for these cars in Winston County, Mississippi. Look, just piled on top of one another in some cases, or tossed on their sides. Strong winds tossed cars and ripped trees from the ground. Some of the trees landed on top of homes. Dozens of people are still in hospitals after storms hit that area, and we're going to check in with Dave Malkoff, who is in Mississippi, and we've been looking at some of the damage coming in from him earlier.
I know. I mean, where he's walking around is visual evidence that you don't want to be in a mobile home when a tornado strikes. Dave, what are you looking at now? What's your story for us?
Yeah, Dave. Hey, first time I'm talking to you here. Welcome to the Weather Channel, or welcome back to the Weather Channel, as you say. Yeah, as you were saying, you've gone through all these in your years at this network, and you know that this is not a building with a foundation. This building actually is on cinder blocks. So when you're inside a mobile home, you do not have a connection to the ground like you would have in a conventional home, where you are actually in the concrete foundation. This is just sitting on top of cinder blocks, and it does not take much with a tornado coming through to take this whole home, and you can see how big this is. This whole home lifted off the ground and just got tossed to the side. This is the direct path of that tornado that came through Pearl, Mississippi. If you ever been to the capital city, to Jackson, this is the airport that you flew into. It is in Pearl, and you can see where this tornado came through. Just take a look as these trees are just torn apart right here. You can see the path that was cut right through these trailer homes right here, and right through those trees. It was following these power lines down I-20, and it barely missed the airport, which is right over here. You know what else is at the airport, Dave and Alex? It's the NWS office, the National Weather Service. I called them immediately after this tornado went through, and they said everybody was fine in there, but it was pretty scary for a while.
Dave Malkoff, good to work with you, and thanks for that report. Well, we want to keep you weather ready. Here is some advice to help you keep your family and yourself safe in a tornado warning. If you're in the home with a basement, away from windows, get under some kind of sturdy protection, or cover yourself with a thick padding or sleeping bag.
All right, now if you're in a mobile home, very simply get out. Most tornadoes can destroy even tied down mobile homes, so you want to make your way, I should say, to the nearest sturdy permanent building.
And if you're in a vehicle, seek shelter in a sturdy building. Avoid shelter under bridges, and drive out of a tornado path by moving at right angles to it. The latest tornado warning. This is Jefferson Davis, Mississippi. If you live in Basefield or Prentice, Mississippi, just to the center of the screen, it's moving to the east toward Collins. A tornado warning is in effect. It should be in Collins at 6:08 Central Time. With more on the severe weather, here's Alex Wilson.
You know, Dave, one of the aspects of the severe weather that we want to focus on is the threat for flash flooding. Heavy rain, flash flooding going to be a concern across parts of the south as we go through today, and then the east, even up into the northeast mid-Atlantic through tomorrow. Flood alerts, flash flood watches posted from sections of eastern Mississippi all the way through Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida Panhandle, and then into the Carolinas and Virginia as well. So that heavy rain potential will be there within storms, but even as this area moves through the overnight, even if you're not dealing with the severe storms, could be getting some very heavy rainfall. We're seeing some of that down around the Florida Panhandle. We've seen a few severe warnings off to the south, but a lot of heavy rain has been noticed. Atlanta, you're dry now, but the rain will be ramping up as we head into the later evening and overnight hours. 6:30, you notice we're still dry, but as you sit down maybe to watch some of the primetime programming, you can see those rain showers begin to work in. Some strong thunderstorms also possible as we move into the overnight and early morning hours of your Tuesday. So tonight, rain, storms, some could be severe from Charlotte to Greenville to Atlanta, back into the state of Alabama. Tomorrow, it's really Charlotte, central and eastern sections of Georgia, down into Florida. And then on Thursday, notice the best chance of severe weather will be into northern sections of Florida, far eastern sections of North Carolina. But the rain threat will persist, and we could see anywhere from 3 to 5 inches in this area. You see the yellow shading. So all the way from Pensacola up into western sections of North Carolina and Virginia. Dave, over to you.
All right, thanks, Alex. Well, the unfortunate forecast has severe weather possibly hitting the same areas that were just hit yesterday. The Weather Channel's Chris Pallone joins us now live from Kimberly, Alabama. Chris?
And Dave, this small community was hit so hard by a tornado last night that driving around and taking a look at the damage, you might not believe it, but everybody who took shelter in this church behind me and throughout the community survived. Just north of Birmingham in the tiny community of Kimberly, Alabama, population 2,700, a tornado. First light meant the first chance to see what happened.
When you wake up today and you see it all in the daylight, your stomach kind of drops.
Daryl Bartlett heard the warnings, put his wife and kids in the tub, covered them with beanbag chairs, and then they braced themselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, it may have been 5 minutes in real time, but it seemed like 5 hours, you know, just sitting there not knowing what's going on. It was just, yeah, time just stopped. We were fortunate.
Fortunate indeed, some roof and utility damage, but not a scratch otherwise.
It's scary. It's as close as I've been, so, I mean, close to death as I could possibly, or have possibly been in my lifetime. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to do it again.
That's the sentiment in Kimberly. Homes and cars can be repaired or replaced. Emotional wounds might take longer to heal.
It happened so quick. At the time, it felt like it was a long time, but looking back, it really was just a matter of seconds.
Christy Stone and her husband Stephen did what they often do when severe weather threatens. They headed to their nearby church to take shelter in the basement.
We've had some close calls where we've been in some bad weather, but never anything like this.
The tornado tore the church's roof off and blew out the front windows, but they, along with 11 others, were safe. In daylight, they took a long look at the place that saved their lives.
It's heartbreaking, you know, to see your church, your place where you worship. It's just really heartbreaking, but we know that it's just a building.
When they returned home Tuesday morning, they knew they made the right call. Falling trees severely damaged their home of 15 years and their cars. Kimberly's town hall, fire department, and a school all damaged or destroyed. The town's resilient spirit and willingness to help each other in a time of crisis is not.
We're going to get through this. It's going to be okay.
And as soon as first light hit this morning, people here in Kimberly started working, cleaning up anything they could, patching roofs, patching windows, because as you've mentioned, another round of storms could be coming through here. As a matter of fact, we're starting to feel the first raindrops. Live in Kimberly, I'm Chris Pallone. Dave, back to you.
Thank you, Chris. We hope you'll stay safe. Of course, Chris is in northern Alabama, north of Birmingham. Here in northeast North Carolina, there's trouble.
Yeah, we still have tornado warnings in effect. This one for Bertie County. This includes the city of Allander, Windsor, and Woodville. This tornado warning extends through 7:15. If you are in the path of this storm, seek shelter immediately. We have seen tornadoes across this part of North Carolina already today.
And we'll keep you updated on the very latest on the severe weather threat, not only for the rest of today and tonight, but tomorrow and Thursday as well.
thank you so much for staying with us here on Weather Center Live. We are getting a look at a funnel cloud from earlier today. This coming in from WNCN. I believe this was around the area of Stedman, North Carolina.
Right.
That's where we were getting some other photos in from earlier, but yet another active day.
Just want to remind you, this is video from several hours ago. So
right.
If you're in Stedman, you're okay for the time being.
Not live
this
video.
tornado.
But
right.
we have seen still some tornado warnings further off towards the north and east in North Carolina, so the threat not over there.
And Dr. Greg Forbes, our severe weather expert, is he's got those under a microscope, and he's got the latest for us.
Yeah, and there the tree line was blocking the view of whether or not that funnel reached the ground, but we had reports of that being a tornado with damage to some houses there around Stedman in North Carolina. So we do have the big picture today, a sort of a mixture of ingredients, not all of them nearly as favorable as they were yesterday. Big spinning upper low, you can see some of the lobes of that revolving across parts of Kansas. Another well-defined lobe has raced off to the north and east, and it is up into the Great Lakes, the Midwest states right now. So we're mostly left with a cold front advancing. Look at all these blues and greens. Those are the high clouds that are left over from the line of thunderstorms that came from Mississippi, Alabama, the tornado producers yesterday, and rolled down and then stalled out over the western part of the Florida Panhandle. Here is the situation. A cold front in blue continues to march east. Some severe thunderstorms out ahead of that in the moist air. Some severe thunderstorms and flooding down where that storms from last night have stalled out. And along a stationary front over in North Carolina, the shifting winds there have given some tornadoes as well. Here is the situation in Mississippi. Let's go. I'll first go to Sean, though, and show the broad picture here. A couple of these storms in Mississippi, one with a tornado warning on it. Let's go into to that one, and we'll see that it looks like it doesn't have real strong rotation. It's around Prentiss, Mississippi right now. That's south of Jackson, Jefferson Davis, around the Bassfield, the Prentiss areas with a possibility of a tornado. A little bit of a surge forward there in the line that could take it possibility toward or maybe just slightly to the south of Collins. Now I'll go to my high definition radar. You can see right there it's a supercell thunderstorm, all right, but it has more rotation at low levels than it has aloft. If I show you some of the velocities down here, you can see we're not getting a real bright red and green couplet. There's green along a big long line, reds along a big long line. So this is more like a gust front now that is coming out of the storm than it is for a tornado. So the situation there is going to be one of downstream a tornado warning. Let's move on to the next one then, Sean. And we're talking off to the north now, farther north in Jackson, basically off to the east of Jackson, Polkville area, Rankin, Scott, and Smith counties. Severe thunderstorm there. And you can see this is also another storm that has an appendage, a little bit of a hook that's showing up on that. So this is another storm that's trying to rotate, and we'll continue to monitor that one, see if it will roll across, develop any kind of rotation. Right now, the rotation's a little bit weak on the south side of Polkville, going to head off. It's going to stay south of I-20 for at least for the time being. We'll continue to monitor these. The shear in the atmosphere today is a lot lower, only about half of what it was yesterday, so it's making it harder for these storms to develop rotation. Over 6.5 inches of rain have fallen from the storms that have stalled out. These are the remnants of last night's storms around Pensacola area. And still a little line segment charging east into Pensacola with a severe thunderstorm warning on that one. Coming right into Pensacola now. May not be extremely strong. It looks like it may be going to move out of the warning unless a new warning is issued. There are then over on the eastern edge of the storms that came south last night, some additional storms have developed in northeast parts of Florida. Big cluster of storms, lightning with them there in the Orlando area. It's not going to be a good day to be at the theme parks. And up around the Daytona Beach area, a severe thunderstorm warning. We even had south of Jacksonville, the Fruit Cove area, report of a funnel cloud earlier. Flagler, St. Johns counties, you could be getting some hail, some damaging winds coming across. And while they're not severe, certainly they will be severe if you're trying to be outside because of all the lightning within this. Up into the North Carolina area, we have some tornado warnings there. We've had several reports of tornadoes, some severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of these storms now are east of I-95, and the lead storm is the one that has had a tornado warning with that. Let's quick zoom into that one and see that it is turning more into one of these big comma clouds with a rotating head, a tornado warning there for Bertie County with the possibility of a tornado coming northeast in areas just to the south of the Woodville area. So it is a situation, as I say, the ingredients are a little bit on the mixed side. I've gone now for parts of tonight to Torcon values for southern parts of Mississippi, southern Alabama, west central parts of Georgia for Torcons of 6, a 7 for central North Carolina, where the conditions are the most favorable. Actually, the strongest low-level jet is there. As we go into tonight, 6 for South Alabama, 6 for central and south parts of Georgia, and then maybe a little less favorable with the loss of the afternoon heating. Still, though, a 6 up into central parts of North Carolina. So not everything is coming together today, thank goodness, at least apparently, as well as it did yesterday, and hopefully that's going to mean a big suppression of the number of tornadoes. Let's go to Alex and Dave.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. And Dr. Forbes, Jim Cantori will continue their expert analysis of these storms. We've also got Kelly Cass and Kyla Grogan coming up here in studio.
Heads up in Dayton, Ohio. A severe thunderstorm that hit Cincinnati is headed toward you. Also up in Gladwin, Michigan. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Midland. Be careful tonight. We'll be right back.
Kelly Cass and Kyla Grogan here with you for this extended edition of Weather Center Live. We are live around the clock to keep you safe during what's already been an ongoing outbreak of tornadoes and severe weather.
And we've already seen what may be the strongest tornado so far this year. The Louisville, Mississippi tornado gets a near top of the scale preliminary EF4 rating. And this area is bracing for another wave of strong storms.
And it's not just Mississippi, Alabama. You need to be on alert as well in Georgia and the Carolinas. Let's get straight to our storm tracker, Jim Cantori, who is tracking us pretty active cells on the radar already. Right, Jim?
Yeah, very active, no question about it. We're in the expert area tonight, and we're going to show you all sorts of toys that we do back and through here. But wanted to show you, too, if you're in Mobile, Alabama, it's been a very, very wet day. Look at that, 6.58 inches of rain today. That is a new daily rainfall record, breaking the old record of 3.65 back in 1986. So let's get to some of these storms. Again, not as robust a day as we've seen certainly in the days past. We've had about 128 preliminary reports of tornadoes, but that doesn't mean we're going to have a slow night. But what do you know, you're going to look at the satellite first tonight. What do you see that shows us, you know what, we don't have the same animal as we had the last 2 days?
Well, what we certainly are missing is any kind of a real sharp surge eastward, and that's kind of what we've been expecting, that really we were talking about this very slow-moving upper low that is just spiraling its way across areas near Iowa and Missouri. One little lobe of that has really come up, surging across Arkansas. It's up into the Midwest right now, and so that is making for a bit of a challenging situation. These big storms from last night have rolled down overnight and stalled out, and as Jim was talking about, given over 6.5 inches of rain there in Mobile, and now they're around the Pensacola area. But as a consequence of all the storms yesterday, the area that it was expected to have the highest tornado threat today has been contaminated a little bit. The winds are not as fast at low levels. The low-level jet is not as strong across parts of Mississippi and Alabama today, anywhere near as strong. It's about half what it was yesterday. On the other hand, the low-level jet is pretty strong coming up here at about 5,000 feet across North Carolina, where there's also a stationary front. So we've been getting severe storms and tornadoes running along that. That said, we'll still get a lot of heavy rain and some severe weather. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and probably some of that will continue all night. We even have some storms along the warm front up into Mississippi and near the Cincinnati area. I'll go to the overview here, and we'll talk about a couple of the storms in Mississippi. That one has a tornado warning. Been a report of a wall cloud, or maybe it's a shelf cloud, with a storm around the Prentiss, Mississippi area, east of Prentiss now, Jefferson Davis, the Bassfield, the Prentiss areas. And now I'll go back to my Gibson Ridge. A little bit of a curlicue. This may be a storm now that's developing a little circulation within the line. Let me take a look quickly here and see if any additional rotation is developed in that. A little bit. It's trying to get a little bit more organized organized. Instead of being just a big shear line, it is now a no correlation coefficient showing with that. It is now beginning to get a little bit more of a supercell appearance. Certainly not the kind of debris balls storms like we were seeing yesterday. All right, let's move on. There's another, and so if we do get a tornado out of that, we'll be coming to places like Dean, the Seminary, the Collins areas, and if we go up to the north, we have another supercell wannabe storm up in the areas east of Jackson. Some of these areas got hit last night. We're talking about pretty strong storms up around the Forest area in Mississippi. Let's move along then, Sean, and take a look at some of the additional storms that are rolling across. These are the ones left over from last night as the storms from last evening that had the tornadoes formed into a line and then have come down and stalled out, including the ones that have earlier given 6.5 inches of rain there that Jim was talking about around Mobile. Big line of storms has formed all the way from Orlando up into the areas near Daytona Beach. At times they've been severe. Certainly you want to be on the lookout against lightning threat in these areas.
And Forbes, what you see in the Northern Gulf right now, you think that's helping us a little bit in terms of not having such a robust evening across Mississippi,
Yeah, the
Alabama?
heavy rain across the Florida Panhandle has given a lot of cloud cover and really weakened the winds across parts of Mississippi and Alabama to only about half of what they had been expected to have been previously. So that is making the situation less dangerous probably there. But on the other hand, it's more dangerous today than it was yesterday, and we did have a tornado yesterday in North Carolina because this stationary front across the region today has a little bit faster winds to deal with. It has surface winds coming in, east winds on the north side of the front, and then low-level jet that is about 50 miles per hour or so. So we do have a tornado warning there. We've had several reports of tornadoes and some damage, and right now a storm, though, that is looking a little bit, not certainly like a supercell that we had earlier, but one of these rotating comma head storms with some rotation in there. Bertie County still has a tornado warning on that. If we can see the Doppler velocities, we'll see that it has some big, broad rotation there around the Woodville area, and that is giving the possibility of a tornado that would form there and head up toward the Ahoskie area, and areas just to the south of that, areas north and west of Edenton, just to the north of the Windsor area. And Sean will time that out for us. Approximately the Wacolon area, the Coleraine, Powellsville, Hexalina, and the Rhodes areas could get a tornado with this.
So does the convergence here keep this going tonight, and with enough instability and certainly the winds, the shear?
Yeah, I think we will still, and as the low-level jet keeps going, I think we still will have some severe threats in some of this area overnight tonight. And that said, though, you're asking about today, I've dropped the Torcons down to 6 now through this evening for parts of Mississippi and southern Alabama, 6 for southwest and central Georgia. That's still pretty high values, but there's not going to be a whole lot of tornadoes. It's 7 through the evening hours here for central parts of North Carolina, where things have come together a little bit better. But then overnight tonight, South Alabama is still a 6, South Georgia is still a 6, and I've dropped for the overnight hours a little bit to a 6 there in parts of North Carolina, and the tornado condition index on a scale of 0 to 10.
All right, Craig Forbes, we appreciate that, and I need to continue to watch the storms for us. Let's go out to Mike Seidel, who is in Salem, Alabama right now. And Mike, you've been seeing them pretty much in a recovery mode today, haven't you, in Salem?
Yes, they're trying to get things put together the best they can ahead of the rain and storms coming in. We've got 3 gentlemen over here that are putting the plywood up on the roof there because we've had a light shower. We expect some more rain and thunder. We're hoping to avoid the severe weather. In fact, right now, we haven't been mesoed by the SPC. We do have some rain and thunder on the radar. Looking out behind me to the west, you can see the more impressive darkening of the skies. And we do have some heavier rain, but it's more south and east of I-85. I think we're going to miss the heavier rain, at least in the short term, but from Montgomery south down over to Dothan to Troy, and then all the way to the Florida Panhandle. Jim, I'd like to get your expertise and Dr. Forbes' expertise on this rain coming through, cooling things down. Right now, we're only in the upper 60s here. It doesn't feel like a tornadic kind of late afternoon like we had a couple of days ago in Arkansas.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. We're going to check the radar for your area coming up, but we're also on alert in places like Atlanta, where we are looking at a pretty decent Torcon number of 6 out of 10. That is a 60% chance of seeing tornadoes within 50 miles of your area. The timing for you between 8 o'clock tonight and 2 in the morning, so have a way of getting your warnings and being notified. A lot of us are going to be sleeping when this happens, but we do have a chance of tornado, damaging winds, and also watch out for the flooding. Welcome back, everybody. Another dangerous night ahead. Unfortunately, we still have a chance of more severe storms. We are tracking them already across the Carolinas, North Carolina especially, down into parts of Mississippi and southern Alabama. It is pouring out there, so a very high threat of flooding for places like Mobile, where you've already seen several inches of rain. It continues to pour across the western panhandle of Florida. We're also tracking dangerous weather. This is a tornado warning that is still in effect here until 6:15, so another few minutes or so local time for Jefferson Davis County. Again, watch out around the Prentice area as this Doppler radar indicated tornado is moving toward the east, generally at about 25 miles per hour. Seek shelter immediately. There could be some really strong damaging winds with that as well. Speaking of damaging winds, that is also the problem here across parts of Mississippi, Washington Parish, also in Louisiana, Pearl River County and Walthall counties in Mississippi. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. There could be some damaging wind gusts with that as it's moving toward the northeast. Lots of lightning with this rain right along the Gulf Coast as well. You can see that heavy rain right around Pensacola right now. Southern portions of Alabama where you see the oranges and reds. It is really dumping rain out there. We're also seeing some pouring rain in the Sunshine State. Not so sunshiny for you right now in Orlando. Look at all that heavy rain right on top of Interstate 4 right now over towards I-95 on the east coast of Florida. It is really pouring as well. Now we get into North Carolina. We've already had confirmation of a sighting of a tornado earlier. You can see severe thunderstorm warnings east of Fayetteville, but this is also an active tornado warning in the eastern part of the state. We're talking about Bertie County. You remain under a tornado warning until 7:15 Eastern time. You need to be in your safest room of your house, the lowest level of your home or business, and away from the windows. Places like Windsor and Woodville, you need to be in your safe place right now as the storm is moving off toward the east-northeast.
Thank you, Kelly. Let's head to a live look at Atlanta, Georgia. Taking a drive through Atlanta. You can see those clouds right now. Not too bad, about 72 degrees, but we're under a flood watch. And again, looking out for heavy rain. It was a bit of a wild night for weather with Atlanta last night, but we caught a break during the day today. Here we are taking a look at I-75 traffic running pretty nicely, but you see all of the moisture in the air there, right? And it gives you an indication of how unsettled everything is. And we've got heavy rain and a flood threat coming your way in Atlanta. So again, right now when we look at the radar, not bad, but you certainly see it to the south of us in Alabama, to the west of us as well, heading into Birmingham. That's heading our way. And unfortunately, some of these storms, as you know, can be dangerous. So that's why we're going to be tracking them for you as we go throughout the evening. But take a look at the 12-hour rainfall. You can see some of the totals here coming in. We're going to see that. We're going to add to that, right, as we head across the next 24 hours. So a flash flood watch, not just for Atlanta, but Mobile, Montgomery, all the way up to Charlotte and Nashville. And this is why 3 to 5 inches of rain expected in some of these places like Pensacola, Montgomery, and Atlanta between now and Thursday. And we move a little to the east and west of that, and the numbers get a little bit lower, but still 2 to 3 inches of rain. That's an awful lot. And you'll be seeing 1 to 2 inches in places like Charleston and Jacksonville. So Atlanta, we're going to expect this to kick off. As you can see, a lot of moisture in the air. The clouds are gathering. And we're going to see all of this kick off as we get into the overnight hours. So while it'll be cloudy and then it'll hit kind of some hit or miss storms, by the time we get about 2 a.m., we're going to have heavy storms again. So if, like me, you were woken up last night by some of that loud noise, some of that rain coming down, the wind as well, we're going to see that again tonight. And some of these storms, we have to watch out for the potential of them to be severe. So you can see as we get into tomorrow, that rain is going to continue with the thunder as well. So it's going to be a bit of a rough ride. Certainly want to make sure that when you wake up tomorrow, you're not in a hurry to go anywhere, because you need to check and see what's going on with the weather first and have a way to get your watches and warnings overnight. Kelly.
Absolutely, Kyla. Very good news there, or very good advice, I should say. We do have warnings in effect right now in North Carolina. I'm happy to say the tornado warning is going to be expiring, but we still have a severe thunderstorm in the vicinity of Bertie County, also Hertford County. You're now under that severe warning as well. This is in northeastern North Carolina. That warning goes until 8 o'clock Eastern time. But again, earlier we were seeing some rotation on that particular thunderstorm as it continues to push toward the east. Hey everybody, welcome back. We've been tracking severe weather even here in North Carolina. You're looking from earlier at Stedman, North Carolina, what appears to be a tornado there in the distance. Hard to see if it's all the way to the ground with the trees in the foreground there, but very, very scary indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And this weather, unfortunately, is going to continue as we head throughout the evening. So we want to get right now to our storm tracker, Jim Cantori, who's following it all.
And guys, it's really interesting. What a different day today is in so many aspects, because yesterday we had over 60 tornadoes reported. The two-day total is about 128 when you factor in the storms we've had today. And the storm that you just saw on the video there, Stedman, that tornado, did cause quite a bit of damage to homes in Cumberland County, and also homes have been damaged in Edcombe County, which is the cell down to the south of that. So it's been a busy day indeed. Let's take a look at those pictures again. You know, the last couple of days we've seen some rather large wedge tornadoes across parts of Arkansas and into Louisville in parts of Mississippi, and different type of storm there. You can see it right there. Certainly a nice big elephant trunk rolling along, and you know, you can't see that that's on the ground, but we've got confirmation of the homes damaged, so we know in fact that that was a tornado. Greg Forbes with us tonight. Greg, a whole different animal tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're certainly not getting nearly the number of tornadoes, and that's certainly a good thing. Nor do we expect that we're going to continue to see a massive upswing in the number of tornadoes. The most we've seen thus far have actually been in North Carolina along the stationary front, including that tornado damaged a couple of houses at Stedman, North Carolina.
And one of the reasons we may not see a night like we had last night is because of last night's thunderstorms. Right?
Yeah, last night's thunderstorms have contaminated both the instability and the vertical wind shear. Here we're seeing some of the byproducts of that. We have a lot of heavy rain that is ongoing across parts of where that line of storms stalled out, and so that has really changed the low-level winds across parts of the area. It's only about half of the wind shear available today that we had yesterday. One pretty strong severe thunderstorm there in Collins, that's south and east of Jackson, Mississippi. Earlier it had a tornado warning on it. You can see it's trying to be a supercell, but the rotation in that is pretty weak. And it's showing more of a sign that it's gusting out rather than developing any stronger rotation. We'll keep monitoring that. Sliding a little bit down to the south and east end, Bogalusa, north and west of Bogalusa. Again, it's the kind of storm that's trying to be a rotation. It's got that little kink in the line, but it's sort of lining out a small little storm there. We'll continue to monitor that. We've had over 8.5 inches of rain in the Mobile area, and tremendous number of storms with heavy rain rolling across parts of the Florida Panhandle. So, Jim, it's a stormy night, but not as tornadic as we saw yesterday.
And it's because of what you're showing us down along the Gulf Coast. Yeah. All right, good stuff, Forbes. We appreciate that. Let's go back into the studios.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Well, we are also talking tonight about severe weather that happened in Georgia. In fact, an EF2 tornado happened last night. So, Kelly, we want to get right to that.
Right, Troup County, just to the southwest of Atlanta, but we're still watching out for more. So we're joined on the phone now by Ken Davis with the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. I know it's all about cleanup today for some folks, but it could get worse tonight, Ken.
Yes, it looks like we might be in for another round of severe storms. We hope not, but that possibility exists for maybe damaging winds, flooding, hail, and even an isolated tornado.
And Ken, we're looking at some of the pictures from this area. Can you describe to us a little bit about the damage that was done?
Yeah, most of that is around the northern section of Troup County there. The EF2, as you mentioned, cut about a 5-mile path through Troup and Heard counties, southwest of Atlanta and on near the western border with Alabama last night.
Any injuries with that we know of?
Well, we did have an injury and a fatality due to a traffic accident during the storm.
All right, well, hopefully everybody stays safe tonight. Ken, thank you so much for your time, but unfortunately more severe weather on tap for overnight.
Absolutely, but that is why we have got our experts in-house, and we're going to be tracking all of this for you. We've also extended our coverage so we can make sure you have all the information you need. So we're glad that you're here, everybody. Want to keep you safe tonight. Make sure you stay right with us. We're coming right back.
Another night of dangerous severe weather in places still reeling from the last blast. I'm Kelly Cass.
And I'm Kylie Grogan. So you're watching an extended edition of Weather Center Live, and we're here with you live around the clock to keep you aware of this ongoing outbreak across the South.
In fact, you can already see the radar lighting up behind us, but fortunately, as of right now, I hope I'm not jinxing this, we don't have any tornado warnings. Let's send it over to storm tracker Jim Cantori live in our Global Forecast Center. Hey, Jim.
Hey, ladies, thank you very much. Yeah, a different night as we've been talking about this afternoon, certainly than last night. And it's because of last night. We've lost the instability. We've lost one of the key components here. You know, you can have all the shear in the world, but if you can't sustain these updrafts, you can't sustain these thunderstorms, then it can just spin all at once with no clouds and really not much to do. So that's a good thing. I think everybody, especially that was in harm's way today, certainly needs a break. Let's walk over and talk to Greg Forbes. He's been watching all the radars. It's been North Carolina today, Greg Forbes. They did have the instability. They did have the low-level jet. They did have the upper-level wind shear. All those components.
And they had a front there that was giving a collision of the air masses that was helping get the storms organized, and a shift of the wind to give them a little bit of rotation. There's been several tornadoes there. The areas, though, that Jim has been talking about, this is what's left over from last night's storms. The line came south and stalled out, giving, what was it, 8.5 inches of rain or so? For
6.5 something for Mobile was the daily record. But when you said 8.5, I was like, I obviously missed something there.
Yeah,
but no, it's 6.5. That's all right.
I've got the number wrong there. So that's stalled out in this area. So as a result of that system coming all the way southbound, it has changed the wind field, it's changed the instability field, and we only have about half the instability now today that we had yesterday, about half the shear that we had yesterday. So we aren't getting, while the storms are trying to rotate with less instability and with less shear to give them rotation, they aren't rotating nearly as fast. This storm earlier did have a tornado warning on it. Right now it's around Collins in Mississippi, Covington County with a severe thunderstorm warning. But as you see there, ever so slight amount of attempt of a rotation right on the edge of the storm. We do have then another storm down in the extreme southeast corner there north of Bogalusa of Louisiana. Look how it's sort of sheared out there. We're just not getting the storms that are getting the hooks that are able to charge forward. That's a combination of not such a strong in-storm mid-level rotation that's present there because of that lack of instability, that lack of shear combined. Washington County, Pearl River County, Washington Parish, Pearl River County could be hail and some damaging winds. We'll monitor these to see if the rotation would increase. And then tremendous amounts of rain, none of them severe at the moment across the Gulf Shores area, Pensacola, up into the Destin area. Bad day if you're trying to get any kind of spring vacation down in these areas. Place that's been very active has been along a stationary front that comes across like this in red with the Gulf of Mexico and actually the Atlantic moisture coming into the south side of that. Several storms. The lead storm has had some tornadoes with that. That has turned really into a bow echo that is beginning to gust out up around Husky. The Bertie and Hertford counties area is still a possibility of a severe thunderstorm, some winds there, and never can totally rule out a tornado in that. There's a little kink in the line there, north and east of Williamston. Then another storm down the line there, Greene, Lenore, and Pitt counties, damaging winds. It too has a little dog leg in it. Never can totally rule out a development of tornado there. Then sliding down, but the rotation is not very strong. You see just a little bit of rotation in the line. It's not the kind of intense stuff that we were seeing yesterday. This storm, on the other hand, is different. This one has a supercell character to it, the tail end Charlie, as we sometimes call them. This one is trying to develop a little hook echo, trying to develop some rotation on that one. And I'll zoom into that one. So this is a supercell. There we have some hail, could be golf ball size or larger. The storm wraps around into a hook. When the tornadoes occur, they like to occur right there. So I'll go in and take a look at the storm relative velocities. There is some rotation there. You see the greens northbound, the reds southbound. Nothing there that yet is showing any, whether it's this big area of blue that if that were all rain, we would say that there's a tornado in progress. That's the debris signature color, but
it's probably all clear.
Not in, yeah, that's all clear air mode. Right. That's essentially a noise signal. So we're not getting, if that one were to produce a tornado, it would be heading over from the area near Roseboro over toward Bonnettsville and the Clinton area as we try to keep you ahead of the storm, anticipating that maybe this one, like some of the others have, will develop some rotation.
And there's a reason that one looks the best, because it's got all the untapped air. All the ones up to the north of it have been rolling over the previous tracks.
It has the untapped Gulf of Mexico or Atlantic air. There's a sort of coming together. Storms around the Daytona Beach, Orlando, down into the areas near Sebring. Lots of lightning, lots of heavy rain with these. Not severe at the moment. There were some warnings on some of these earlier. In fact, even when they were north, Freak Cove area had a funnel cloud with a storm. So occasionally these storms have been severe. Certainly the lightning now will be the main threat, along with some very heavy rain. And then we have additional storms, some of them rolling along the same path, and some of the same path that the storms yesterday rolled along with flash flood warnings, including trying to work their way
in North
up
Carolina.
into Alabama. Brand new tornado warning now.
That's their storm.
The tail end storm that we were just talking about has a brand new tornado warning now. Sampson County, the Clinton area, Keener, and the Roseboro area, as we were talking about, going to head from very close to the Roseboro area. They're going to head over, probably going to go just slightly north of Roseboro, between there and Salemburg, up over toward the Clinton, North Carolina region.
Sarah, let's do what we did last night. We focused basically on, with a hook and time that out instead of the entire cell.
Okay.
Because it's really, the only tornado threat is going to be with that hook.
The tornado threat is right there, so that's going to go right across the area, just north of the Roseboro, right toward the Clinton region of North Carolina. As this is certainly over the past couple of hours, this is certainly the best looking supercell rotating thunderstorm that we've seen across the United States.
And this is moving northeast at 15, so slow mover right now.
It's not moving very fast. Yeah, getting to the Bonnetsville area about 8:10, only moving about 15 miles per hour. So as it's kind of going slow along that stationary frontal zone.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on that. Actually, this would be a good 3D picture if you want to do that for the next block. Let's talk to Mike Bettis, who's in Moulton, Alabama. Mike, there are some storms up there, even though Greg's been talking about they've been mostly sub-severe. There's some pretty decent storms up there.
There are some storms. They're going to produce a lot of rain, we think, Jim. We've been following this one storm that's had these tiny little hook echoes on them and these little lowering bases. And the one right behind us there, you see where the skies are getting dark. We expect it to come out of the trees right there and pass left to right on your screen at some point. We've seen some weak updrafts into that. It's the tail end of the storm that extends off to the north and west towards Huntsville, about an hour outside of Huntsville. And we can show you basically what the surface flow into that storm. So you watch this. It's weak, it's flowing in that direction, so we know the force is into the storm right now, and very weak rotation once it gets in there, and a little bit of updraft into the storm, but not nearly a tight circulation at all, nothing that's lowered down to the ground. Relatively high bases there. We've seen a lot of scud clouds around it, these little foolers, if you will, these gray clouds that extend down from the base and oftentimes confused for tornadoes. No rotation in those whatsoever. A couple of concerns tonight, not necessarily a tornado risk at all, but definitely a flash flood risk, we think, for a lot of folks here in Alabama, certainly considering the heavy rain that we got yesterday and now the heavy rain that's back in our forecast with a lot of these storms. Even though they might not producing hail, may not be producing tornadoes, we think that's a good thing. But don't be on the roadways tonight, because you get caught in one of those flash floods. You don't know how deep that water is, especially at night, and then you've got some issues, Kyla and Kelly. But we'll watch this as it passes off to our north and west here as we head our way back toward Huntsville. But I think for now, Alabama really dodging a bullet today.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. We do have an active tornado warning that we want to get to and tell you about it. It is in North Carolina, Sampson County until 8:15 p.m. Eastern time. You are under a tornado warning. That includes Clinton, Keener, and Roseboro.
Yeah, this possible tornado about 12 miles west of Clinton, moving northeast at only 10 miles per hour, so moving rather slowly, but also putting down some pretty big hail. Up to golf ball size hail is expected with this storm. So again, watch out in Clinton, Roseboro, and Salemburg as it continues to push off toward the northeast at 10 miles per hour.
And you can see our hail tracker here, and that is certainly one of the concerns. So you want to take cover now. Now's the time to get into an interior portion of your home with no windows, lowest place possible you can get to, everybody. Stay safe.
And welcome to the Weather Channel expert area out here. Of course, you got all sorts of maps and things to look at, like almost the other day in the Storm Prediction Center. It's certainly a different version of that. But let's go to Greg Forbes because we do have a tornado on the ground here in Sampson County in North Carolina.
Yeah, we're talking very close to the Salemburg area where we have a very well-defined hook echo that is wrapping around into a ball there, not necessarily a debris ball at this point, but that's where the tornado will be heading from the Salemburg area off toward the east. We'll come back momentarily and take a look at where that's headed, but right at the moment you can see the pretty strong rotation. Right there is the tornado vortex signature. That's in or basically within the Salemburg area community.
Right now.
And at this point we're beginning maybe to see one spot there, one little pixel of debris. So that's sort of confirming we've got a tornado in progress and is in the process of causing some damage. Here I've taken a slice a few minutes ago right across the tornado's hook there up into the body of the storm, and so here is sort of the tube, or at least the area of the rotating part of the thunderstorm and its updraft that now includes a tornado.
That's the tube, right?
Angles its way, that's the tube, up to about 15,000 feet. Then the inflow to the thunderstorm comes in here, the updraft rises up, and then the big hail drops out of that. There's the big hail core at the ground. It could be golf ball size or bigger. Top of the thunderstorm, about 46,000 feet. So it's 8 to 9 miles tall. And now we'll take a look at where it's heading. Zoom in. There's no, wait. Oops.
Nope. We're going back.
We're going to go back and take a look at where this particular storm is heading. There is the storm that with the tornado warning is a brand new tornado warning farther now with the cluster that we've been looking at previously.
Pitt County, North
Here's
Carolina.
the Sampson County storm, the one we just took the slice through, and the debris ball or the hook looks like it's moving ever so slightly left of the orientation of the tornado warning area. So it's going to go from around the Salemsburg area off toward the northeast. Probably it's right hitting the parts of the Salemburg area right at the time. Going to be heading up toward the Bearskin Road area, going across probably Highway 242. Over or just north of downtown Salemburg, and then off toward the north and east.
It looks like the report came in 2 miles west-northwest of Salemburg.
Yeah,
so
2 miles
there we go.
west-northwest or of Salemburg. So that is right about where we're seeing that debris ball. This is probably within the last couple of minutes. Now it would have moved with the 5-minute gap in or time lag between the radar. It would have moved a little bit off toward the north and west.
Let's see a little bit longer distance. Who's in the store for dealing with this?
So can we track this out a little bit farther? It's going to be going probably generally toward the Keener area.
Just track the hook.
Up toward the Keener area there, the Bearskin, the Keener area. Keener about 8:28. McCullen, if it goes that far, about 8:37 p.m. And a brand new tornado warning for the cluster up to the north of this. Sarah, slide it off toward the north and east.
Go up to Greene and Pitt
County. A new
County.
tornado warning for parts of Greene and Pitt County, as Jim is saying. That one is part of a cluster of thunderstorms that we've been tracking previously. That I think it's the second one in the line now that has developed this broad rotation right there with some of these little inflow arms again, and there's the rotation on this one that is showing heading up toward areas of Snow Hill and the Greenville area of North Carolina with the possibility of a tornado. This one, as you see, is much broader. Instead of one pixel, one small little area of rotation, this is a broad rotation of the parent thunderstorm, but those are the kind of thunderstorms that then can put down brief tornadoes, sometimes more than one, as they head off toward the north and east.
And as we learned from you last night, they can cycle a little bit faster.
They can cycle a little bit faster, and these kind of big thunderstorm rotating clusters can put down little brief tornadoes quickly here and there.
I'm going to try to time this one out briefly.
Do we have two different storms?
Well, yeah, this one is the
original
one that had tornadoes previously. It's lost some of its rotation and bowed out. It's the next one along the line there that is now with.
And we also have East Carolina University in Greenville, as Jennifer Watson was just relaying to me. So maybe students there possibly being on alert.
East Carolina University has what?
In Greenville. They're in Greenville, North Carolina. So they're at least in the path that we've timed out thus far.
Okay.
So coming up toward the Greenville area about 9:20 p.m.
All right, guys, we'll keep an eye on this for you, obviously, especially with that southern cell. We'll let Greg get the latest analysis. If a new scan comes in, you see a debris ball, interrupt me with this, all right? Let's go to Dave Malkoff in Pearl, Mississippi. Okay, no time to go to Dave. What did we have left? About 22 seconds? Guys, again, just to recap, again, as we've been talking about, Greene and Pitt County on the northern side, Sampson County on the south side. A tornado has been reported with that southern cell. All right, and a storm that is out on its own here, not being interrupted by much of anything at all. So it is a dangerous storm as it continues to pull northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Stick around. Welcome back to Tornado Central. We're going to pick up where we left off earlier today with tornadoes in North Carolina. Now more confirmation of tornadoes down in North Carolina, east of Autryville with the southern cell that Greg's been showing us with a big hook echo, and also near the northern cell now, Greg, around Shine.
Yeah, so North Carolina really has been the place today that has had the tornadoes, and that's largely because there's a stationary front. It was there yesterday also. But today it has a little bit more juice to work with, and it has today the low-level jet that yesterday was over Mississippi and Alabama. It's fastest actually today over parts of North Carolina. So we have, which one are we going to first, Sarah? The southern one? Yep. The southern storm is a well-defined supercell thunderstorm that has a well-defined hook echo on that. It has had a tornado that's been reported around the Salemburg area. It's moving northeast now. You can see the brand new tornado warning is taking it, instead of more east-northeast, is going more toward the northeast. We're talking about Sampson County, around the areas north and east of Salemburg. That is going to be the Keener, the Roseboro area. And here is the tornado signature, the tornado vortex signature, right about to cross Highway 242 now, north of the Salemburg area, as it heads off toward the north and east at not a very fast speed, only moving about 15 to 20 miles per hour.
Let's look at the high resolution radar. Is that a debris ball, do you think?
I don't think we have a debris ball at this point, unless a brand new scan comes in. What we have is a lot of hail that's showing up in this area, the body of the storm, as the supercell thunderstorm spirals around and comes into the hook. And the tornado likes to sit right about in here. I'll drop over here and show you the storm relative velocities. So there is the location of the rotation in the storm. I am not. A couple minutes ago, we had with that some blue debris signatures. I'm not seeing that at the moment, so it may have weakened just a little bit. What I did do, though, was take a slice through this, going from the hook echo area across the weak inflow region. This is where the inflow of the storm comes up, and then it turns and goes off to the northeast and produces that hail. So when we take a look at that, here is the inflow coming into the storm. The updraft goes all the way up here now to a top of about 50,000 feet. So it's more than 9 miles tall. And this location right here, this little tube coming up, is the combination of the thunderstorm rotation, the rotating updraft, and the tornado, when that is in there, coming up from the surface up to about 15,000 feet or so.
So explain to us why that's on the back side of the updraft.
Well, it's on the south side. What is happening here is the updraft comes here. The rear flank downdraft comes along down underneath this on the west side of the hook echo, and so the tornado likes to form right in the interface between that rain-cooled air on one side and the one wind direction, and then the southeast winds. Usually those are west or northwest winds, and then coming up in here are southeast winds, and that is what gives the source of the rotation for the rotating updraft that comes corkscrewing its way upward in the storm like that.
Excellent. Let's street map this out and let everybody know who's in harm's way. Plus, Greg, just by your radar analysis, you can tell us what those people are in Beeman, Crossroads, and Red Hill are going to deal with. They're going to deal with some rain and some hail, and then all of a sudden the tornado potentially.
Yeah, the sequence there is that with the storm moving northeast like that, it's first going to come through the body of the storm. It's going to have some hail, maybe golf ball size. Then in that inflow notch, the rain will stop. All the precipitation is being suspended aloft, and then you'll get the possible tornado coming in. Here, a little bit of an inflow arm coming in like that. So the main body of the storm coming in. People up in the Rabbit Street area along Highway 421 are going to get a golf ball size hail. Then it will suddenly stop. You'll see still clouds overhead, but then will be the possible tornado moving in. And now some of the rotation, as a new scan has come in, it is continuing off toward the north and east. So interesting storm structure there. Still thinking probably the tornado is here or right at this juncture. This is probably the gust front coming out, where some of the air is coming this way. Then the warm inflow is coming in here. And then that air continues to turn upwards, and with the jet stream aloft, gets shot off toward the north and east and forms the main body of the storm with its hail and its heavy rain curtain.
And given we don't see these highly reflective cores in the actual comma head or the hook, we're probably saying there's not debris, or this is not a debris ball.
We're not seeing a lavender circle there down in this area to suggest that there's a debris ball, and the debris signature, that's the correlation with the dual pole that would indicate the tumbling debris.
And I'm going to break in really.
I saw it for just one scan.
Let's go to the northern cell, Sarah.
We do have a confirmed tornado. I was just hearing by our other weather producer, Jennifer, near Shine. This is the 911 center reporting a tornado here with this storm. Get the warning up.
All right, so we have we're zoomed in a little bit too much. Zoom out a little. Oh, there we go. Green
tornado
and Pitt counties.
On the ground near Shine, North Carolina.
There's Shine right there.
There's Shine, yeah, okay. So now the circulation, it wraps around a little bit. The circulation here is north of Shine, as well as one that's off to the north and east of Shine, the north and west of Snow Hill area. So rolling across toward Farmville, North Carolina.
All right, tornadoes in North Carolina tonight, even though the highest risk, at least early on in the day, was Alabama and Mississippi. Big difference.
Kelly Cass and Kyla Grogan here with you for this extended edition of Weather Center Live. We are live around the clock to keep you safe during what's already been an ongoing outbreak of tornadoes and severe weather.
Yeah, and I tell you what, we've already seen what may be the strongest tornado so far this year. The Louisville, Mississippi tornado gets a near top of the scale preliminary EF4 rating. And this area is bracing for another wave of strong storms.
And we're not just talking about Mississippi and Alabama, but you also need to be on alert in Georgia and the Carolinas. In fact, North Carolina, especially where we have a confirmed tornado. Let's get straight to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori and our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, tracking that storm. Hey, guys.
Yeah, hey guys, interestingly enough, the atmosphere that we saw in Mississippi and Alabama last night is in North Carolina. And we've been telling you why we're not getting the same type of storms in Alabama and Mississippi tonight because of reasons certainly which we'll go into later. But since we have an active tornado on the ground, we want to talk about that and where it's going, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, two storms in North Carolina running along a stationary front that are producing tornadoes. One of them not very far away from Clinton. We're talking Sampson County, North Carolina. This one is a supercell thunderstorm. When we zoom in a little bit, you'll see the body of the storm spiraling its way around into what may now be a little bit of a debris ball there. We'll investigate that on the high resolution radar in a moment. But we're talking heading up toward the areas probably just to the north and west of Keener. There is the broad rotation showing up as the circulation. Whoops, I probably drew that wrong. It's right about there. The rotation of the storm that's heading off toward the north and east. It's going to be coming across Rabbit Street as it heads off into the areas west of Keener, across Sampson County, getting pretty close to this Keener, or at least the western portions of the Keener area.
All right, so let's look at this high resolution radar, because this is interesting to me. Why, if that's the possible tornado, is it separated from the main hook?
Well, this we had been generating that gust front that came out, so we'll have to find out. It's a little spot there. Sometimes that's a flanking storm. Sometimes that's a debris signature. So the way we find that out then is to go to the velocities and see if that little dot corresponds to the rotation signature, and it does not. The rotation is out a little bit ahead of that, and if I go to the debris signature, it does not either. So it looks to me that at this point our main signature that we're getting on this storm is that it is having a gust front that is pushed east, and that gust front then is triggering a new little flanking storm that has come up and gotten a little bit of precipitation here on that little spot. The most likely location for the tornado somewhere on the leading edge of those and heading off toward the north and east. Now, as you were pointing out a few minutes ago, Jim, because it's heading northeast, the people that are here up in advance of this in the northeast part of the warning are getting first getting into some hail that could be golf ball size, and then when the storm comes over them here, getting into the inflow, suddenly the rain stops, but you might see a tornado coming. At any rate, what you probably will see is maybe a shelf cloud or a wall cloud, some kind of low-hanging cloud that's on the leading edge of this gust front that is coming to you.
We do have a second tornado confirmation reported with this one near Serenity Lake subdivision. This is crossing streets of High House Road and US 421.
Let's go into the street level mapping.
Yeah, probably find street level mapping.
Yeah.
We see US 421
right
there. So tornado is getting close to that area. And again, we get updates on these radars about every 5 minutes. So
it's
right
probably
now,
lagging, yeah.
it is advanced up into, I'm not seeing the Serenity.
Right there. This was the previous report, High House Road.
High House Road.
This, let me circle it here. High House Road,
High House
right
Road
there.
is this one, so it has come across.
Right there was our last tornado report, I believe.
All right, right in about there. Go back to the
smaller
regular reflectivity mode. So that's as this little debris ball, or this little hook area, I should say, has come across that region. There's been a report of a tornado within that. So. That would not have been this spot. That would have been in the hook area that I was talking about. Yeah.
All right, but still, same rules apply as Forbes was talking about. You're going to get the rain, possibly golf ball hail, and then this tornado, which doesn't, certainly from a reflectivity standpoint, doesn't look as impressive. But the fact that we have one and it's coming over streets and potentially doing damage, we want you to be aware of that.
Yeah, indeed. We cannot from the Doppler radar always get the intensity of the tornadoes. It is probably not likely that this is going to be an EF4 or EF5 kind of tornado, but certainly, as Jim says, something that's capable of producing damage. We're not seeing the kind of purple debris ball signature in here that suggests that it would make us think that it at least was an EF3 or higher tornado at this point.
Something like that we saw last night in a Beamer, for example, where now we've seen ground truth of that, all sorts of tree and home damage. Let's look at this northern cell, if we could, Sarah. And again, around the Shine area, Greg Forbes, this is pulled off to the north, but this thing's a mess.
Yeah, Greene and Pitt counties, this is a big conglomeration of storms that have generated some rotation in a broad sense. Probably the main rotation right now is around the area just to the south of Spites Bridge, heading up toward a lot of roads. So there's going to be a lot of locations in there. We'll time this out. It's generally heading toward the Greenville area, where we have a university that is possibly in the path as well.
Yeah. Do you think there's a storm up there too that's kind of holding together with some rotation, but the real threat is with the southern cell?
Seems to be with this one, heading toward the Lizzie, the Greenville area, about 9:01 p.m.
What was the campus again, Sarah?
I believe it was, what was the campus again, Jennifer?
University of
East Carolina University.
East Carolina, that's right, East Carolina
and
University.
This storm did have an earlier report of the tornado near Shine, North Carolina, but that was still a few moments ago.
This is the kind of big conglomeration of storms that has these little inflow arms coming in that suggest that there's has some organized mid-level rotation that is formed here, and that's the kind of thing that can occasionally drop down little tornadoes that usually are pretty brief. We won't be absolutely sure of that, but the most likely location for them right now, there's a little bit, one of these warmer inflow notches coming right in there. There is likely to be the tornado location in that red and green touching each other. So coming up toward the Moy Turnage Road, Highway 13, a lot of highways that are intersecting right along the path.
I'd even go farther north than that, because sometimes we're so behind.
Highway 258, it's probably just to the very close to the Farmville area now. Highway 13, Highway 258 juncture, and that one is going to come, if it is holding together as a tornado or reforming as a tornado, will be coming right toward Greenville.
Right. Have we gotten a new scan on the high resolution?
We have gotten a new scan come in on the high resolution.
This is the southern cell now.
We've lost that little flanking storm. Still the supercell of the southern storm, still with the golf ball size hail, still the likely tornado location right about there. Let's see the storm velocity. Not a real intense velocity signature, but you can see the greens northbound, the red southeastbound, and taking a look to see. No, the debris signature, these bluish colors are still in the rain-free inflow, so that's still sort of a noise situation.
Sarah, what did street level mapping look like with this in terms of what we've got? Actually, we're going to break at 10, so we'll answer that coming back. But I just want to see if we were, since they're saying this is a tornado touchdown, is there just not anything?
Yeah, and that tornado warning was Sampson County in area.
Oh, okay, the other one.
We'll be right back. Stick around. Welcome back to Tornado Central here. We're watching storms in North Carolina today that seem to be the ones that want to produce the tornado. And Greg Forbes was talking earlier about how that atmosphere that was over Mississippi and Alabama has come into North Carolina today. So it's not surprising to us, certainly, given the upper level things that are going on. Stedman, North Carolina, we've had some damage there with homes. Now the new tornadoes around Autryville have moved up toward Wilson Road, and they continue to produce possibly even some damage.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, as it stands right now, the Torcon values are highest for central parts of North Carolina than they are anywhere else.
That was a great call, by the way.
The situation Jim is talking about, we have pretty strong winds coming in from the southeast off of the Atlantic, and that is colliding with more east winds that are from the east, north of that stationary front, and so that is giving storms that are running along that stationary front. I'm thinking we're going to be having an increasing flash flood threat, but also we have a tornado threat as well. The southern of the storms is the one that is a supercell thunderstorm. You can see how it wraps around into a hook echo there.
New tornado reported with this one 5 miles northeast of Salemburg, North Carolina.
Okay, well, Salemburg is where the tornado was about 10 minutes ago. Right. So it's only moving about 15 miles per hour or so. So it is off to the north and east of Salemburg, we'll come in and take a look at that. I don't think this is showing us much. Let me go while you're getting a street level mapping, Sarah. Let me go to the high definition radar here.
Is that a little donut?
And well, I don't think so. I don't think we have any donut, but we certainly have a supercell thunderstorm that is wrapping around, and the tornado is sitting right about in this location. If I slide down along this a little bit, you'll see I'll go back southwest. So there at the very top of the screen there is where the tornado is now, and there is where Salemburg was. We had a tornado near there a little while ago, so it has moved off toward the north and east. Let me slide this back into the picture then and take a look at the velocities here. We have not a very strong velocity signature at this point. The normalized rotation that I've been talking about looks kind of weak at this point as well, but I did see one speck. Now, I guess if I go back 5 minutes, maybe I see that speck. One little speck here somewhere, right there was. One little speck of that looked like some debris. So I think that probably is the location of the most recent tornado report that was off toward the north and east of Salemburg. So,
do you think this is something, Greg, that's been on the ground, or is it just kind of briefly coming down?
My guess is that it's a brief intermittent. There may be a brief tornado. There's probably maybe a funnel cloud that is there, and probably not real intense. Let's hope that's the case. But at any rate, it's heading off toward the north and east. And I did take a slice through it about the time that it was producing that most recent tornado report.
5 miles northeast of Salemburg, yep.
The interesting thing about this one compared to the slice I took prior to that was how much lower the rain is to the ground. There's only a very shallow there, little updraft region. But then the updraft comes all the way up here to about 45,000 feet, and the hail drops out of that tilted updraft. There's hail that initially forms on both sides, but the one that forms on the south side comes back down and doesn't fall because it comes into the heart of the updraft. So the hail is predominantly one side to the north side of the storm, and the tornado likes to be on the south side where you're getting the inflow area and the downdraft area right at the interface, and that's the rotating thunderstorm updraft area, and the tornado sits inside of that.
And you would typically see that with a weaker tornado, wouldn't you? Much more shallow.
Not
much
this
more
long,
shallow, 10,000 foot long or high too. But
yeah, it wouldn't be real intense. Look to me in this case though that maybe the wall cloud has come pretty well all the way to the ground too. So we're talking about an area now that is heading up toward areas south and east of Newton Grove, off to the north of Keener, with a tornado that has been sighted, at least intermittently, coming across this part of North Carolina.
Welcome back, everyone. New video just into the Weather Channel showing some of the damage left behind in Stedman, North Carolina. Earlier, we were actually showing footage of what appeared to be a tornado on the horizon. Now you can see some of the damage, some of the trees that have come down, and we also have reports of some homes being damaged by this particular tornado as well.
Yeah, indeed, and that was earlier this afternoon.
There's the tornado right there.
There's the tornado right there we're seeing on the left, and then on the right, we're seeing the location of that tornado. Now, each one of these red spots here is a report of a tornado, so you see that there are three that are pretty close together here, south and east of Kinston. There are two that are almost overlapping. So this is the kind of thing where we've got 6 reports or so of tornadoes today, but we don't know if all of these are one, or if they're all separate tornadoes. That's why it takes us some time to get actual number accounts for the tornadoes that occur.
Yeah, the National Weather Service, of course, will go out and conduct surveys to see the damage and then rate the damage, first of all, and then kind of determine how many twisters may have touched down at one point.
And we've had probably a few additional spottings on some of the ongoing storms that may not have made this list yet, that haven't got into their storm reports. And so there are 2 storms right now in North Carolina that have tornado warnings on. They're running along a stationary front with the shifting winds across that, giving tornadoes and at least some occasional tornado reports there. The southern storm, a supercell thunderstorm. The northern storm, a cluster there that you can see all sorts of bands that are rolling in, northbound. My thought is, which one are we going to go to first, Sarah? The southern one? Okay. The northern one is more of a cluster of storms. The southern one, a supercell thunderstorm. You can see that it has it's a little bit odd configuration. The body of the storm, northeast, southeast to northwest, with a hook up on the northwest corner. Usually it's in the southwest corner.
And velocity, you're still seeing the winds turning in direction?
Yeah, we are. It just unfortunately got hidden under the Van Crossroads label here, but it's right under the R there in the Crossroads. And heading off toward the north and east, toward the Newton Grove area. There it is. So it's a pretty tight little rotation showing up there north and east of Van Crossroads, heading off toward the north and east. I'll go and take a look at the high definition radar, and we'll come back and then map out where that's going. Here is the body of the storm, wraps around, tornado sitting right in about there. We have the inflow to the storm coming in like that. So the tornado sits at the interface between the warm inflow and the rain-cooled outflow and taps that shifting winds right in about that location.
And now, earlier we did have some sightings of an actual tornado with this particular storm.
Yeah, we did have some sightings indicated. The rotation showing up right about in there is where it's strongest, and at this, well, let me circle that just in case we see any kind of a debris signature showing up. But right inside there where the rotation is, we're not seeing the blue. The blue is out here in the clear air, so that is basically a noise signal. So no, we're not seeing indication at this time of the debris from the storm. Timing that out and tracking it ahead, Monk's Crossroads about 8:27, the Starlight about 8:45 p.m. Let's go and take a look at the storm, though, with the tornado warning farther to the north and east. This
kind
one,
of a messy one.
The big messy one, yeah, big spiraling, all sorts of bands spiraling in toward some mid-level broad rotation, Greene and Pitt counties. But that said, there have been some reports of occasional tornadoes. The strongest rotation there, it's a bigger rotation, not just the 2 pixels like we saw in the last storm. Bigger area of rotation that could be giving tornadoes probably most likely right about at that spot where the red and green touch, but heading off toward the north and east across areas east of Highway 13, north and east now of Highway 123. They're heading up across parts of Pitt County, I guess this is it, Greene and Pitt counties, off toward the north and east. It's generally around the Farmville area.
Moving pretty slowly, by the way.
Moving rather slowly. These are going only about 15 to 20 miles per hour. So generally coming toward the Greenville area of North Carolina. And with this many rain showers in the area,
it's going to be hard to see.
Well, not only hard to see, but we're probably running maybe at this point a bigger threat of getting flooding, encountering flooded roadways perhaps, than you are of encountering an actual tornado. But stay safe. You don't want to be driving in any of this.
We'll be right back. Severe weather striking North Carolina today. Look at this new picture that we saw on Twitter. This is out of Salemburg, North Carolina, and you can see definitely some darkness on the horizon there, what appears to be a cone kind of coming down from that overcast sky. So certainly the possibility of a tornado. We did have some storm spotters saying that there was a tornado when we were tracking this earlier this afternoon. Again, this is a picture from Salemburg, North Carolina, but we also want to show you some damage that we're seeing in Stedman, North Carolina. This was from earlier this afternoon. We're seeing some trees knocked down, and Greg, it looks like some mobile homes that were knocked off their blocks, their foundations as well. So certainly quite a bit of damage, and we even saw actual footage of the tornado that was striking Stedman, North Carolina.
Yeah, we did, and we did get reports that a couple of them. There it is, the tornado right there. Of course, you can't see behind the trees, but we do know that it produced damage to a couple homes and broke off some trees, as you just saw.
And we're still looking at some active warnings right now across North Carolina, although it looks like some of the storms are weakening, which is great news, Greg. So we're still keeping an eye on Sampson County. Actually, just expired a moment ago.
Yeah, it just expired. The storm there, this one right here, was the one that was that we had the picture, the first picture that you showed.
Okay.
From
Salemburg?
The Salemburg picture.
Okay.
And that made a bit of a left turn. It came up across the Van Crossroads area, and that little appendage that is in this case, usually in the southwest corner of the supercell thunderstorms, this case is in the northwest corner with kind of an odd anvil that goes down to the south and east in this case. So we've lost the tornado circulation. We've lost the tornado warning on this storm. We'll continue to monitor that one. On the other hand, pretty well-defined dogleg in this next storm up the line with a severe thunderstorm warning across Wayne County. And by the way, all of these storms today, there have been so many of them in North Carolina, they're running along a stationary front. So they have a little bit of extra squeeze as the warm and cold air collide, and a little bit of extra wind shift across the front. And that is what's giving the possibility of some of these storms to have tornadoes. So there's a couple places here.
Highest here, wasn't it?
Yeah, I did have to raise it. I had it high to begin with, and now it's higher than anywhere else in the south and east. This has a couple of pretty strong rotations showing up in there, but the main character of this is you see a little bit of that backwards C shape to it, and so it is mainly getting a pretty strong rear flank downdraft coming in from the northwest on the west and southwest side of the body of this, what's trying to be a supercell thunderstorm. Kind of a high precipitation supercell like we saw yesterday, especially late in the evening. We would get some rotation up in this area, and then pretty strong winds that were surging forward in the areas to the south of where the tornado might be. So severe winds there around the Walnut Creek, the LaGrange area, the Institute, the Glenfield area, with possibly a tornado developing in that Walnut Creek Institute area up on the north end of the storm.
Okay, as of right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but it could be upgraded to a tornado warning. We'll let you know if that happens. But in the meantime, we're also tracking some dangerous weather further to the north, although that other tornado warning was also expired.
Yeah, there was a tornado warning that was in a big area of rotation here at mid-levels that had some spiraling bands moving in that was generally heading toward the Greenville area. It was getting very hard to detect any definite rotation in there. You can see that in general, these storms, by virtue of being along a stationary front, are adding up rain-wise, and we do have some areas that have had flash flood warnings in the past 3 hours. For example, some of these couple of storms that have gone by in the areas west of Greenville,
6 inches.
Radar suggesting perhaps as much as 6 inches of rain in some spots. That's probably likely to be confined to, and I should also point out that these assume that all the radar return is due to rain, whereas we know we had some golf ball hail, and that makes tends to give an over-exaggeration of the rainfall. Hail contamination, exactly. So I think probably 3-4 inches is more likely to what actually has been rain.
But as you mentioned earlier, these storms only moving toward the east at what, 15-20 miles an hour? So.
Yeah, and we did have the storms earlier that were rolling across the Wilson area where we had at least a report of a funnel or a tornado, and that area now, even though the storms have moved out, has a flash flood warning.
Yeah, reports of trees down, by the way, near Wilson. Of course, flash flooding is a concern as well. Let's take it down toward the Gulf Coast, Greg, because we're seeing some very heavy rain and lightning here.
We are seeing very heavy rain. About 6.5 inches of rain already fell at Mobile. Flooding, flash flood warnings, including the Biloxi, Mississippi area. Pretty heavy rain pummeling its way in toward Pensacola, Florida. But the big picture down here is that the storms, most of these storms that are in this area are left over from the big line of tornado-producing thunderstorms that sagged southeast and stalled out across the western part of the Gulf of Mexico, or the central part of the Gulf of Mexico, overnight and this morning. And that seems to have, that whole thunderstorm seems to have contaminated not only the instability, it's held down the temperatures, but also lowered the low-level winds and has led to a much decreased tornado threat in parts of Mississippi and Alabama than we thought we would have today.
That's a good thing.
That's certainly a blessing for Mississippi, Alabama. Not such a good thing in terms of giving a flash flood threat for some of these areas. That said, given that these areas have a lot of tropical storms and hurricanes come in, we know that some of these areas can take a lot of rain without having really massive flooding that can result. So,
I mean, Mobile had, what, 4 or 5 inches yesterday, and now we're getting rain on top of that as well. But we do have a severe storm in southern Louisiana, it looks like. Yeah, up in the parts of southeast Louisiana. This is in general up north of Hammond and west of the Bogalusa area, St. Helena and Tangipahoa parishes. With, again, the storms just don't have the kind of low-level shear. They have the body of the storm, but they don't have enough low-level shear that they can get themselves spiraling forward into one of these hook echoes on the south side. So they're having some damaging winds, but so far, and we'll hope it stays that way, we're not getting nearly the tornado threat. I'm again in the process of lowering the tornado condition index for the overnight areas for parts of Mississippi, Alabama, for these areas, and continuing to have the highest threat actually for at least for a while until it cools off in parts of North Carolina. Okay, so your highest torcon number as of right now, North Carolina, but moving forward overnight, are we still concerned about some of these Gulf Coast states inland? I'm still concerned. I don't have the updated graphic yet, but I'm dropping some of southern Alabama, southern parts of Georgia down to a torcon of 5, whereas right now I have a torcon of 7 for central parts of North Carolina. I'm going to drop that a little bit also as we lose some on the heating of the afternoon. How about Atlanta? I know a lot of folks are wondering with the overnight. I think I haven't finalized yet. I think I'm dropping the torcon to 3 for Atlanta overnight. We're just not getting the kind of conditions. What we're getting is here, if we go to one of our radar futurecast based upon one of our high resolution models, you'll see that we have one little line of storms that comes in. This is 11 p.m. All of this rain begins to fill in across parts of southeast Alabama, comes up into west central parts of Georgia, maybe there with a little bit of a bow echo that begins to form. Okay, so a strong wind threat with that. Some wind threat, some very heavy rain threat with some of that, but it is looking like the wind shear is not very favorable. That said, some of the, and these I'm updating, but some of these, the low-level jet is expected to increase a little bit around the Montgomery, Alabama area over to Macon, Georgia, and it has already been kind of strong over the central parts of North Carolina. So I'm thinking maybe it's a little bit more this corridor that has a little bit higher tornado threat as opposed to where we thought it would be, was a little bit farther to the northwest. The winds there are just not supporting the higher tornado threats today. Again, if you're not familiar with Dr. Forbes' torcon, I should say, that is basically a chance of tornadoes within 50 miles of an area. So the higher the number, the higher the chance you are to see tornadoes. So the lower the number, we'd like to see that, Greg. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning up on the north edge of that heavy rain area there along I-65, well south and west of Montgomery, just north across the border from Florida. The Atmore, the Bruton area, Conecuh, Escambia, and Monroe counties in southwest Alabama, with the possibility of some hail and some damaging winds. One core there about ready to go across I-65 north and east of the Atmore area probably is where the hail is showing up. But again, we're getting some broad elongated area of shifting winds there, more indicative of gusts coming out the leading edge, not so indicative of these storms being able to concentrate themselves into tornadoes. Okay, can't rule out tornadoes completely, but we want everybody to be aware of strong winds and also flooding. In fact, we have a new picture showing you just how bad it got here in Fayetteville, North Carolina, with that high water on the roadways. Look at that intersection, Greg, and people trying to cross it. Never do that. Don't do that. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. You're looking at a new picture in from Salemburg, North Carolina, with what appears to be a tornado out there on the horizon. Certainly dark overcast sky, kind of developing a cone toward the bottom there, toward the ground. Hard to say if it's all the way reaching the ground, but we have had several reports of tornado touchdowns in North Carolina today, and we've also had tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings here in the state of North Carolina. And we are still looking at some pretty strong thunderstorms right now, but thank goodness no tornado warnings in effect at this time, but still plenty of heavy rain. That is leading to a flash flood threat as well. You can see the big picture showing you lots of moisture all the way up through the Ohio Valley. We've had some damaging winds there as well. But here's where we do have an active severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. We're well to the east of Raleigh, north of Kinston, North Carolina. This is an active severe warning for Greene, Lenoir, and also Pitt counties until 9:15 Eastern time. So there could be some damaging wind gusts within that thunderstorm, or even surrounding that thunderstorm on the outflow. You can see also flash flooding is a concern here in Edgecombe until 9:15 Eastern time. We've had reports of 3-4 inches of rainfall with some of these areas. So do not try to cross a road that's covered with water. It's really hard to say just how deep it might be. You might get stalled out in that and even carried away. Here's a look at some heavy rain affecting Birmingham right now around Jefferson County, but thank goodness no severe storms on you right now. We are watching severe weather, though, in the southern part of Alabama, and also here in Louisiana. We've had severe weather, too. We're talking about St. Helena and Tangipahoa parishes. You're currently under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 Central Time. So we're talking about areas around Kentwood. You could experience a wind gust greater than 60 miles per hour. Very heavy rain. Lots of lightning. Watch out for that as well. Also here in the Bruton area, we're talking about, I believe we're in southern Mississippi now. We've got Conecuh, Escambia, and also Monroe. Actually, this is Alabama, sorry, Monroe counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock Central Time. It does include Bruton. You can see all the lightning, just tremendous amounts of energy right along the Gulf Coast, correlating where we're having that very heavy rain and causing some flash flood concerns right along the Gulf Coast as well. So watch out for that. Florida, you're active too, but thank goodness no severe warnings at this time. Daytona Beach, rocking thunderstorms, but pushing off the coast right now, but still affecting a portion of Interstate 95. Orlando beginning to quiet down. You can also see some showers and storms that have gone severe here in Ohio. Around Cincinnati, we had a wind gust close to 50 miles per hour, actually close to 60 miles per hour, and you can see a line that's pushing across the central part of Ohio right now. So we have active severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of Marion and Morrow counties. That goes until 9 o'clock Eastern time. You can see that line kind of bowing out right there, a backward C. So right at the apex of that, you could experience some very strong damaging wind gusts with that. And again, even further to the east, it looks like they just issued another warning east of that, another county here in Ohio under a severe thunderstorm warning as they anticipate that entire line to continue pushing toward the east. So now there's our newest warning, Knox County. We're in Ohio. You're under severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30 Eastern time. Watch out for damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Lots of lightning, very heavy rain with these storms as well. Even Mansfield, looks like you got a storm kind of clipping you on the southeast side of town. Kyla?
All right, thank you, Kelly. Let's take a look at some video now from Wilson, North Carolina. Look at the flooding tonight that they're dealing with. Boy, you know, Dr. Forbes was telling you that these storms are moving rather slowly, and this is part of the result of that, is it just kind of trains over the same area. We get all this flooding, and I have to tell you, you've got to watch out. If you can't see that line on the road, then you don't know how deep it is, and it's very dangerous to drive through. Not only dangerous, but think of what it can do to your vehicle if you get stuck there. That is not where you want to be. So Wilson, North Carolina tonight, they are dealing with a lot of tough weather. Take a look at this one, Fayetteville, North Carolina, more of the same. It's just coming down in buckets. And this is probably going to continue throughout the night. So just a word of caution to you. Be very careful, everyone. We have a lot of hazards with this weather. And unfortunately, the heavy rain and flood threat, not just for the south, but also for the northeast. In fact, we've got the rain now knocking on Washington, D.C.'s door. You're about to start seeing some of that moving right in. And you can see also New York City, it's heading your way. We have some rain moving across western New York. We've got, in fact, a flash flood watch in Washington, D.C. that's up tonight. And flood watches extend from Harrisburg, PA to Philadelphia to New York City as well. So that means a lot of rain coming your way tomorrow. So while we'll be dealing with severe weather from Virginia point south to the north, it will be rain and thunderstorms all the way up to Boston and Burlington, Vermont. You too will be dealing with some of this rain. As we get into Thursday, you can see it does track a little further towards the northeast, and we are going to see the severe storms start to die down. but the rain stays with us, everybody. We're talking 3 to 5 inches of rain from New York City right on down to Washington, D.C. We are going to continue to track the severe weather threat. Stay with us. Our experts are in-house, and I want to keep you safe tonight.
It's past the hour time now to check out what's going on with our storm update tonight. The good news is for Mississippi and Alabama, at least, we have an underachieving atmosphere. North Carolina, a little different story. But let's talk about this on the water vapor as to why we had this underachieving day.
Yeah, but before we do that, let's show how the things have changed over the past 48 hours. Each of the red spots here are representing where the tornadoes have been, and so we began with tornadoes
Sunday, yep.
on Sunday, I guess we are. Sunday that were farther to the west. The worst of them were up in this little corridor around the Little Rock area where we had a long track tornado. And then all sorts of tornadoes yesterday, more than 80 reported yesterday. And then today, it's been a lot spottier. Most of the tornadoes that we've had have been over in the North Carolina area. So that has been there it is right there is today's version.
Just FYI, about 135 for day 3 total.
The 135 for the 3-day total?
Preliminary, yeah.
We don't know that that's the exact number of actual tornadoes, but I was saying I thought we'd get 100 or so tornadoes over this whole siege. So we're coming pretty close to that, I guess. Here's the big picture. What we've been talking about, if you've been watching us for days, is that we'd get this big upper low beginning to produce a severe weather threat on Saturday and continuing to have some severe weather threat until finally the coastal areas of Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina on Thursday. So we're into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, day 4 of this with a big spinning upper low here. You can see little pinwheels. There's one that's revolving around there. You can see a little pinwheel circulation. There's another, and I think that's part of the reason why we haven't got so severe today. One of those pinwheels that could have been driving east instead has rolled up behind the cold front up into Indiana. So I think it took with it some of the low-level jet.
It did.
The other thing that happened is that the line of thunderstorms that had all the tornadoes in it last evening rolled down and stalled out over parts of North Carolina. That is blocking some of the moisture, and in the process has helped to alter and slow down the winds over much of Mississippi and Louisiana and Alabama. And so as a consequence, we have not had the kind of wind shear that we've needed at low levels to produce tornadoes. I don't know why. There we go. What we have had today has been this stationary front that's been across North Carolina, and the low-level jet that has been missing over Mississippi and Alabama has been over the Carolinas, and where it has intersected that front there in North Carolina, we've had a bunch of tornadoes. And we still up in the in the Midwest, up near the cold front, up near a stagnant warm front here, up into Ohio and Kentucky, have a number of warnings. So I'm going to go back to the other max, and we're going to take a tour of some of these, one including a bow echo that has rolled its way past the northeast of the Columbus area now.
Oh, yeah.
Heading its way toward Mansfield and maybe all the way to Cleveland, Ohio. Marion and Morrow counties in Ohio right now, coming up toward Mansfield with a possibility. When you get these backwards C shapes, that usually is indicative of some damaging winds that are pushing it fast like that. This part of the line that goes straight southbound is not as dangerous as, given the upper level winds coming this way. The part of the line that goes perpendicular across those upper level winds usually channel some of that wind down to the ground. Knox County, though, also is the last county down the line there with severe thunderstorm warnings on that.
That said, you want to time this out to Cleveland, or you want to go on with radar?
Well, let's go on with the radar.
We'll do that later.
It's probably going to be about an hour and a half by the looks of things coming into the Cleveland area. We have another one of these little bow line segments coming up toward Frankfort, just missing Louisville area in Kentucky, and additional that are up near London, Kentucky, going to go south of Lexington, still Jackson and Lee counties. With that one may actually be trying to make a transition between a supercell thunderstorm and a bow echo, as it is rolling with the possibility. Each of these could have some 1-inch hail or larger, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds or larger as they roll across these parts of Ohio and Kentucky.
You know, and a lot of times the tornadoes are going to get all the attention because they're certainly the most dangerous out there, but there's also certainly a damaging wind threat and a hail threat with these.
Yeah, indeed, and we know that when trees fall on houses, fall on cars, fall on mobile homes, they can prove deadly, and so you need to treat these severe warnings.
We saw that in Iowa with that 90-mile-an-hour wind on Sunday.
You need to respect these warnings as well.
All right. Guys, much more to come here on the Weather Channel as we continue to watch these storms, but right now let's go back out into the studios.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. You know, another big concern here is flooding, and we are seeing a lot of it. We are hearing reports as well. And yeah, take a look at this. This is Wilson, North Carolina, and they are dealing with the rain just coming down, and we're even hearing of some rescues that are happening as well.
Yeah, the water definitely covering up some of the roadways there. You never want to attempt driving through that because it could stall out your car and you could lose control. Fayetteville, we're also seeing some issues where you are as well. Look at the water up to the rim of the wheel right there, and several inches of rain have come down along with some hail when we had severe storms earlier.
Right, and then I want to talk about this Farmville, North Carolina, flooding being reported throughout the town, and and we're hearing from the police there that they have rescued 3 people so far in Farmville due to flooding accruing. So it's just to point out the fact that you really don't want to mess with this. You know, the saying is turn around, don't drown, and we can't say that enough.
And of course, you can see right there below us, we have the flood watches in effect for all those areas shaded in the green from the Florida Panhandle through the southeast up into the Carolinas as well. So we want you to be safe.
Absolutely. And of course, we have all day, all night coverage on air, online, and on your mobile device. We have so many ways for you to get information. Please take advantage of that. We do want to keep everyone safe. Our continuing live coverage will be right back.
Kelly Cass and Kyla Grogan here with you for this extended edition of Weather Center Live. We are live around the clock to keep you safe during what's already been an ongoing outbreak of tornadoes and severe weather.
And we have already seen what may be the strongest tornado so far this year. The Louisville, Mississippi tornado gets a near top of the scale preliminary EF4 rating. And this area bracing for a wave of strong storms yet again.
Unfortunately, it's not just Mississippi and Alabama. You also need to be on alert in Georgia and the Carolinas, although thankfully the tornado threat diminishing somewhat. We want to get more information now from our storm tracker Jim Cantori and severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. Hey guys.
Hey guys, yeah, we've been talking tonight about how parts of Alabama, Mississippi have certainly underachieved, but perhaps even overachieving a little bit is North Carolina. You raised your Torcon earlier today here to a 7, and now again on these southern cells, these southern flank cells, we start to see them hook around a little bit.
Yeah, indeed, and I should point out that this same stationary front was in this area yesterday. We had some tornado warnings, and so I did already yesterday was increasing the Torcon for today, and then I had to increase it even further when I saw that there was pretty decent low-level jet hitting up into the stationary front across North Carolina. Now, right now, we've had tornadoes earlier. Right now, we have one severe thunderstorm around the Kinston, North Carolina area, but it has actually some rotation that shows up in it. Let's zoom in, Sarah, and take a look. We're talking about a warning that is for Greene, Lenoir, and Pitt counties down into the area with, you can see why it's caught my attention. There we have a pretty well-defined supercell thunderstorm with the bird wings coming together in the body of the storm, and then down to a little hook there that is just to the west of Kinston there. Brand new tornado warning. Yeah, the Weather Service is watching just as much like a hawk as the old Storm Master is. Absolutely. And definitely has developed some rotation that is in the area here just to the west of Kinston, heading off toward the northeast. This is going about 25 to 30 miles per hour toward the northeast in the area that is just to the east of LaGrange, going to head up toward the area near Institute area and into the Highway 258 area that will be just off to the east of the Institute location. So while, Sarah, you're doing a tracking of that, I'll go to the high definition radar. Good. And you can see here that the golf ball size hail or larger, the body of the storm, it's at the very tail end of a big mass of storms that could be giving a flash flood threat. But here we have the inflow coming in that rain-free notch. The storm is rotating, so that wraps the precipitation around, and the tornado likes to sit right about there. Let me zoom in just a little bit to this particular area, and then take a quick look here at the velocities.
Unlike the Samson storm, though, you're not going to know this. This is going to be rain, hail, maybe more rain, and then boom, the tornado. We're not going to have a break like we did with the Samson storm.
No, you're going to come quickly right out of the rain and hail right to a possible tornado as it goes northeast toward where it is already raining.
That's impressive.
This is the change of the velocity in the rotation of the storm over a distance. So it has some, it's got up a little bit of a core there. Notice that it's right along the leading edge. It's the interface between the warm rain-free air and the rain-cooled air that's wrapping around. And that is where the tornado is likely to be. And let's see. At the moment, I'm not seeing any blue debris signatures in there. So it's certainly capable of producing a tornado, but no, not necessarily confirmed at this point. If you've been watching, I've been periodically showing these slices through. The updraft of the thunderstorm is coming up here, rises up, and then it goes out with the anvil. So the highest tops here are up to close to 50,000 feet, so about 9 miles tall. Notice here the updraft comes in, suspends some hail aloft. Those 50 to 100 mile per hour updrafts can suspend the hail aloft, levitate it like if you were trying to get a ping pong ball with as Mark has shown on air a couple times, up with a hair blower. Right, you can suspend the hail aloft, and in this case, then the rotating part of the thunderstorm updraft is coming right up across there and doing that suspending with the possibility of a tornado inside of that.
How does the stone get back up into the updraft? If it falls, what moves in the actual storm that caused that?
What happens is that the updraft tilts up like this at an angle, and so the hail just sits there and levitates. As it grows in size, it just begins to fall. And the fastest updrafts, they're fastest right at the core. As it begins to fall south of the updraft, underside of the updraft, it begins to fall into weaker and weaker velocities at the edge of the updraft and is able to fall to the ground. On the other hand, the developing hail embryos form a little bit on the south side of the core of this tilted updraft. So as they begin to fall, they get into the faster updraft, and so they just stay there. So they just suspended there. They don't do this massive up and down that you hear the myths about. You maybe even read about in a textbook. They just sit there. In this case, it's sitting there about 20,000 feet, growing until it gets so heavy that it falls down through and then gets out to the north side of this tilted updraft and comes all the way to the ground. So there's your lesson in hail physics tonight, folks.
I need to be able to handle
Dr.
that for
Forrest,
some
I have
reason.
this tracked out now, but we have a tornado warning new in Ohio that we'll go to right after this. Radar indicated, but have this tracked out for North Carolina.
Yeah, so here we have the storm that is in North Carolina. We're talking about Greene, Lenore, and Pitt counties, and the tracking of that toward Hugo, the Littlefield, the Mewborns Crossroads area, and the timing there in the box in the upper left. Brand new tornado warning now in one of these storms up in Richland County, Ohio. And we'll zoom along to that when we showed you in the last block here that we had a bow echo that was heading north and east of the Columbus area toward the Akron and the Cleveland area. And this is one of those rotating heads or one of the little circulations that's on the leading edge of shifting winds between the prevailing wind and then the west winds and southwest winds that are within the outflow of the thunderstorm itself. So we're talking about Richland, the areas near Mansfield, near Ontario, near Weller.
That's going to come pretty close to a populated area, right?
And Sarah, if you could zoom this one out a little bit and then track this one up toward the Cleveland area, we'll take a look and see approximately in a long distance here where this might head if it holds together. It's going to be, by all indications, coming up toward probably the west suburbs of Cleveland. Yeah, that looked like a pretty good.
And with these, Greg, they start out with a little bit of a bend.
I think probably a little more to the west, Sarah. Yeah, a little more northwest.
But the more, follow the tornado track.
Yeah.
The little as it bends more and more and more, does that an indication of maybe even stronger winds?
Yeah, the more that it bends and the more it begins to look like a comma head. That means the faster the surge, and the comma head gets there because it's developed some mid-level rotation. Sometimes tornadoes will drop down out of that, and of course then once it develops that mid-level rotation, the area to the south of that will surge forward even faster. So it's sort of a self-fulfilling or a self-developing kind of situation until it begins to sort of overachieve and it gusts itself out.
All right, your advanced meteorology class right here on the Weather Channel with Greg Forbes. We've got tornado warnings out in Ohio, in Richland County, and also into North Carolina, where we've already had at least 5 tornadoes today reported. So stick around, guys. Much more to come here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back, everyone. We continue to track severe thunderstorms, not just in the south, but also up across Ohio as well. Here's the big picture showing numerous showers and thunderstorms from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Heavy rain causing flooding in some areas as well. Kyla's going to have more on that in just a second. But first, an active tornado warning here in eastern North Carolina, right in the Kinston area, or just north of there is where we're seeing some rotation on Doppler radar. So this is Greene, Lenore, and Pitt counties under a tornado warning. Pitt, you were involved in a tornado warning earlier, as well as parts of Greene County. So once again, here we go with a little bit of a hook being detected here on the radar. So again, that particular cell moving off toward the northeast. Seek shelter immediately if you live in some of those areas like Fallen Creek. Now we head up into Ohio, where we can see this line kind of bowing out right here. Strong damaging winds and even possible rotation now being seen on radar. Right there, we do have a tornado warning in effect for Richland County. This thunderstorm moving toward the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. It does include the city of Mansfield, where that storm is right now, as a matter of fact. But down the road, watch out in Ontario, Weller as well, in the path of this dangerous looking storm. You're under a tornado warning until 9:45 Eastern time. So seek shelter, lowest level of your home or business and away from the windows. Now we head down toward the south, where thankfully it's not as active as it was this time yesterday in Alabama, although we have had rain and we have heard thunder in places like Birmingham and up towards Huntsville. Looks like we got some storms moving in as well. But all the action for now is down along the Gulf Coast. Very heavy rain causing some flooding, dangerous lightning as well. Stay off the electrical appliances. Do not use a corded phone. Do not even put the kids in the bath right now, because lightning can travel through plumbing many times. So look at that. Just numerous lightning strikes filling up Mobile Bay right now, on over towards Pensacola as well. And we're also tracking thunderstorms across the Sunshine State, at least on the East Coast. Thunderstorms moving away from Daytona Beach, but still going on south of there around Cape Canaveral. Orlando, you have quieted down significantly. You had some storms earlier, but we still see some storms on the south side of Orlando right now. Now to talk more about the flooding, here's Kyla.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Let's take a look at some video that we've just gotten into the Weather Channel. This is from Wilson, North Carolina. Oh boy, we do not want to see you driving in this, everybody, because it's dangerous. In fact, we're hearing emergency managers are reporting that we've got a lot of flooding in the area and some roads completely impassable. It is very dangerous. The saying is turn around, don't drown. If you can't see that yellow line in the middle of the road, you do not know how deep it is, and you can get yourself into trouble quick. And you know what? You can also ruin your car and turn your day into a really awful day. I mean, look at this in Fayetteville. I personally would not want to drive my car through that water, and I bet you wouldn't either. It's just too dangerous, and it's not worth it. Unfortunately, the rain's still coming down. These storms are slow movers, and so they are soaking a lot of this area. And in Farmville, we actually had reports of 3 people having to be rescued. So please be careful. The heavy rain and the flood threat, unfortunately, will continue for us as we get throughout the night. Here's the rain right now in North Carolina. Of course, you see the red box there, the tornado warning as well. That rain continuing to fall, and it's not just in North Carolina, but as we zoom out, you can see the Gulf states also dealing with it. Those green boxes, flash flood warnings for you there in the panhandle of Florida. And you can also see throughout Alabama, they're also dealing with the rain. So this is the 12-hour rainfall. You can see the Gulf states certainly have already had quite a bit, as has North Carolina, and we're not done yet. So that is why we've got the flood alerts up. You can see the flash flood watches from Mobile, Alabama to Montgomery. That includes Atlanta and also Charlotte, North Carolina. So it really cuts the line right up through the southeast. And now we're looking at the rain total. So we're looking at another 2 to 3 inches in places like Atlanta and Charlotte, but 3 to 5 in Pensacola between now and Thursday, about 1 to 2 for those of you in Jacksonville, Atlanta. Expect that rain to kick in as we go into the overnight hours, and we're going to see the rain continue right into tomorrow. Kelly.
We will continue our special storm coverage right here on the Weather Channel all day, all night. We've got you covered. Of course, we're also looking at the aftermath of what already happened here in Limestone County, Alabama, where some folks did lose their lives.
It's the fourth day of severe weather from this slow-moving upper air system. I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. We've seen there massive amounts of destruction, especially yesterday, also on Sunday. Today, not quite as active tornado-wise, thank goodness, but we do have a couple of tornado warnings, one in North Carolina, one in Ohio. Let's take a look. Here in North Carolina, we've had a stationary front that's given several tornadoes today. Let's zoom in on that one. Right now, tornado indicated in a south end of a big line of thunderstorms, also giving heavy rain and some flooding. This one is close to Kinston, North Carolina, and you see how that this one has a hook echo associated with that. The tornado liking to sit right inside of that hook. We're talking about Greene, Lenoir, and Pitt counties. Pretty well-defined rotation that's showing up on this in the areas north and west of the Kinston area and south and east of Institute, heading off toward the areas that are going to go just to the south of the Hookerton area, off to the west of Grifton as it heads off toward the northeast toward the Aden location. Taking a look here at the approximate track of this. We'll come back and take a look at the track. Here's the high-resolution radar. Have some golf ball size hail with that, inflow coming in, rain cooled air coming around, and the most likely tornado location is sitting right here where those two are coming together, heading off toward the north and east. No indication at this point of a debris ball signature, and timing that out, coming toward the Littlefield area about 9:51, the Hugo area about 9:34. Then we'll take a look up into the Ohio region. This is a different storm. It's not an individual supercell thunderstorm. It's a bow echo that is rolling off toward the north and east, past the Mansfield area with winds gusting over 50 miles per hour. Now it's coming up toward the Ashland, the Savannah area, Richland County in Ohio. You have a tornado warning, and this whole line is heading toward the Cleveland area, and especially the areas just to the west of Cleveland. So watch out for damaging winds and the possibility of tornadoes. Kelly, Kyla?
Thank you, Dr. Forbes. Well, one of the hardest things a parent would ever have to go through, losing a child. That's what Daniel Wasson is going through right now in Valonia, Arkansas.
That's right. His son, Daniel Wasson Jr., passed away protecting his family from a tornado Sunday night. Daniel Sr. shared his son's story while looking through the remains of his home.
He was a wonderful dad, loved his wife and children. He wanted to do the best he could for them and within his means, and he did. Lorelei was actually hurt with a tornado. He actually died saving her. He grabbed his family up and they got into the hallway, the smallest hallway closest to the center of the house, and just laid down on top of them and covered them. His wife got up to look for Sydney, because I guess they had kind of separated, and found her, and then she was looking for Lorelei. Once she found her under a piece of carpet and pulled her out, and then she went to look for her husband, my son, and found him, and he was actually deceased. We're looking for any kind of mementos that may be still here, maybe left behind. Amongst all the devastation, of course, it's hurtful and painful. But to see something that, like that 34 Ford that he and I worked on, and to see the American flag, sticking out of it, it's kind of like the flag over Iwo Jima in my mind, of hope and faith and love and to remembrance. He really loved those girls, loved his wife, and what a great son he was. Here we go. You couldn't ask for a better son. He's truly my hero. And I'm going to miss him greatly.
Such a heartbreaking story, and one of the reasons we want to make sure everyone is taking precautions tonight.
Yeah, there's a live look at Cleveland, where right now it's a little cloudy out there, certainly muggy and windy, but we do have a severe warning just to the south and west of us for portions of Erie, Huron, Lorain, and Medina counties. That goes until 10:15 Eastern Time.
And of course, our continuing coverage rolls on when we return.
Welcome back, everyone. Another night of severe weather in places still reeling from the last blast. I'm Kelly Cass.
And I'm Kyla Gergen, and you're watching an extended edition of Weather Center Live. We're with you live around the clock to keep you aware of this ongoing outbreak across the south. And in fact, as you can see, we have a new tornado warning to tell you about.
Yeah, this is right here along the Florida Panhandle. Let's bring in our storm tracker, Jim Cantori, as well as our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. You guys seeing strong rotation with this one?
Yeah, this is an area that we want to first mention that there's been a tremendous amount of rainfall today, over 6 inches as estimated by Doppler radar, and now here comes this storm that's rotating.
Yeah, and we're talking Pensacola, Florida, with the heart of the strongest rotation right here in the broad picture. Mostly what you're seeing are greens, flash flood warnings, because there have been storms stalled out across here. But one of them has developed a little bit of a kink within it, and that is giving the possibility of a tornado. We're talking Escambia and Santa Rosa counties, including Pensacola and adjacent areas of Brent and the Ferry Pass area.
So is that basically formed into a supercell?
It is, well, it's trying to form into a supercell, but it definitely has some very strong rotation there. Yeah, it's an embedded storm there. When we zoom out, you can see that it's definitely getting that supercell appearance to it. And I'll go to the high resolution. The tornado is always, almost always, when they're developing, on the interface between rain-free and heavy rain area. In this case, that's right in here, right in this little notch, which is very, very close to Pensacola. So the velocities that the measure that shows how fast the velocity changes across the distance across the rotation source shows that highest rotation is right about in there, and that is right inside that little notch, right at, as I say, right at the interface between rain and no rain. Go back to Sarah's, and it's not moving very fast. It's only moving about the 20-25 miles per hour, but it's heading toward Pensacola. It's almost over Pensacola if it does produce a tornado. Bohemia, the Muddy Ford area.
Do you mind going back there just to see if we have anything on the correlation?
I did take a quick look at it. We know that
if you already looked at it,
we know the tornado is located, if it is one, is located right there. And I didn't show it because it had all this noise that was up there, but there's no indication of any debris yet at this time. Now, that said, beginning to get ahead of that, I think this is not any debris signature. That's some of the ever-increasing inflow. This may be one of those little inflow arms that I was talking about. I think we've just had a brand new signal come in, but I don't think that is, ooh, yeah, it
Holy
is.
Smoke,
the rotation has now moved right over the Pensacola area. And let's see if I did get any new, no, still no debris signature showing up.
I think that may be old, too.
That
was just like the last
No,
one.
it's,
that's new.
The correlation may be old, but this is brand new now. The circulation has gone, maybe slid a little bit southeast. Now that suggests maybe the rotation is going southeast as the rain itself pushes southeast, but somewhere and now likely to be over the southeast in the south suburbs of Pensacola.
Sarah, do you have street level where we are with this? Okay.
There it is in this last updated scan now. Instead of being just northwest, it has sagged its way into the southeast suburbs or the southeast portion of Pensacola. So at this point, the strongest rotation at the altitude that we're seeing it on radar is pretty close to the Highway 90, I guess that is, and very close to the I-110 region of Pensacola, Florida. And maybe if what we've seen in the trend of the rotation may be heading south, that also could mean, Jim, that we're getting brief little circulations that are individually heading northeast, but the more favorable area is heading southeast. So I think
that's how you head out toward the beach. So
yeah,
people on Highway 98.
The main interpretation at this point is that within this general area around Pensacola, there is the potential for a tornado to develop. It may not have locked into any individual rotation center at this point that we can pinpoint.
All right, so dangerous storm, and again, north of that, the heavy rain continues. We've had flash flood warnings out a century from Baldwin County, Mobile, Alabama, on eastward. Next cells, we go up to Ohio.
Big bow echo in an area that's right along, pretty close to the warm front, so we're getting up into warm enough air. And a lot of the upper air forcing, quite frankly, today headed its way toward the Midwest. So we've got some upper forcing here that we didn't get in the Gulf Coast states. Damaging winds, a possibility, 60 mile per hour coming up into Ashland, Richland counties. This has moved north and east of the Mansfield and north and east of the Columbus area. What I wanted to do was time this, use the reflectivity, Sarah, and time it where it's heading. The biggest part of the surge is heading toward areas just to the west suburbs. I have relatives that live in this area, just to the west suburbs of Cleveland, Ohio, including the Elyria area, the North Olmsted areas. Moving pretty quickly. This is moving at about 50 miles per hour toward the north and east with the damaging winds right on the leading edge of that bow echo. Now, I do have let me see, I need to advance this one. And I do have a high-resolution radar that shows this. We have a live look at the Cleveland there. We're watching Cleveland. It's dark. We'll be seeing...
Any lightning with this?
Maybe a little lightning off in the distance. We'll be seeing a lot more of that coming this way. There had been a tornado warning with this. It was with this little kink in the line here that is just to the south and east of the New London area. You can see that the whole line takes a dog leg, and then goes back in the strongest bow echo region. And so it has gotten a little bit of a circulation there right around the New London area. And Jim and I were talking earlier that when you get these little mid-level rotation areas that develop a little mid-level cyclone, then that
feeds off itself.
Gets counterclockwise flow that drives the faster wind, and the bow echo just south of that goes fastest. So the fastest winds would be heading toward Lodi, toward the Wellington area, toward Medina, and then continuing up toward the west suburbs of the Cleveland area.
So could they be even faster than 60?
Well, they could be over 60 mile per hour because
okay.
given that the line is going about 50, we could be getting maybe some 70 mile per hour gusts in spots. It would not every location. So Cleveland, taking a whole broad area there from Norwalk, Sarah, down to the line there east of Mansfield. And
this will come in like a wall, won't it?
Yeah, this will come out in pretty much like a wall, yeah.
And Dr. Forbes, right after this, we're going to go back to Florida. We do have another tornado warning that popped up.
For Okaloosa County.
Alrighty.
Okay, so
it's a separate county,
moved out of Escambia
as
County,
I time this out,
so in the broad picture of things, this is coming toward the Cleveland area about 10:20, downtown Cleveland about 10:20 p.m. Lorraine about just around 10 o'clock.
Let's come back to our max, guys.
So let's go down to then we'll take a trip down to Florida. So again, we're talking this bow echo that is coming toward Lodi and Wellington, working its way toward the greater Cleveland metro area, coming in pretty fast from the south and west. Here you can see the Cleveland area. Now we've probably gone down into Florida here. An updated tornado warning just continuing east across Santa Rosa and Escambia counties.
Across the bay there.
And we now have a new warning for Okaloosa County, which is a little bit...
it's for the same cell.
It's the same storm, yeah.
You know, with the storm, it's going to move across the bay now and into Okaloosa County. But certainly, you know, from what you saw, especially with the storm relative, Greg Forbes, pretty decent storm.
Yeah, indeed. So let me go back to the high-resolution radar here and take a look. It appears that the circulation center now is off to the east of the Pensacola area. Again, looking for the interface between the rain and the areas ahead of that. I'll pop up here and take a look at where our highest rotation location is, and it keeps jumping around. So in this case, it's a little bit broader, and it's off now to the north and east of Pensacola. So it's kind of like what I was saying, Jim, that I don't think we have one easily discernible tornado location. We're getting a gust front located about here, heading toward the Gulf Breeze area from Pensacola south and east. You can get tornadoes on that. You can also up along the edge of the storm here north and east of Pensacola. So hence, we have broad areas that have tornado warnings for a number of counties up across the areas from Pensacola off toward the east-northeast, including Dickerson City and the Muddy Ford area.
So this is heading across the bay, but you think the best chance for a tornado is inland from the beaches? Because remember, the beaches are loaded.
I think the best chance, it seems to be angling its way a little bit inland of the beaches. Typically, I would think that there may be a little bit of a sea breeze front there, that it might run along that just slightly inland of the beach areas, but no guarantee of that.
No guarantee, guys. Be careful. Again, tornado warning out. Okaloosa counties is the storm coming across the Santa Rosa Bay at the present time. Stick around.
That's better.
All right, watching active thunderstorms tonight in interesting places, that's for sure. We go to the Florida Panhandle, where it's really been a rain situation today, Greg Forbes. We've had 6+ inches of rain, Mobile and Pensacola, and now we've got a rotating storm.
Yeah, and what has happened was that all those tornadic thunderstorms that formed in a line yesterday from around Birmingham to southeast Mississippi in the evening, the late evening hours, and we were on air till 1 a.m. covering those came down overnight and stalled out across parts of the Florida Panhandle, and they've kept producing thunderstorms all day long. So we have all these in green flash flood warnings, but now a couple of the individual storms have gotten a little bit of rotation in them. Very close now, and just ever so slightly to the east of Pensacola, Florida, with a tornado warning there for Escambia and Santa Rosa counties. We've had previously some severe warnings for these as well. So these have been bouts of very heavy rain. The strongest rotation showing up here in the area between the Pensacola area and the Gulf Breeze area, and generally heading off toward the east at speeds of about just a little bit over 20 miles per hour.
So here's the Intercoastal Waterway, and there's the beaches right there. Yeah. All of this is in from the beach, right?
That's correct. And there's actually, I just noticed there's a couple, well, I think so. I mean, the rotation is not so extremely strong that we're absolutely sure where the, I mean, I want to say that some of these beaches are in part of the tornado warning. So,
so the ones that are inland on
the rotation signatures are not so strong here that we know absolutely where the tornado is. So I don't want people to think that they're safe at the beaches, but it seems as if it's a little bit inland, coming more toward the Muddy Ford, the Dickerson area. But there, you see, we're coming toward the Windhaven Beach area.
Out to the east there a little bit, where it kind of jets back.
Again, going to the high-resolution radar, there's a couple of little appendages coming south in here. This is not such a clean, well-defined signature that we know where the tornadoes are located. The quantified shears, the change of winds in a direction that you would use to locate tornadoes, doesn't find just one, it finds 3 locations around this broad rotating mass of thunderstorms. And so
and that has just moved over, regardless of which one it is, over Pensacola.
Yeah. What we're basically seeing here, sometimes it's sort of the old guy meteorology before we had Doppler radar. What we're seeing here is a band of precipitation spiraling in here, another one spiraling in here. So using that, we have sort of a broad mid-level rotation that's located about there. And then this gust front that's surging south, you can get tornadoes that will form on the little intersections of these bands and that leading gust front. So there's several places, and that's probably why when I went to that shear indicator that there were several places there that were showing up that could have possible tornadoes. So anywhere, I would say, inside that tornado warning is fair game for this evening for having a brief tornado. I don't think this is going to be a long-lived, violent tornado. We have another tornado warning. Let's slide off to the north and east.
County there, that little one up in the northeast. It's got a lot of rotation with it.
Yeah, this is a much different little animal. This is an individual supercell thunderstorm, little being the operative word, and it is moving not so much due east, but off toward the north and east, Okaloosa County, with a little bit of a rotation showing up there. It's going to be heading toward the area around Florala. And
right across, that's in Alabama.
In Alabama, yeah. So it's getting close to the Florida-Alabama line.
So is this something that they call a discrete supercell? Sometimes.
Yeah. Well, this is a discrete meaning that's isolated all by itself, as opposed to something that's embedded in a line. So we do have some rotation showing up in there. This is not a real huge storm, but it has the possibility of a tornado, especially in that little appendage that's going south up into generally the area right on the Florida-Alabama border there near the Florala area.
All right, guys, let's press on. Actually, Sarah, go ahead. Time that.
I'm going to change the speed here.
All right, so we're going to time it out. We're going to let you know some of these small towns that are actually in the way of this. Again, Greg showed decent rotation just a little while ago with this.
And while we're doing that, I have a tornado warning that is still had been in effect, at least for up in parts of North Carolina. We're continuing to get a storm there in areas south and east of the Hookerton area in North Carolina, near the Grifton area, heading up toward the Aden area. We may get to, and there's some golf ball size hail. That looks like the tornado warning with that one has expired.
There's a lot of problems in North Carolina. Farmville, 3 water rescues there. Greenville has got roads completely inundated with water right now.
So we've had a lot of thunderstorms today rolling across a stationary front. Had been a tornado warning on this one. It has expired. There's all sorts of heavy rain that's falling up into the area between Greenville and the Washington area up into the northeast parts of North Carolina.
All right, guys, stick around. Much more to come here as we are watching not only the storms in Florida and North Carolina, but also up into Cleveland. strong storms, maybe with winds at 60 miles per hour or higher coming your way.
In a lot of these Gulf Coast states, remember the rule. If you come across flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown.
And we are looking inside the Weather Channel. You're looking at the newsroom right here. A lot of monitors up there. A lot of important folks grabbing video for us and getting some of the latest pictures on air at times, even setting up news conferences and also talks with emergency managers. That all happens there at that news desk. So we'll flip about, I don't know, 20 feet away. Dr. Forbes and I standing here at the expert desk tonight watching storms move across the Florida Panhandle. This area has been absolutely soaked today. We've had a record rainfall at Mobile, probably 6 to 8 inches. There's some roads that are flooded around the Mobile airport right now, and now we've got a rotating storm east of Pensacola.
Yeah, and look at all of these flash flood warnings all the way from Biloxi to Mobile to Pensacola over into the areas just south of Crestview. This is the byproduct of the line of storms that with the tornadoes last night that we were covering at 1 a.m. that came sagging overnight from the Birmingham area and southeast Mississippi and stalled out.
And everybody who thought they was going to get hit again today in Mississippi and Alabama, this is what saved us.
It saved them. It put clouds in the area. It got such a mass that it changed the wind field, so we didn't get the low-level jet today north of this cluster.
Yeah, these storms are 50,000 feet plus.
But we're getting the storms training with flooding and occasionally severe weather across this. And one of them right now, a big mass. It's a big mass of high precipitation with a big swirl in it. It's one of these big swirling clusters of thunderstorms that's trying to be a supercell. The longer it goes here, the more it's getting this hook or this appendage that has begun rotating just to the west of Pensacola and now is rotating most strongly over into the areas right about there. The red and greens touch right there. So we're talking areas just to the east of Highway 191 and moving over across. We're talking about Escambia and Santa Rosa counties with tornado warnings.
A lot of bays that go back in through there. So at times it's going to be over water.
Yeah,
at times it's going to come back over.
Some of it is getting in across getting very close to the Bay Area there, east of Highway 191 at the moment. We're talking about a lot of heavy rain that's falling over Milton in the body of this rotating spiral of storms. But for the most part, as Sarah's drawing out for us there, the big threat is going to be near Avalon Beach, heading over toward the Muddy Ford area. And then if it keeps going, probably over toward maybe just to the north of Destin, and probably most likely into the Niceville area of Florida.
And that's heading up toward the Fort Walton Airport, too. If you ever fly into Valparaiso, VPS, that is in that area there.
And whoops, I hit the wrong button here. So I was going to go to the high definition radar, and we'll just bypass that and come to the next storm up the line here, Okaloosa County. Interesting feature on this one. It has a little ball there. It's right near the Alabama border. So, Jim, you could talk about that one while I switched over to see if I can pull to that radar.
It's a little discrete supercell there, but it's had, Sarah, go back to the reflectivity there. I thought that was really cool to see those little fingers that extend out and through here, and then another one even up and through here. So definitely a discrete supercell, and as Forbes is saying, you're going to get it at that intersection. There's certainly a little ball there, or a hook, as it is with this, and there's been some rotation with it as it's pulled off the north. It's just about to cross over Florida and come into southern Alabama. So those of you around Florala and Laurel Hill, it's going to be raining and raining, then it'll stop. And if there's a tornado with that, then you will deal with it shortly thereafter.
Sarah was timing it out coming toward the Lockhart, the Stedman area. I did want to go to the high definition radar on this one and take a look, see if that is showing up as some kind of a debris ball. Here is that little ball that we're seeing. The rotation is definitely in that area with the blue couplets there, and see if we have any correlation, any debris signature. We do not at this time. It looks like we have not had debris signature
Greg,
with this.
I apologize for interrupting you.
Yeah.
Let's go up to North Carolina here. Sean, we have someone on the phone to talk about, I'm sorry? Up in okay, so Chief of Police Donnie Green in Farmville, North Carolina. Thank you for joining us, sir. We understand that at least 3 people have been rescued there. The roads are inundated by water. Give us the latest situation.
Yeah, that's what we're running into. We've got roads that are flooded. We've had several vehicles, 7 or 8 vehicles that became stranded, where fire and rescue had to actually rescue the people out of the vehicles.
How deep is this water? How bad a situation is it with these rescues?
In some spots, it's 3 or 4 foot deep.
3 or 4 foot? Their cars are in 3 or 4 feet deep water?
That's correct.
All right, so is it still raining in Farmville?
It has just slacked off. We're getting some sprinkles. The water's actually starting to recede a little bit. We're still asking people to stay indoors. With the water receding, we are just now starting to get people out of some houses where water's starting to come in the houses.
Neighboring Greenville, what have you heard from over there? We understand they're facing a similar situation with rainfall estimates up to 5 inches now.
Actually, we haven't heard much from Greenville. We've been out and about through most of this, just trying to see what we got over here, but I would assume they're going through the same thing we are.
Chief, one more question for you. Are there any streams and creeks that you know usually fill when you get water like this, where there are homes or subdivisions nearby?
We have a creek, continuous creek that runs through Farmville that floods from time to time. And
All right, well, we want those folks to be aware of that tonight, that it is going to flood. Thank you very much, Chief, for joining us. Guys, stick around. We've got flooding that seems to be topping the story tonight across North Carolina and Florida with a rotating storm in the Panhandle.
Kelly Cass and Kyla Grogan here with you for this extended edition of Weather Center Live as we continue to track dangerous, severe thunderstorms this evening. In fact, we've already had tornado touchdowns, and we are live to keep you safe around the clock.
Absolutely, and we've already seen what may be the strongest tornado so far this year. We're talking about the Louisville, Mississippi tornado that gets a near top of the scale preliminary EF4 rating. And this area, unfortunately, dealing with more stormy weather.
That's right. It's not just Mississippi and Alabama, but you should also be on alert in Georgia and the Carolinas, where we've already had reports of tornado touchdowns. Let's get straight out to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori and our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. We've had a lot going on, and there's Sarah Dillingham, our wonderful weather producer, who's also very busy with the radar tonight.
We call her Dilly.
We call her Dilly. But she is definitely on it tonight. And let's talk about what we've got going on in the Florida Panhandle and across southern Alabama, where we've had really just a day with very heavy rain, 6 to 8 inches. Mobile, we've got some flooding around the airport roads right now, but a storm that's rotating. Greg, why would it pick this time to rotate?
Okaloosa.
A brand new tornado warning for we have two storms there. One that's closest to the beaches and one that is up on the Alabama border. Tornado warning there. We had the storms from last night that had the tornado storms. They came down and stalled out. Their west edge stalled out over southern parts over Mobile. Mobile had over 6.5 inches of rain, and I've begun to move a little bit now. One of the storms has gotten itself into a big spiraling embedded supercell thunderstorm within the line that is continuing to get even more and more of a supercell character with that inflow notch coming in here with the warm air off the Gulf of Mexico and then the rear flank downdraft air. And so we have moved away from Pensacola. You can see the reds and greens. The tornado would be located right there.
So it's still out over the bay. Still out over the water, it looks like. This is a big bay right in here.
So moving off toward the east, looks like it's going to be heading over generally toward this area around East Bay Boulevard as it heads off toward the east in areas now east of Pensacola. We're talking a tornado warning for Okaloosa and Santa Rosa counties in Florida.
All right, heavy rain continues to inland with that flash flood warning as well. Let's take a look at this other cell, the discrete supercell that's just been to the north of that around Florala. Oh, you want to time it? Okay, go ahead.
So timing it out, as long as it doesn't take a turn to the right, it's coming toward the Pine Bluff, the Harper, the Valparaiso areas of Florida Panhandle.
All right, so Florala actually dropped its warning at this point, so let's move on, Greg Forbes, to what you want to talk about next.
All right, Sarah, where are we going to head next here?
We're going to go a little bit north, back to Ohio, where we had that bow echo headed towards Cleveland.
So notice a lot of thunderstorms in between, but most of them have not been severe today. We lost, as we sort of alluded to, we lost the low-level jet that we had yesterday. It was 60, 70 mile per hour. Today was about half of that, and so we had thunderstorms, but they really were not tapping the kind of strong wind shear that they had yesterday to allow them to rotate.
So moral of the story is in Alabama and Mississippi, thank the Florida Panhandle and southern Alabama for kind of robbing you today of a lot of that instability.
What we have had, though, is a lot of those dynamics. The upper level forcing has gone toward the Midwest and the Great Lakes area. We've had severe thunderstorms up into Michigan, and right now a line of thunderstorms coming up into the Cleveland metro area, Erie, Lorain, Medina counties with severe thunderstorms. That said, it looks as if this line is beginning to weaken just a little bit, but it's moving pretty fast, moving at about 50 miles per hour toward the north and the east. See a bit of a gap here, so we may get spared a little bit in the Strongsville area, but the area from near Lafayette up to just south of Strongsville and then coming up into the south suburbs
Why did that
of Cleveland.
just break and almost disappear?
Well, I think it's generally that it's beginning to weaken. I think the whole line is beginning to get some gaps in it as the thunderstorms collapse. Now, that said, it has built up a little bit of momentum, so some of the rain-cooled air is perhaps charging out ahead of that, but it is not sustaining then the thunderstorms back in its core.
So by the time this gets to Cleveland, still maybe a gust 30, 40 miles per hour?
Yeah, maybe
just
even
from
50 miles per hour. The whole storm system is
okay.
moving about 50,
okay.
So we still could have that kind of winds. And still with a severe thunderstorm warning there, that means still the possibility of some spots getting 58 mile per hour.
Either way, what you see is generally a weakening of that.
Generally, overall seems to be a weakening trend. It's crossing a warm front from areas that were richer in moisture into areas that are not quite so high in moisture and instability. A few other severe thunderstorm warnings are there, not too far away from Huntington, West Virginia, in the Ohio, West Virginia location. The Athens, Mason, Meigs counties, actually I should have said Parkersburg, West Virginia, with a little severe thunderstorm that's rolling up there toward the Parkersburg, West Virginia area, and a few other severe thunderstorms along the way. What we've been seeing, and we just had a report of some flooding in the Farmville area and water rescue in the Farmville, North Carolina area. What we've seen today is a tremendous number of storms with both heavy rain, flooding, and tornadoes that have rolled across North Carolina.
Trained all day.
No tornado warnings, no severe warnings now, but still flooding.
Lots of problems with flooding, as we just talked about with the police chief in Farmdale. I want to bring in from the North Carolina Emergency Management Julia Jerema. I hope I said that. Jerema, I'm sorry. I hope I said that right, Julia. Talk to us about what's going on here, especially in Greenville and Farmdale.
Well, what you've been saying, I mean, we've had a lot of flooding in those areas. We have had some reports of tornadoes that touched down in Cumberland and Sampson County. A lot of flooding, as you mentioned, not only in the Cumberland County, Fayetteville area, but also in the Greenville, Farmville area.
Julia, where the tornadoes touch down, is there a need for any kind of search and rescue that you can't get to because of the flooded roads?
We have not heard of that. We're still assessing, and obviously the storms are still going through, so we're not out of the woods yet, but we've not heard of any resources and needs that haven't been able to be met.
What are the areas that you absolutely need people to avoid?
Well, honestly, any of those areas, there's so many to name. I mean, any of the areas that they may see standing water in the roadways, even if it looks like it is not much, we want them to follow what the National Weather Service always says: turn around, don't drown. It is not worth risking your life.
All right, Julia, we appreciate that, and we hope people heed your warnings. Greg Forbes always says that, obviously, when we talk about flash flooding. And Greg, you got some radar estimates as to what we may have seen around here.
Yeah, indeed. Some of these orange colors here are estimates perhaps over 5 inches of rain. Now,
almost 7.
Almost 7 inches. Now, that said, we know that we've had some hail in some of these storms, so that may be a little bit overestimate. But I'm thinking certainly some of these areas will have had 3 or 4 inches of rain and a little bit more than that. Down in the Gulf Coast areas, we've had some areas that have had probably 6 to 8 inches
Jennifer
of rain.
Watson tells me that about half of the county, Greene County, have all their roads, half of their roads underwater.
Wow.
That's a big, when you're talking about county,
that's a big
a lot.
deal. That's right. And I'll go over here to there is Greenville, and so we've seen repeated storms there over the Greenville area and then down toward the Ayden area. So that's
Are we
some
done,
of that
or
area.
we got more to go tonight?
There's still more to go, I think, as this whole system moves east. And we know in the area that recently hasn't had the heaviest of rain, we had a report of water rescues taking place in there. So it's bad, no doubt, in these areas of North Carolina.
Again, we'll pick up where we left off here, guys. Stick around for much more on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. And of course, another concern tonight is flooding. And you're taking a look right now at the 6-hour rainfall totals, 6.1 inches. That is just to the north of Spites Bridge. Boy, oh boy, it gives you an idea of how dangerous this can get. And we've certainly had some people who've had trouble already. We've had rescues in North Carolina. People have been caught in flood water. Take a look at Wilson, North Carolina. I mean, this is what you hopefully don't have to be doing, driving through this. You know, don't do this. It's a bad idea. If you cannot see that line on the road, the yellow line in the middle of the road, you just don't know how deep it is, and you can get in trouble really fast. Not to mention damage your car. We had people had to abandon their cars in some places in North Carolina because of this. So very dangerous situation there. Heavy rain, unfortunately, and flooding are going to continue as we head throughout the evening. So take a look at the radar right now, and you can see the rain to the east of Raleigh heading out towards the coast. That's where some of that heavier rain is still falling. As we zoom out, though, it's not just in North Carolina. You also see all that rain that's come into the Gulf states, and they, too, are dealing with the continuation of this. That's our 12-hour rainfall totals. And we have the flash flood watches that are up from Mobile, Alabama, right through Montgomery to Atlanta, even up to Charlotte, because we've got all of this rain coming down. And we're expecting between now and Thursday, take a look at the Gulf Coast states here. Pensacola, 3 to 5 inches of rain, 2 to 3 for Montgomery and Atlanta, 1 to 2, so a little less if you're over at the coast at places like Charleston and in Jacksonville. But yeah, Atlanta, you are going to deal with rain tonight. And, you know, we are going to keep an eye on some of these storms because potentially they could be dangerous as well. So expect the overnight hours for those heavy storms again, like we had last night. The rain will be coming down and those thunderstorms continuing right into the morning hours. So lots of thunder. I know I was woken up a little bit by that. Want to point out, though, we do have a silver lining. If we look ahead to the weekend for places like Atlanta, it's going to be a beautiful weekend. So we just have to get through all of this stormy weather, unfortunately, before we get to that. Kelly.
All right, thanks so much, Kyla. Let's take a live look at Cleveland, Ohio right now, where we are bracing for some storms. We've actually had severe thunderstorms off to our south and west, but as we look live at the skyline right here, not even seeing any flashes of lightning, at least not yet anyway. But the good news is that the thunderstorms that are moving in appear to be kind of breaking up and weakening just a little bit. The other good news is that your Cleveland Indians are on the road. They're out on the West Coast this evening, so no worries about any delays at the ball game. So let's take a look now at the situation, because we are tracking still quite a few storms this evening from the Great Lakes all the way down toward the Gulf Coast, and even some active tornado warnings as well. But certainly flooding, as Kyla just mentioned, that is a huge problem already. And even here in central Ohio, we are dealing with some flash flooding. But for Cleveland, it is just to your southwest now, a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Erie, Lorain, and Medina counties. That goes until 10:15 Eastern time. Cleveland right now not included in the warning, but that could change. But as you can see, that whole line kind of breaking up a little bit as it's heading across the waters of Lake Erie right now, which only recently melted, right? It's been a very long, cold winter. All right, let's take a look at North Carolina. We've had very active weather here as well. Tornado touchdowns. We've had damage reports, even flooding. That is an ongoing concern here in places like Wilson, also over towards Greenville and Spites Bridge. Some of these shades of yellow and orange were indicating more than 5 inches of rainfall. Some of this may be hail contamination. We have had reports of golf ball size hail, but you get the idea. This is certainly the bullseye for the heaviest precipitation that we have seen, and Kyla just showed you some of that video of the flooded roadways there. Now we take a look at the southeast. We've got Georgia, Atlanta. So far so good. We see a few showers moving in. We also see wet conditions for Birmingham, but no severe storms. We do have severe storms in the northern part of Alabama around Lauderdale County. Also, of course, tracking an active tornado warning here in the Florida Panhandle, so seek shelter immediately, Okaloosa and Santa Rosa counties. Kyla?
All right, thank you, Kelly. I want to show everyone a little video right now from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Take a look at how deep that water is. Please be careful, everyone. It is not worth it. Turn around, don't drown is the saying. Stay with us. We are going to continue to track the severe weather.
20 minutes past the hour here at Tornado Central, looking at our newsroom. Earlier on, certainly a buzz for the day that we had the possible moderate risk for Alabama, Mississippi, some of the same areas feared potentially getting hit. That has not come to fruition. You've seen Dr. Forbes all day dropping his Torcon numbers for Alabama, Mississippi, and bring them up for North Carolina. But now we face a flood threat across parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We're up into Ohio. Earlier we were talking about this little bow that was heading up toward the Cleveland area, probably pretty close to that right now. This is hail that actually came out of that line, but damaging wind was the big threat. Belleville, Ohio, as a matter of fact, we understand there was a mobile home that was overturned in Belleville, Ohio. Sarah, did you say there were injuries with that?
Injuries.
There were. There was a person transported to a hospital as a result of that. It looks like a quarter-size hail coming out of that storm as well. All right, so a multifaceted storm, especially once we get up that far north. We're away from the tornado parameters, but damaging wind and certainly a hail threat.
Yeah, indeed, and that probably is not going to last very much longer as we get into the cooling trends this evening, but we certainly have an ongoing flood threat in parts of North Carolina as well as parts of the Florida Panhandle, southeast parts of Mississippi, southwest parts of Alabama. All
right, let's take a look at these storms across the Florida Panhandle. We're just looking at a couple of these totals, too. Very impressive. Two-day totals, 10.21 at Fish River near Silver Hill, 9.32 Morgan, Alabama, and Dillingham has some pretty good estimates here that we'll show you in a little bit. Actually, you got them up right now. Almost 10 inches in spots.
Yeah, there's been a massive amount of rain and flash flood warnings all across this area from Biloxi to Mobile to Pensacola to just south of Crestview, and certainly maybe spreading its way now into the Crestview area, including one of the probably the heaviest storm at the moment that has a tornado warning on that's pushed its way now just east of Pensacola. Pretty well defined. The longer it has gone, the more it's gotten itself into a leading edge supercell thunderstorm that has now pretty much rain-free air out ahead of that's coming in from the south and east, while the body of the storm is wrapping around in not a fully formed hook echo, but certainly a supercell thunderstorm. Okaloosa, Santa Rosa counties, you have a tornado warning because of the rotation that's showing up in this.
Is this a little bit too, this nightly increase in the low-level jet?
Yeah, this could be a little bit of a nightly increase in the low-level jet, and the low-level jet across the Florida, the Montgomery, Alabama, even was stronger today than it was farther west in the areas where we thought we'd have the tornado threat, partly because of all the rain cooling, and then up in North Carolina, the low-level jet was stronger, so we've had the better rotation in these areas.
What do you think of the tornado threat here? Is it increasing, or just and the storm really isn't wrapping up like you would expect?
Yeah, the tornado threat is not in minimal, but it's certainly sort of in the low to moderate side for this particular storm, but probably may increase overnight tonight. I'm thinking that it's going to be this Florida area, southeast Alabama, southern parts of Georgia that will probably have the greatest tornado threat. There may be some still threat later on tonight in the North Carolina area again.
And the flood threat's far from over, Greg Forbes. If we zoom out a little bit, you can see what looks to be more of a percolation going on, and some of that flooding's been all the way back into Mississippi. We understand there's been flooding. You said this before, Biloxi, Gulfport, St. Martin. I mean, look at that train of storms right there.
Yeah, a lot of, and the cold front's back on the west edge of that, so still lots of potential for flooding. Here's the big picture, where as we head into the next couple of days, yet we still have severe weather threat as this slow-moving upper system with multiple little lobes revolving about that will give us continued tonight. I'm thinking the Torcon values are about a 5 at best in southern Alabama, about a 5 parts of the Florida Panhandle, about 5 south and central Georgia,
and that's still not 0, just because you've lowered them.
And going down. Yeah, these are still moderately high. We could still get a couple of tornadoes tomorrow. The weather system's still not out of the East Coast. I'm thinking Virginia might be the place that's tomorrow's. What was today's?
Is D.C. threatened or more of a damaging wind threat?
Probably more of a damaging wind threat, but I have a Torcon of up to about 4 in there. So basically 6s to 5s tomorrow, all the way down east of the Appalachians, down into central and southern Georgia.
All right, again, guys, still many areas impacted by possible storms. Some of them, as Greg says, have some pretty high Torcon numbers even heading into tomorrow.
And our severe weather coverage continues here on Weather Center Live. Welcome back, everyone. Another night of severe weather in places that are still reeling from the last blast and other places getting hit for the first time tonight. I'm Kelly Cass.
And I'm Kylie Bergen. So you're watching an extended edition of Weather Center Live, and we're here with you live around the clock to keep you aware of this ongoing outbreak across the South.
We have an active tornado warning right now along the Gulf Coast and the Florida Panhandle. You can see the big picture right there showing showers and storms from Ohio, where they've also gone severe, all the way down to the Florida Panhandle. Let's bring in our storm tracker, Jim Cantori, and also a severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes, watching the radar very closely. Hey, guys.
And this will not be the first time, ladies, that we've seen, what could have been a massive tornado situation today all of a sudden become a flood situation. And that's what's happening in Baldwin County, Mobile, Alabama. That area is under a flood emergency now. According to one of our excellent meteorologists, Nick Wiltkin, he says that 899, Forbes, that they've had this calendar day, and counting, by the way, is the number 5. With records going back to 1871.
Wow.
That's amazing, isn't it?
And you've been looking, there's some places down in this area, the Gulf Coast area, that's had over 10 inches.
Right. It's still raining down there, and that's why they've got the flood emergency. More to come.
All of these green shaded counties, including the Biloxi area, Mobile area, over to Pensacola area, and now working its way over to the Crestview area with green flash flood warnings, and embedded right on the leading edge, a storm that has some pretty strong rotation on it. In fact, Jim, it's getting stronger and better organized with time.
All right, so even amongst all this rain and flood potential, we could get a tornado out of this.
Yeah, we certainly could. We have Gulf of Mexico moisture that's pulling in to the areas now that is off to the east of the Milton area. You can sort of see embedded in here, definitely. There's a pretty well-defined rotation with the inflow coming in here. You can see the hook echo that is formed. The browner cores there, probably maybe 1 inch, probably a little less than 1 inch hail, but the tornado circulation heading right up the center line of the tornado warned area for Okaloosa and Santa Rosa counties.
And Forbes, this is the rain-cooled air behind the gust front that's helping to really drive and curl this up a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's partly the case. I think partly in this case because it started so disorganized, it was a lot of the heating that is released as the rain forms up in mid-levels of the storm that has generated maybe a mid-level rotation that is also driving the rotation in this case, because it's such a humid environment. We're probably not getting a tremendous amount of evaporation to drive the rain to drive the northwest winds on the west side of this today, but rather getting maybe some mid-level rotation that's working its way down toward the ground. But that said, we're talking about the circulation.
That's
right
exactly
in about
what they've
that.
warned on too,
yeah,
by the way.
they've warned on that. That's heading off toward the areas that's generally going to be going toward the areas just to the south of Crestview here. We're talking about the Parkerville area and probably just to the north of the Niceville region in Florida.
Yeah, that's a pretty populated little area, Niceville. It's inland. A lot of folks that go to Destin or Fort Walton Beach, Panama City, will come into Valparaiso Airport, and that's right around there.
But unless it takes a bit of a jog to the north, it's not going to probably get close to the I-10 area until perhaps it gets over to the Funiac Springs area.
Right, in the meantime, heavy rain. And speaking of that, we've got that problem in North Carolina, don't we?
Yeah, we have had a number of tornadoes earlier. We have a warmer stationary front that is across the area, so we've had a tremendous amount of rain in these areas with reports of flooding, water rescues, half of the roads in counties that are closed, and some of the heaviest rain has been around the area north of Kinston, up around the area near Greenville, and off to the west of Greenville. Farmville has had some water rescues reported. They are indicated on Doppler radar. Maybe by radar estimates about 6.3 inches of rain in some of these regions.
Does this continue? Because that front's not really going anywhere.
It looks like, well, I think the front may go a little north. It looks like the rain might be letting up, and some of the storms may be beginning to jog north. So it may stall out, though, again, a little bit later on tonight. Taking a look then at some of the forecast, we're continuing to see, we've been talking about, we would have a multi-day event with this big upper low. It's going to be Thursday before the severe threat is totally done. We're getting little lobes today. One has run up into the Midwest instead of charging east. Another one digging south. It may go into the Midwest tomorrow. So it's getting a bit, again, into a situation that's a bit tricky in terms of making the forecast. There's still a chance of a tornado tonight. Maybe the Torcon of 5 for South Alabama, South and Central Georgia. Maybe that's a little on the high side. 5 also for the Florida Panhandle. And we're diminishing now. I think the tornado threat that up until earlier this evening had been a tornado 6 in the central and east north parts of North Carolina.
All right, so as you go into tomorrow and describe your Torcons, what do you think, or what gives you the confidence to say, I think we're going to have more tornadoes tomorrow?
Well,
It's
sort of what I'm alluding to, that I've lost a little bit of confidence by virtue of today, the system being a little bit more disjointed. But that said, we know there's going to be a cold front that is going to be marching east, more or less along the west edge of my severe threat area, and we're pretty sure that there's going to be the same kind of low-level jet that today has given tornadoes in parts of the Carolinas. So I'm thinking the warm front tomorrow is going to be up around the Baltimore area. We could get some tornado threat maybe that far, Baltimore and Washington, torcons of 4 and 5s to 6s if everything holds together. More like a broad area tomorrow of what we've had today that's been pretty much confined to the North Carolina area. But I'm hoping, like my torcons have been too high today across some area, I'm hoping maybe, Jim, that they're too high across this broad area tomorrow.
Well, either way, you'll reassess, obviously.
I'll reassess tomorrow,
the new computer model data. But even on Thursday, we kind of pick up where we left off last Friday.
Yeah, that's right. We may still have an area from Norfolk east in the coastal parts of the Carolinas down into Jacksonville that might see a stray damaging wind gust.
All right, I want to get to our Greenville, North Carolina affiliate. Dan, I apologize for not saying your last name, but because I'm standing so close to Forbes, I can't, I don't even want to attempt to pronounce it and mispronounce it. So I apologize. You can tell us what it is, and then I'll get it. And tell us what's going on. I know a lot of flooding in Greenville, North Carolina.
Yeah, it's Yesenowski. Most people can't pronounce it very well. Even our anchors here had to type it out phonetically when I first got here. But here in Greenville right now, the flooding has really picked up. I'm underneath a roof at a Citgo gas station, and the entire area is just a swimming pool. You can't even get up to the gas pumps here. And over on Arlington Boulevard, which is one of the main roads through the city of Greenville, there are railroad tracks there that are completely flooded as well. And when I drove through them, I basically floated across. There's that much rain on the road. And out in Farmville, which is about 20 to 30 minutes west of us out towards the Raleigh area, flooding has been going on there with several people actually being rescued from vehicles and homes. And the police chief, Donnie Green, out there told us they've had 10 water rescues from vehicles total, and also some people have had to be rescued from their homes as the water started to rise out there. So it's been really, really some intense flooding.
I was going to ask you that, Dan. You know the area. It sounds like certainly. Are there creeks and streams that you know are going to flood, or are they pretty much flooding as the streets flood?
Yeah. I mean, that's a big part of it, too. We talked with Greenville Police about where they thought people should avoid, and they said anywhere that there's a ditch to the side of the road, that ditch at this point has filled and flooded onto the street. So pretty much just about anywhere they've told us to try to avoid. And like I said before, Farmville was one of those hard-hit areas, and now Greenville's starting to get it as that weather moves east.
So what you're seeing tonight is basically roads that are flooded, people that are off the roads. Are there, I mean, when you look out there, are there cars literally submerged in some of that water?
I've seen a little bit of that. Mainly, I've just seen a lot of cars pulled off to the side of the road. Farmville, where those cars and those people had to be rescued from the cars, I literally could not get there because there was that much water. I couldn't physically drive to see that for myself. One of the other things that was very noticeable tonight, just the amount of lightning. So much lightning out here that you couldn't believe. It looked like strikes every couple of seconds. Felt like it was.
Yeah, we know that there's they correlate heavy rainfall with these high flash rates. Dan, what about the university? Quickly, we got about 10 seconds. Everybody okay at the university?
University itself, out by 10th Street and 14th Street and Elm Street, roads that are heavily traveled by students. Greenville, please tell me those areas are flooded as well.
Dan Jesenowski, thank you very much, sir.
Well, flooding in Atlanta will be the big story when you wake up in the morning.
That's right. Paul Goodloe joins us live in Atlanta right now. Paul, the good news is the tornado threat has gone down a little bit, but the flash flood threat still remains. We're under a watch through tonight.
We are. In fact, we are looking for rain into tomorrow as well. But that's the great news. People up watching the Weather Channel, worrying about their weather, worrying about the overnight to protect their family. Yeah, that tornadic threat, it's not zero, but it's much lower than we thought earlier today. We have a little bit of rain here in Atlanta. You can see the street here, 17th Street. We're seeing a little bit of wetness on the pavement. We had a couple of showers come through, but nothing heavy yet. But trust me, there is more rain on the way. Take a look at the radar. A few sprinkles here in downtown Atlanta, but there's much more rain out to the west in Alabama. And as Dr. Forbes was mentioning, and also Jim Cantori, all those storms, the severe weather, the flooding across the panhandle of Florida into southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, that kind of robs some of the energy for our severe, which is a good thing. If you live in Atlanta, you don't want the severe. But kind of moving this forward through the night into tomorrow, we're going to see more rain and kind of waves of rain coming in from Alabama. So, yeah, even though we dodged the bullet of a big severe threat tonight, the rain continues to come through. Even in the morning, we'll have lines of rain and showers come through here, even some embedded thunderstorms as well. We don't expect a widespread, super severe outbreak tomorrow across Atlanta and northern Georgia, but there still is a chance of severe thunderstorms. By the afternoon, we'll see finally this rain start to push on out of here. But overall, we're still going to see a kind of a rainy Wednesday across the region, and a little steamy from time to time as well. So how much rain can we see? Generally about 1 to 2 inches. As you head north and east of town, you might be able to pick up more than 2 inches, but this will come in waves. Not everyone's seeing 1 or 2 inches, but remember, if you're under one of the thunderstorm downpours, you can quickly pick up maybe a ½ inch to maybe 1.5 inches of rain in maybe 45 minutes to an hour and 15. So it's going to be isolated spots picking up a little bit more rain, but generally we're going to not see the type of flooding we had, say, five years ago, back in 2009. That is also good news on top of the reduced severe weather threat tonight and into tomorrow as well. So the forecast as we head throughout Wednesday in Atlanta, overnight look for a couple of rumbles of thunder. Again, not the widespread severe, so perhaps instead of keeping the family down in the basement, they can probably sleep in the rooms tonight, but you might have a couple of rumbles of thunder overnight into tomorrow morning. Again, if you have a flight to the airport, definitely want to call ahead. There could be enough storms in the area to delay and perhaps delay your trip in and out of Atlanta. But after the afternoon, we start seeing the rain showers diminish as we head on towards the evening hours. But the good news, Kelly and Kyla, that yes, we are going to see some rain, maybe even some thunderstorms here in Atlanta, but our severe threat is much lower. I know a lot of people will be sleeping better tonight across the Atlanta metro. Guys?
Oh, yes, I'll be one of them. Thank you, Paul. We're going to go a little further west to our friends in Mobile, Alabama, who are dealing with incredible flooding. Take a look at this picture tweeted by Casey Toner. The rain coming down about 9 inches. How about that in the past day? Makes for very dangerous times, and of course people having lots of trouble there. Now, that's not the only place. Farmville, North Carolina, we've had people, about 10 people had to be rescued from their cars. Some of them had to abandon their vehicles. Look at all of that water. Adrian Smith Turnage put this one up on Facebook. So it has been a very rough time tonight, not just with, tornado warnings that have gone up, not just the storms themselves, but the rain and the flood threat that's come with those storms. And unfortunately, as you know, we get flooding. It takes a while to get things back to normal. Take a look at the map right now. You can see a lot of rain still streaming in along the Gulf Coast. Now, if we look to North Carolina, where they also had a lot of rain to deal with, it is starting to push off a little bit. So that's kind of nice. It's starting to move out. However, you still see that northeast corner. They've got some of those healthy showers coming down. So we have flood watches in the northeast as well, because this storm system is moving right on up to the northeast. So tonight into tomorrow, watch out. If you're in New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., back to Roanoke, Virginia, you have a flash flood watch in Washington, D.C., flood watches for New York and Philly. And here's why. We're going to have this rain and these thunderstorms continuing for us tomorrow. Now, you can see when it comes to the northeast, we're not expecting them to be severe storms, but it's going to be a rainy day. You've got to take the umbrella. It's not going to be very pleasant, everybody. Unfortunately, it's going to be a soggy day for you from Buffalo to Boston, from New York down to D.C. Those severe storms will be points south as we wake up tomorrow morning, so we're not again expecting that to continue to the northeast. But Thursday, the scattered storms do continue. So unfortunately, we are in it to win it with the flooding, 3 to 5 inches of rain, New York to D.C. Kelly.
And again, we still continue to have flooding issues in North Carolina, and also we've had severe weather as well. Look at that tornado that this video shot earlier today. And of course, we've also been dealing with flooding in places like Fayetteville, North Carolina as well. Stay right here as we continue to track severe storms through the night.
Hey, I'm here with Dr. Forbes talking about what's going on tonight, certainly in terms of rainfall. We've had some very, very heavy rain, a day that has underachieved in terms of tornadoes, which we are fine with, but unfortunately overachieving in terms of rainfall. Mobile, great example coming out of Nick Wilkins' last email to us here at the Weather Channel. 8.99 inches and counting, and that is the 5th wettest calendar day since records began back in 1871.
Yeah,
it's still raining.
And some places down there that you've been checking on have had over 10 inches of rain down in the Gulf Coast area. And we still see here outlined in green all of these areas with flash flood warnings, including around the Biloxi, Mississippi, the Mobile area, and over to Pensacola, working its way up toward Crestview. And on the leading edge of that, where we've got a little bit of warm air that hasn't been so rain contaminated, we still have a couple of tornado warnings, one that marched itself right across Pensacola and now is off a bit to the east.
All right, so let's look at the 24-hour rainfall, because again, we mentioned the record in Mobile. You can see that standing out like a sore thumb there. So what Sarah's doing is kind of pointing to certain spots and estimating some of the rainfall accumulation. But we've had measured rain that is very much in line with what we're seeing here estimated. So this is very believable all the way through.
Yellow is 3 or 3 plus. All of these oranges are 5 plus, and then there's some sort of subtle reds in there that are over 8 inches. So
now this cold front's not moving.
I just heard from Matt Crowther, 5.42 inches and 24 inches in 45 minutes in Mobile, Alabama. I'm sorry, Pensacola, Alabama.
So in how many minutes? In
45 minutes. 45. Yes. 5 inches in 45 minutes. That's an incredible rate.
So we're getting tropical type thunderstorm rainfalls that are ongoing down here. So you only need at this point, with the amount of rain that has fallen down there, you're getting flooding instantly.
Yeah,
as this rain falls.
That's got to be a horrible situation in Pensacola, right? 5.24. In case you're missing us all talking back here, a report of 5.24 inches in 45 minutes in Pensacola, Florida, which is just incredible. Go ahead.
And out on the leading edge,
severe storms too.
Out on the leading edge of that, and with some of these high rates of high intensities there in the return, we've developed with time an increasingly strong rotation in this storm with a tornado warning in Okaloosa and Santa Rosa counties. One good thing, we're beginning to get a little bit of a gust front that's rolling out ahead of that, right out to that little green line. So let's take a look here at some of the velocities within this, and Sarah, and time it out where this is heading. The tornado circulation embedded right about in there. But that said, it's a pretty broad rotation with mostly the signature of this now is pretty strong winds in that red area, the red-brown area, especially the fastest winds right in about here that are charging east toward the Niceville area. But up on the north edge of where the surge takes place, with that surge coming across here, the north edge of that is where the tornado circulation would be, coming toward the Forest Highlands area and staying to the south of Crestview.
So are you more worried about strong winds with a gust front, or are you more worried about a tornado circulation?
Well, I'm worried about both. If the tornado would be a smaller area, but there's definitely some threat for strong winds here. Okay. Going into the high definition radar, there are some areas suggesting there could be some hail in this as well in some of these core areas. But what you're really seeing is this area that really has surged out. So there is the gust front, and even out ahead of that, this little line that is out ahead of that. Now let me take a look here for the velocities. You're seeing the same thing that we were seeing, the broad inflow. So this is a huge broad inflow, and then this surge area here that is the strong west winds that are revolving about this. I wanted to go back here and, well, at this point, the strongest rotation is showing an arc pretty much along that gust front as well. So it's while there could be individualized tornadoes that form on there, it's not something that we can pinpoint one exact location where there is a tornado. I wanted to go through here and circle some of these lavender areas because we can, with the dual pole radar, see a little bit whether that's likely to be hail or whether that is likely to be rain. And part of this area right in here has these bluish colors, and so that suggests that some of this is hail. On the other hand, this part is mostly the red colors, so
probably
that mostly
small though, right? For P or less.
Probably 1 inch or less that is occurring with this. So this is likely to be very heavy rain. So this is some of that rain that is falling at the rates of 5 inches or so per hour. Now, where the highest thunderstorm tops on this, usually you expect them up in the body of the thunderstorm, but in this kind of a situation with this becoming more like a gust front, whoops, I made a mistake there. Let's see if we can click back and get to that.
I think for the viewers to even have you make a mistake is pretty rare. So they've witnessed something that doesn't usually happen here on the Weather Channel.
I took a slice from southeast to northwest, and the highest tops are right ahead of that, are right on that gust front, a little bit over 50, almost 10 miles high, almost 52,000 feet. With the farther back to the north and west you go, the rain forms and then sort of falls back down toward the ground. So
it's still just a wall of water right there.
Still a wall of water that is occurring with the heaviest there, right in that core thunderstorm.
Also, Dr. Forbes, one last thing, flash flood emergency for Pensacola with all the heavy rain that they've seen, so not surprising.
That's going to be awful. All right, let's talk about tomorrow quickly, because
our bowling ball of a low continues east, so areas east of the Appalachian Mountains tomorrow have a tornado threat.
Stick around.
Amazing images and stories emerging out of a multi-day severe weather threat that produced tornadoes in 14 states. But tonight, flooding is a huge concern, especially in North Carolina, where emergency crews have rescued at least 3 people from the rising water.
We are still tracking an active system capable of producing violent storms. Here's a look at the areas that should be on alert overnight and into the morning hours. From the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta, you're watching Weather Center Live. Hello, I'm Chris Warren. Thank you for watching this special extended edition of Weather Center Live.
And I'm Kim Cunningham. Another active day and active night, too. Severe weather reports coming out of several states, including Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina.
And here's a look right now at where we stand now 3 days after the storms. At least 34 people killed because of these storms since Sunday. And EF4 in Louisville, Mississippi, widespread flooding in Mississippi and North Carolina, and that is an ongoing situation right now.
Absolutely. Flooding actually being the big story, I think, right now, but we're still looking at the potential for some isolated severe storms overnight tonight, possibly into tomorrow. Thinking maybe a bigger day here along the southeastern coast. Some of these reports coming out, though, not as many as the day before, but a lot of them even concentrated in the Ohio Valley. We had severe storms roll through here tonight, all the way from Columbus, all the way from Cincinnati up towards the Great Lakes. And some of those wind reports coming in into Alabama, and even tornadoes in North Carolina tonight.
And right now, let's take a live look at Atlanta, where we are expecting to see some storms. And you can see here it's pretty quiet right now, not seeing much happening. Skies are dark. We did have some lightning rolling through last night in Atlanta, so we're going to watch and see what happens next. Let's go ahead right now. I believe Paul Goodlow is standing by.
He is. He's here in Atlanta. He's standing by waiting for some of these storms to roll in. Paul, what can people expect tonight?
Well, the good news, Kim and Chris, is we do not expect the severe weather that even we saw yesterday morning, or this morning. That's some good news, especially after having 36 tornadoes the last couple of days, 36 people killed because of it as well. I know a lot of people can actually sleep easier tonight here in Atlanta because all those storms that were going on across parts of the Gulf Coast this morning and this afternoon and this evening, that kind of robbed some of the energy and moisture coming into Atlanta that we originally were forecasting. That's some great news. You look at the radar here in downtown Atlanta, we're seeing a little bit of light rain. It's more intermittent rain. We're not seeing a downpour yet, but if you zoom out in the radar, you can see there is still those storms down towards the Gulf Coast. But out in Alabama, that is more steady and constant rain headed this way, and also embedded in there some thunderstorms and some lightning flashes as well. So that's a concern as we head overnight. Originally, we were thinking potentially we could see 3 to 5 inches of rain here in Atlanta. That is not the case. Look at the forecast here. As we come throughout the night, we'll see rain come through into the morning hours for your morning commutes. Rain in any metro area does not do well, so definitely it could be some more slowdowns on the roads there, not to mention the airport as well, especially with some embedded thunderstorms. This will continue through the region as we head on through the afternoon hours and kind of slowly taper off as we head towards late tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening, as eventually the cold front will come through and put all this to an end. So how much rain could we see? Originally, we were worried about 3 to 5 inches of rain. Now we're thinking a broad area of 1 to 2 inches. You have to remember, we've seen some rain here already in Atlanta, so some of the ground is already saturated. If you get 1 or 2 inches, you could still see some flooding with that. So the flood threat is not zero, and the severe threat is not zero as well, but it's much lower than our original forecast, which is good news if you're concerned about those things in the area. And in terms of the forecast for Atlanta, we look for some drier time later on tomorrow around this time, and also as we head towards the weekend, which is good news for the metro area. Chris?
All right, meteorologist Paul Goodlow, thank you very much. Let's take a look now at this severe storm threat. We appreciate that, Paul. Here's a look at what we can expect going through midweek, starting off with a look at Atlanta and the forecast through the overnight. Paul was talking about that rain that's going to move back in, and eventually, not until well after midnight, we're going to see that rain and even a chance for some storms moving in, and that threat for at least storms and rain going into the afternoon, a chance of lightning once again tomorrow evening. Here's what's going on through tomorrow. Still have this big upper level low with this big tap of deep moisture coming into the southeast and these strong winds coming together. The ingredients still there through tomorrow for some severe weather, something that we are going to be watching here at the Weather Channel once again all day long. Tonight, still have that chance for some severe storms and some the threat for tornadoes as well. We're going to break down the latest warnings coming up here in just a little bit. Right now, looking at the eastern seaboard, at least the southeastern seaboard, through Thursday, there'll at least be a chance for some showers and potentially a few thunderstorms as we make our way through the rest of the week. Here's a look right now tomorrow at that forecast where there will be storms. Anywhere you see orange, there's a chance for storms, and with the storms, of course, does come lightning, and lightning by itself is dangerous, and these storms have produced a lot of lightning, also flooding a serious concern as well. And then there's the chance for tornadoes. This is our exclusive Torcon, the Tornado Condition Index. The number is out of 10, so a 6 out of 10 for some areas, a 5 out of 10 for central and southern Georgia, and this means there's a 5 out of 10 chance, or a 50% chance of seeing a tornado within 50 miles of where you are in central and southern Georgia from any given point. Here's a look at some other Torcons. Again, a 6 out of 10 for Raleigh, North Carolina, tomorrow afternoon into the evening. Also from noon till 8 o'clock, a 5 out of 10 for Columbia, South Carolina. And Richmond, Virginia, that threat's going to start in the early afternoon as well, right around 1 o'clock and go until 10. And on Thursday, here's a look at that thunderstorm forecast. Next couple of days, we're going to have these storms eventually move all the way out of here, and there will at least be a threat for some storms all the way up into the northeast, generally from by Interstate 95 on each side of that, all the way out to the coast, parts of New England as well. So you're going to have to watch out for the threat of some storms also in the northeast. Raleigh, North Carolina, this is how that severe weather threat's going to play out for you over the next 3 days. Tomorrow, chance for some storms, potentially strong storms for you in Raleigh. On Thursday, also the potential for some spotty storms, more of a hit and miss situation. And then finally, these storms should be long gone by Friday, and temperatures will be into the 60s for daytime highs. Kim?
We're tracking severe weather. Let's take another look at the radar where some of the storms are right now. And I say severe, I think the biggest severe weather threat we're seeing right now is along the Gulf Coast with some very heavy rainfall. So if you are anywhere along the Gulf Coast watching right now, we've had reports of over 5.5 inches of rain in Pensacola, Florida in just 45 minutes. Flash flooding going on. Again, here's that threat for tonight that continues for a large part of the country. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at what people are dealing with in North Carolina. We're going to show you the city of Winston, where flooding has been occurring on some of these streets, and some of the reports that we're seeing in and around the area of flooded homes, and reports of over 5 inches of rain in many areas of eastern North Carolina and also here along the coast. Just one town, by the way, that's been dealing with the high water today and tonight. Also here into Pensacola, we've had some amazing amounts of rain in a very short period of time. Over 5.5 inches in 45 minutes. That's tremendous. That's the 5th wettest day on record since records have been kept back in the 1800s, Chris. So amazing.
It certainly is. And right now we're seeing more of that heavy rain and a tornado warning right now here in the panhandle of Florida, Okaloosa County, Crestview, the city here potentially impacted by that. And here's the times for when these cities could be impacted. And going up, another tornado warning right here. This one also in Okaloosa and Covington counties. And Laurel Hill, that's one of the cities potentially impacted by that. Florala and Goodman, Enterprise and Dothan, all cities here between now and the next 25 minutes or so potentially impacted by this. As you see, a lot of heavy rain, flash flood warning. Flash flooding has been a concern throughout parts of the southeast, and there's still that threat for more flooding. Be careful tonight. Your best bet, stay inside. Do not be driving around in this mess. That orange and the red on the radar showing us where the heavy rain is, and this is where that heavy rain will be. According to the radar, the computer showing what the radar is going to look like, I should say. This is a computer simulation of the atmosphere as far as what the clouds and the rain will be doing, what the radar is going to look like through tomorrow. And you can see that steady progression of rain and storms throughout the day tomorrow, midweek, still bringing that threat for more storms. Right now, though, let's go to Kim.
All right, Chris, and that heavy rain threat will continue here for several more hours across parts of the Gulf Coast and eventually getting over to the East Coast as well. So heavy rain, flooding, that'll be a big story, along with the possibility of even some severe weather as well. So hopefully I'll be able to, there we go, show you, of course, I went right behind my favorite satellite image. All right, the water vapor. But I'm going to show you here what the system looks like, where we have the cold front moving east. We've got some strong southerly winds, a lot of moisture coming northward with this. So we will see heavy rain with these storms. We're going to see the potential of severe weather, and we're going to see heavy rain even in the northeast as well. So what we call that overrunning rain, as some of that rain or the moisture moves up over the warm front into the northeast. And New England, you guys are going to see some heavy rain. So in Charlotte for tomorrow, expect thunderstorms as early as 3 o'clock in the morning. And we're about 4 inches above the average for the year so far for rainfall. And not that we need the rain. We'll see some strong storms during the afternoon hours around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the possibility of some severe weather. So flash flood watch in effect. That means more rain in some of these areas will cause some flash flooding. And we're seeing it already here along the Emerald Coast. 3 to 5 more inches on top of what we've already gotten. Some areas in the last 24 hours have picked up over 8 inches of rainfall. So that's why we're concerned about some of this flooding here in this area. And then the northeast will also be dealing with some of that heavy rain tomorrow. Chris?
All right, Kim, we know that when the storms clear, emotion takes over. Coming up, new pictures of the damage left behind and the stories of those with life after the devastation, how they're dealing with that.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Here's a look at the radar, and where you see the greens and the yellows indicating some of the showers and some thunderstorms, and even some of them severe here along the Gulf Coast. We've had not only the potential for tornadoes, but also flash flooding, and reports now just coming in that a fatality or a death has been reported in Escambia County from the Highway Patrol. I'm not sure if exactly weather related, but I would think with rain coming down at 5 inches in 45 minutes.
Ken, whether or not it was, it's
Right,
a good reminder
that
that certainly is a possibility, that flooding and flash flooding is one of the leading causes of weather-related deaths,
Right.
people getting killed, because it's something that you think you can get through, and then all of a sudden your car's swept off the road and you
panic and you don't know what to do. And Interstate 10, by the way, is really a mess right now, and even a tornado warning in effect for Killingsworth Crossroads. That's by 10:07, a potential tornado here. Ponce de Leon at 10:22, Caryville at 10:27. Tornado warning in effect as this complex moves off towards the east. And Dr. Forbes was saying it's possible we could see this for the next couple of hours, maybe these spin-ups of tornadoes threatening here along the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and we're looking right now at where there is still the flash flood concerns, Baldwin, Mobile counties, and Grand Bay, Mobile, and Pritchard, the cities potentially impacted by this. Not safe at all to be out for a number of reasons, but this reason right here, the rainfall. Look how much rain in the past day, the past 24 hours. In some areas, almost 9 inches. That area highlighted there, you see that?
Right.
Pulsing a little bit, almost 9 inches estimated by radar. That's a lot of rain.
It is, and you think this part of the country, Chris, during hurricane season, we can get a lot of rain in a short
Right.
period of time, and some of these cities are reporting this could be, maybe, in the top 10 for daily rainfall rates. It's amazing.
Yeah, storms still going on. They have been happening for the past few days. We are watching that threat now. The town of Mayflower, Arkansas, moving forward after Sunday's devastating tornadoes. Meteorologist Julie Martin is in Mayflower with a look at the damage from the storms.
Well, the focus here north of Little Rock is now on cleanup and recovery, and there's a lot of work to be done. Take a look at these 18-wheelers that are just tossed over like they're made out of tinfoil. In fact, you see here a big piece of metal sticking up out of the wheels of this big rig, and the damage just goes on and on. Still not quite clear how extensive the damage is, but we do know that 15 people lost their lives in this area on Sunday evening as one, perhaps two tornadoes came through the area. Now, the National Weather Service is still assessing the damage. So far, they have said that they believe the path of this tornado was at least 40 miles long, and it has a